Chapter 501, Don't Underestimate the Daughter of the Landlord. Jean Sect continued to head south to return to Onigashima, but halfway through, Quinn made a proposal to Yamato. "Miss Yamato, how about we discuss something?" "What?" "Look, we brought 300 million Baileys for this transaction, but Doflamingo didn't want the money, so the money was saved. 300 million is the transaction amount they negotiated before. Ancient species are rare, but the price is not overflowing. It is just slightly higher than that of ordinary animal systems. After all, most of the abilities of animal systems rely on the strength of their own bodies, which is very different from the powerful abilities brought by natural systems and superhuman systems. The treasures taken away from the kingdom of Corgis have been taken back to Onigashima in advance by Jean Sect, and now they only have these transaction shares left. So Miss Dewa, why don't we divide it up quietly? 150 million each, that's a lot of pocket money. Even for Quinn, 150 million is a huge sum of money. Anyway, it's Doflamingo who saved the money, so even if they divide it up quietly, it won't matter. It is enough to take 2 elephant fruits back. He used to make money like this when he was in Mads. Mads's research funds have always been scarce, and everyone has their own research scope, and each research is a crazy money-burning project. If you want more funds, you have to find a way yourself. Now Quinn has sufficient research funds and no longer needs to worry about money, but as a person who takes hedonism to the extreme, he still likes small money. Although the beast is the real ruler of Wano country, in order to prevent the economy of Wano country from collapsing, all cotters have to spend money in Wano country. Although he himself has dividends, he can't refuse a windfall. It's just that Quinn is acting with Yamato, and he has to find a way to convince Yamato. If the plan succeeds, then he will be the biggest beneficiary, and the biggest victim is of course Doflamingo, who originally wanted to spend money to change his face, but was intercepted by Quinn. If he hadn't been unable to find the stone tablet that the beasts were searching for, he would definitely not have chosen this method, but he was just a devil fruit supplier, not a robot cat, and he really couldn't find whatever he wanted. Doflamingo, who was still in the North Sea, didn't know what he was going through, but Quinn's plan didn't come true in the end because he hit a wall here with Yamato. "I don't want it. 150 million, you can buy a lot of things." "No, it's only 150 million Baileys, my godfather will definitely be unhappy if he knows about it. By the way, Uncle Quinn, I will tell my godfather and the others about your idea." Quinn's painting style gradually turned grey and white, and there was a tendency to fall off a little bit, which was not a big deal. After all, his ability was there, and neither Kaido nor Arceus would do anything to him for this little money. But a lecture and special training were absolutely inevitable. This was a mistake he discovered. Although Yamato sometimes looked like the stupid son of a landlord, she was not really stupid. A mere 150 million would not shake her at all. To be precise, it is completely impossible to lure her with money. The Beast Pirates are a famous warlord force in the New World, and the Beast Fruit has also developed into a world-class consortium. More than 150 million is really just pocket money for her. Because she would not do such a stupid thing to make her parents unhappy with such a small amount of pocket money. Quinn began to think about how to dissuade Yamato from speaking out about this matter. It is impossible to silence him. He did not dare to think about silencing him, but he really couldn't figure out what Yamato wanted. Just when he was about to sell his misery, Yamato took the initiative to give him a way out. "It's not impossible not to say it, Uncle Quinn. I remember you said during the battle that you know all the techniques of that Germa, right? Of course, the talent of that guy judge is not as good as mine." Quinn was full of confidence when he mentioned this, and immediately agreed with this point. "Okay, then make me that fun battlesuit. I won't tell my foster father and the others about it after you make it. Don't you agree, GT6, GT7? He also communicated with Jean Sect, otherwise they could also report it. I'll try my best, but Miss Yamato, you have to give me some time. It's not difficult to reproduce that battlesuit alone, but Germa's battlesuit is realized with the transformation technology of the bloodline factor. Even the children of Judge cannot exchange battlesuits. Neither Arceus nor Kaido would agree to his transformation of Yamato's bloodline factor. Fortunately, she only wanted a toy, which could be done with some time, but it would take some nights. Even if they flew, it would take them some time to return to Onigashima. During this time, everything on the sea continued. Vegapunk was still studying Arceus steel in seclusion, and occasionally shocked voices came from the closed laboratory. Wonderful, so wonderful, with this, the memory alloy can appear perfectly, but what exactly is the unknown component in this material? Isn't this something that can be combined by human power, a relic of ancient times? It would be better if there were more. When Vegapunk complained that there were too few Arceus steels, a carriage of Arceus steels was being transported in Scourge's garrison area at the edge of the beast territory. Scouch. The things that Lord Arceus gave you have been sent from Wano country. Gabber, the former captain of the island guard and the current captain of the beast security team, found Scourge with the things sent. As the first island occupied by the beast pirates, Gabber, who lives on this island, has witnessed too many changes. It can be said that he witnessed the process of this island from ordinary to prosperous, and his heart changed from resisting the rule of pirates at the beginning to accepting it, and even joined the other side. At first, he opposed the rule of pirates because of the tyranny of the previous occupiers, but now his thoughts have changed. The flag of the beasts has brought the long-lost peace to this island under the disputes. If it weren't for that flag and Scourge standing in front of them, the pirates who had just entered the New World would have had a hard time. Here we go. Because he was a cyborg, Scourge's tone was a little strange, but he could sense a kind of joy. This truckload of Arceus steel was his reward. This was not just Arceus steel, but Arceus steel that had been integrated with the light of evolution. Pierman's son Coral could only evolve in regional form. Excluding this exception, Scourge was the only one in the initial form among the top 10 gods' graces. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. To see the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey, please enter m.spun.c in your browser and go to view. Chapter 502, Schizo 3-in-1 Magnetron. He is a very special example among the God-blessed. Because he is a cyborg, he rarely exercises his body. Although he has cultivated a certain level of observation haki with the help of the power of electric Pokemon, he does not know how to use armament haki. In terms of defense, he relies entirely on his steel body and his own steel attributes. Everyone has their own opinions on which is stronger, haki or fruit, but the top ability users all have good physical skills. Even Borsalino, who was pointed out by Zephyr as relying too much on his ability, is the same. Scourge is not such a top powerhouse, but a relatively advanced coder in the Beast's Pirates for the time being. With the influx of the new generation, his ranking has been declining. But he himself is not dissatisfied with this. The people he mainly deals with are the newcomers who have just entered the new world from Paradise. With his own abilities and special equipment, he is enough to deal with most situations. These new metals fused with Arceus steel are used for his evolution. The evolution of Magnemite is called 3-in-1 Magnemite. As the name suggests, it is 3 Magnemites combined together. There are 2 ways for Magnemite to evolve. One is to use the power of Pokemon to evolve as its level increases. The other is that 3 Magnemites are connected together by magnetism and merged into a new life, that is, 3-in-1 Magnemite. The latter is more suitable for some Magnemites with slightly poor talents. If the quality is not enough, the quantity will make up. When the 3 Magnemites choose to merge, the power of the 3 Magnemites naturally meets the conditions for evolution. Except that the position of the magnet will shift, the 3-in-1 Magnemite looks only different from the Magnemite in quantity. Scourge belongs to the category that his own talent has reached the end, and can only rely on this external force to achieve evolution. As a long-term garrison of an island, he is a typical type of person who has no merit, but he is also an excellent employee over time. He was qualified to have this ability after the ranking battle of Onigashima ended, but it was delayed for some reasons, so it was delayed until now. During this time, he was repairing the house here. In order to facilitate the battle after evolution, he had to change his residence. Because he lived in the factory area before, and the power of the 3-in-1 magnetron was 3 times that of the small magnetron. Due to the extremely strong magnetic force and voltage in the body would involuntarily emit a kind of radio wave, which is very destructive to machinery. The more sophisticated the machine, the greater the impact. There are weapons factories and hospitals here, and there are many sophisticated instruments there. And Scourge often enters the state of ability for convenience in life. If he does not change his residence, it may have a great impact. During this period, he was preparing for a new home. When Gable sent the metals, Scourge felt a special breath from them. When the magnetic force he released came into contact with them, the metals began to merge into his body. A new evolution was starting here. Originally, he wanted to see what Scourge looked like after evolution, but when Scourge just started to evolve, a familiar alarm sounded on the island. This was a warning of illegal immigrants. This happened almost every month, and most people on the island were used to it. From running to the shelter in a panic at the beginning, to queuing calmly to enter the shelter, and finally drinking tea calmly at home, this is the change that has taken place on the island over the years. Because most of the alarms are just for precautions, less than half can break through the coastal artillery, and the remaining half can endanger the interior of the island less than 1/10. In all these years, only 2 supernovas have accidentally broken into the interior, but they were quickly cleared. Walking on the road, Gable even saw an old man basking in the sun leisurely, and also saw the little Gable running over with a gun on his back. In more than 10 years, his son has grown up and become a member of the security team, contributing his own strength to protect his hometown. "Father, have you seen Lord Scourge? This group of pirates seems to be stronger. They are breaking through the coastal artillery line." He did not respond after the alarm sounded. This is the division of pirate strength on the island, not based on bounty, but on specific performance. Pirates who can break through the coastal artillery position will notify Scourge. "He has something to do now. You arrange for those careless people to take shelter first, I'll go to the defense line to take a look." Gabber moved little Gabber to a safer position. As for Scourge, he would naturally rush over when he heard the alarm after his evolution was completed. As soon as the voice fell, the alarm above became intermittent, and Scourge, who had several magnets and 2 big eyeballs on his body, had appeared here. "No need, I'm here." The evolution process is not that complicated. After the absorption of the special metal, Scourge's evolution has been completed, but the radio waves he emits are affecting some equipment, and the alarm is an example. Little Gabber continued to evacuate others, and he took Gabber to the coast. "Scouchy, is this evolution?" After so many years, he has become familiar with Scourge, and there are no more honorifics in the address. "Yes, the power of evolution is really wonderful. My mind is now very clear. The 3-in-1 magnetron does not double its intelligence, especially since Scourge is just a superpower, but after evolution he has gained different abilities. The 2 big eyes are the external manifestation. Not only does he have a wider field of vision, but he also has the ability to think with distraction. Distraction can be fatal in a battle of the same level, but Scourge is different now. He can't thinking about 3 things without confusion. For example, he can write 3 different reports at the same time, or play landlord by himself when he is free. This is not schizophrenia, but similar to the ability of Spider-Man to split the consciousness in his body, creating 2 assistants, the body minister and the weapon minister. In battle, he can aim, charge, and fight at the same time, or talk back to disturb the opponent while preparing for a sneak attack. At the coastal artillery position, although the shells did not take effect, they still did not stop bombing, even if it was just to kill physical strength. He did not have human arms after the ability, so he used magnetism to manipulate a metal telescope to float in front of him. Scourge saw the opponent's defense against the shells, and it was several swordsmen who cut the shells with swords. Swordsmen unlucky guys. Because of his own ability, he was least afraid of swordsmen, and when Scourge was observing them, the people on the ship were also observing Scourge. "Captain, a weirdo came out, and he wrote numbers on himself like a fool." For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 503, Weathermen with small weather weapons per person. Some people like to be low-key, while others like to be flamboyant. Setsuna only made a mark on his nails with nail polish. If you don't look closely, you will only think it is a special manicure. But Scourge is different. He is more flamboyant. His strength has almost reached the upper limit. In order to cherish the days when the numbers are still small, he not only marked the numbers on his shoulders, but also wrote a big number 8 on his chest and the coat behind him. The beast pirates know that this is a proof of status, but outsiders don't know. In the eyes of those who have just entered the new world, this behavior is even stupid. Only those who often deal with the beasts understand this ranking mechanism. Those who come into contact with them for the first time can only guess. Don't be careless, this is the new world. Compared with the first half of the Grand Line, the people here are much stronger. They had experienced battles before and had a certain understanding of the new world, but they won that battle. They only defeated some losers who were struggling in the new world. They did not understand the gap in strength, so they still had inflated ambitions in their hearts. Little ones, prepare to dock. This is our first battle. Before becoming the Pirate King, let's defeat the so-called Sea Emperor first. Let those guys who are obsessed with external forces know that the body is the foundation. Oh! Led by their captain, the pirate ship continued to rush towards the island, and Scourge also noticed something wrong. The coastal defense artillery of the beast pirates has a much longer range than the artillery of ordinary pirates, but at this distance, even the worst artillery is enough to attack the target, but the opponent's pirate ship has not fired a single shot so far. Looking at the pirate flag on the sail, Scourge didn't recognize who they were. There were too many pirates on the sea, so he naturally couldn't remember so many flags. This pirate flag was simpler than most pirate groups, with an ordinary skull painted on the two crossed swords. The pirates on the ship had one characteristic, that is, there were no people with special abilities, they were all swordsmen or people of physical skills. They were born on an island in the first half of the Grand Line. They used to be gangsters on the island, and the island's proposition was to develop the power of the body. Whether it was the ability of devil fruits or firearms and protective gear, they were the embodiment of the weak in the customs of the island, and they also defeated some people with special abilities during the voyage, which also made them believe in this idea. The reason why they didn't fire was because of this idea. There were no cannons on their ships at all. Even if they met on the sea, their choice was to engage in boarding battles. And since they set sail, they have come into contact with some people in the underground world, and they also learned about the news that the beast pirates had purchased a large number of devil fruits. Even if they were born in the Grand Line, their cognition was only slightly better than the Four Seas. For example, this captain told his men to be careful, but he still provoked an unmatched enemy. Relying on their excellent swordsmanship, they did have ways to deal with the shells, but this had nothing to do with Scourge, who was using his abilities at this time. After using his abilities, his legs would have been transformed into large magnets, but now the situation has changed. The other two large eyeballs appeared at the hip position, with a very large rotation range, which gave him a very wide field of vision, and each leg position became two magnets. The same changes were made to his left hand, with two slender U-shaped magnets, and his right hand holding a modified rotary machine gun. At this time, he was holding his right hand high, and an unknown electromagnetic wave was being emitted from him. This is the ability of the 3-in-1 magnetron. With the 3-in-1 magnetron as the center of the circle, the area with a radius of 1 kilometer will cause a slight rise in temperature due to the special radio waves it emits. As the temperature rises, moisture will evaporate to form rain clouds, and eventually form an effect like a thunderstorm. Wild 3-in-1 magnetrons will gather together to trigger larger thunderclouds, absorbing the energy they need from natural lightning. In battle, thunderstorms also mean that the chance of thunder hitting the target becomes higher. Among many Pokémon users, weather has gradually become part of their combat habits. It can be said that each of them has a small weather weapon. The range of the thunderclouds was concentrated over the ocean. As usual, he did not want the other party to land. When the ship was still some distance away from the coast, Scourge had already flown over. "This is our territory. Explain your intention." This is his fixed line. From the previous when they ignored the warning and broke in here, it meant declaring war, but some people who wanted to join would do the same to show their military strength, so Scourge would conduct routine inquiries. While asking, the magnet in his hand began to condense electricity. Although there would be people who took the initiative to join, they were very few after all, and most people came to cause trouble. This group of pirates also proved themselves with their actions. The two who had blocked the shells before were already rushing towards Scourge with knives. Communication failed. "It seems that you have chosen hostility." Scourge's decentralized mind continued to launch special power into the sky while speaking, and the main body also condensed new attacks. The two people clearly felt the difference in the weapons in their hands, and today's knife became unusually heavy. This is why Scourge is not afraid of swordsmen. Except for a very small number of people, ordinary swordsmen facing his magnetic force is equivalent to destroying one arm. Even a person who wanted to sneak attack him failed. Even without using the observation haki, his vision captured everything. Not to mention the normal swing of the knife, under the influence of the strong magnetic force, some people even chopped at their partners beside them uncontrollably. "Is this your level? In that case, you can leave a last word." Boom! A thunderbolt flashed in the sky, and Scourge's battlefield was ready. However, before he could make a move, a sword energy suddenly flew out and chopped his chest. The huge force made him fly backwards for a distance in the air. "Captain! You know how powerful our captain is, you magnet bastard! Your tricks are useless to the captain. Magnetic force is only part of his ability. The closer he is to him, the stronger his magnetic force is. Long-range flying slashes are the best way to deal with him. Captain, knock down this weirdo who likes to write numbers on his body in one go. Tsitzalazala. The man who said Scourge's numbers were strange suddenly heard a burst of electric current in his ears. Before he could react, several electric currents came from a distance, and at the same time, Scourge's low voice came. Don't look down on my honor. When will you newbies keep your mouths shut? Scourge's anger rose when he heard that his honor was insulted by the other party. The pirates looked at him with disbelief as they saw only a faint white mark on his chest. How is it possible? The captain has already mastered the steel cutting technique. Steel cutting technique? Do you think the metal created by the might of Arceus is the same as ordinary steel? Accompanied by the roar of thunder in the sky, waves of electric current surrounded the magnets on Scourge's body, and the miniature machine gun on his right arm began to rotate and preheat. As the current was released, the machine gun began to pour out firepower, and the magnets on the legs began to condense into electric balls. Number 8 Scourge, full firepower mode has been activated. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 504, Electric Fishing Behavior and Quinn's Remedial Lessons. Although Scourge's appearance is more curious, it cannot cover up the advantages in this state. At this time, he is like a small air fortress, pouring down firepower wantonly. The secondary brain is responsible for aiming and charging, while his main brain is perfecting the details of the battle. The hit rate of thunder in a thunderstorm is much higher than that in a sunny day. With the blessing of the locking skill, the electromagnetic cannon that is difficult to hit has also been greatly strengthened, and Scourge's electromagnetic cannon's first target is not people, but ships. People who can fly have an advantage in destroying enemy ships first in sea battles. Those people can cut through the shells, but they can't cut through his electromagnetic cannon made of electric current. These ordinary people who are not proficient in armed color will have a strong current spread to their bodies along the blade when the blade touches the electromagnetic cannon. Boom! Boom! After two loud noises, two large holes appeared on their ship, and sea water began to flow into the cabin through the holes. This ship carrying the dreams of a group of newcomers had ended its mission ahead of schedule. The people on the ship were trying to rescue the ship, but it was useless. The electromagnetic cannon fired at high speed had left irreparable wounds on the hull, and Scourge's attention was also on the captain of the other side. This man who could release the flying slash was the only one who could pose a threat to him. Although he was a cyborg, there were still a lot of human organs in his body. If he was allowed to stab the blade through the gap between his eyeballs, it would still pose a certain threat to him. The secondary brain brought by the 3-in-1 Magneto was equivalent to giving him a fire control system. At this time, the miniature machine gun on his right arm was constantly changing its target of attack. Ordinary crew members could not attack Scourge, and they could not even get close to him. In this case, their captain still chose to get close to Scourge. The direct slashing power of the blade was much greater than the flying slash. The flying slash just now had already shown that his attack was ineffective. In this case, he could only make this choice. The opponent's ability is related to magnetism, which is not something that a blind person can see. The large magnets that replaced his hands and feet are too obvious. The moment he approached Scourge, he clearly felt that his knife became heavier and it became extremely difficult to swing it. But being able to become a captain shows that his subordinates recognize his strength. Unlike those ordinary subordinates who can't even swing their knives under the influence of Scourge's ability, he can still barely control his blade. Clang! A flash of knife light flashed, and the barrel of Scourge's right arm was actually cut off by him, and his blade continued to slash towards Scourge's chest with undiminished power. At the moment he cut off his gun barrel, a smile appeared on the captain's face. He was a little happy, but when he saw Scourge's playful eyes, he suddenly had a bad premonition. He suddenly felt a strange force coming from the blade, and this time it was not rejecting his blade, but attracting his blade and flying towards Scourge. But it didn't happen like the barrel that was just cut off. His weapon was now firmly locked on Scourge's chest, and a huge magnet was also across his head. The barrel is the most vulnerable part of my body. You don't think you can get close because you are strong enough. The swordsman's close-range slash can make the attack more powerful, but for Scourge, the closer the distance, the stronger the magnet he releases. The captain's strength is indeed stronger, but after getting close, his strength is not enough to get rid of Scourge's magnetism. As for his own safety, as long as he guards the exposed parts, he doesn't worry that these newcomers can hurt him. That is a brand new body integrated with Arceus steel. He has absolute confidence in the power of Arceus. To be honest, your ability is far inferior to those samurai. Although you are still pretty good among the newcomers, you have chosen the wrong opponent. He also recognized the strength of some samurai in Wano, and most people in the outer sea were not as good as those powerful samurai. As Scourge finished speaking, a strong current was flowing between the magnets. Boom! The thunder in the sky hit Scourge. This was the lightning he had drawn. For him, this kind of lightning could not hurt him, and it could also enhance the power of his own attack. But for the captain, this thunder from the sky plus the current released by Scourge was a fatal attack. As the clouds in the sky dissipated, there was no trace of the pirate ship on the sea. Only a few fishing boats were left to salvage things. They were not fishing, but salvaging people. The captain did not die after enduring the thunder duet, but was seriously injured and fainted. This made Scourge a little interested. If the people who made trouble had a little strength, the pirates of the beasts would look up to them. Such people are usually detained. Those who are willing to surrender are taken to the peripheral forces, and those who are unwilling are sent to mine. Now they are salvaging people who were stunned by Scourge, and occasionally they can catch a few sea fish. This kind of thing can only be regarded as the norm in the New World. Every pirate with a fixed territory will face this kind of thing, and even the civilians on the island have become accustomed to it. Is this your new body? It's really strong. Looking at Scourge with only a few shallow white marks on his body, Gable envied this body. Of course, this is the power of Lord Arceus, and I am number 8. If I can't even defend this place, I will fail the trust of Brother Kaido and others. It was not only Scourge's territory that encountered the invasion. Mander Fesh also dealt with a group of newcomers. The difference is that he did not leave any prisoners. He was in a very bad mood because his date was interrupted. On Onigashima, after a long journey, Quinn and Yamato have returned here. In order not to be reported by Yamato, Quinn went directly to the new Tree of All Knowledge. He wanted to check some ancient documents. After O'Hara's materials were transported back, he found that those materials were different. They even recorded some topics that Vegapunk had mentioned in the past. With those materials, many studies will become much easier. According to the original timeline, O'Hara's books would be taken back to Elbaf by the giants, and Vegapunk also used his extraordinary talent to memorize the contents of the books there, so that his research would advance by leaps and bounds. But now all these books have been intercepted by the beasts, which has slowed down some of Vegapunk's research. These materials were collected and sorted by O'Hara from various ruins around the world. Although there are some records in the world government, it is not so easy for Vegapunk to read these materials from there. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 505, I think you are a fake Kaido. The world government is downplaying the blank 100 years, but the things left by the huge kingdom in the blank 100 years are constantly affecting the development of future generations. The ancient times are not necessarily backward, but may also be extremely developed super ancient civilizations. Quinn started to hang out in the library for his own future, and Yamato also returned to Onigashima smoothly. Godfather, look, we brought the fruit back. Yamato walked in with 2 fruits as if asking for credit, as if he was expecting praise. Well done, is there anything interesting on the way? Appropriate recognition and praise are conducive to the development of enthusiasm. Yamato is getting older, and in a few years, she can almost go out on her own. According to her luck, it is not surprising to find a stone slab. It's okay. I watched the movie played by Brother Teezero and saw some very interesting combat uniforms. I just don't know where those annoying white suits came from. By the way, Godfather, how are GT9 and GT10? They have been repaired a long time ago, so you don't have to worry about that. The spare bodies of Gene Sect have been stored in the warehouse. The 2 Gene Sects that exploded returned to Onigashima first and had already replaced their bodies. At the same time, the beasts were also trying to find out the details of the kingdom of Corgis from the underground world. How did the CPO team get there is a very serious question. Although the royal family of Corgis is highly suspected, there is no they will not take action before they have solid evidence. Disclosing the employer's information and attacking the employer are taboos in the underground world. It's a bit laborious to investigate the secret intelligence of the world government, and no results have been seen yet. By the way, this is for you. The task of raising it is left to you. A giant egg more than 1 meter high appeared in front of Yamato. It was just created not long ago and is also part of the Beast Giant Soldier project. The giant monarch snake of Sky Island and the Entomb King of Wano country are currently the Pokemon with supermodel size. They have huge bodies without the need for Gigantamax. But there are no new members except them for the time being. This giant egg is one of the new members, but due to its growth model, Arceus created a huge egg. Unlike Elizabeth's egg with patterns on it, this egg is very smooth and presents a stone green color. Yamato is almost 15 this year. Girls grow faster than boys when they are young. This giant egg more than 1 meter high only reaches her waist. The power of Evergreen allowed her to feel the movement of the eggshell, but the life had not yet grown to the point where it could respond to her. Godfather, what's in here? You'll know when you hatch it. It's a great baby. Arceus kept it a secret here and didn't tell Yamato what kind of Pokemon was in the egg, but it didn't affect her excitedly holding the egg and returning to her room. Diancie, are you there? How about making a stand for me? We'll have a new partner soon. She couldn't find a suitable place to store the egg for a while, but she found Diancie. Her ability to mold diamonds was a bug, and she could make anything she wanted. No problem, it's easy. With the help of Diancie and her lone gene sect, a brand new nest was built, and Tutu Dog also painted it a new color, which was considered to be a new home for this future partner. By the way, where are Jack and Maria? Are they still training? Maria should be in the Flower Street with Ms. Rico, Jack has gone out to sea to hone himself, and Altai and Page 1 should be up there. Diancie pointed to the ceiling, and Yamato knew what that meant. Then he put down the Frost Milk Fairy who was intimate with him, opened the window and climbed up along the wall. She has taken the unusual path to the extreme. Diancie's meaning is very clear. Altai and Page 1 are undergoing cruel training from someone, but Yamato didn't hear any sound, which means that the other party is not on the roof, but in the Sky Island training ground on the upper floor. Without bothering the resting Millennium Dragon, Yamato chose to climb up along the vines by himself this time. As she gradually approached the training ground, she also heard a familiar scream, which seemed familiar to her. She had come this way that year. Although she still hadn't escaped from the sea of suffering, she had a little bit of resistance under the premise of Kaido's release of the sea, so she felt like a person who had come through it. The screams did not last long, which meant that Kaido's training had temporarily stopped. When she climbed up, she saw Altai and Page 1 lying on the island cloud. Little Page, I'm back. According to the usual habit, Altai would strongly refute her address, generally don't call me Little Ul. Only I can call him Little Page. But this time, she saw a different look in Altai's eyes, and she seemed to be looking forward to her return. In fact, this is exactly the case. Altai never thought that one day she would miss Yamato so much. Yamato went out with Quinn for almost half a year and Jack and Maria began to take the initiative to go out for training because of their age. Iska and Perona did not need Kaido's personal training because of their lower talents. In this case, Kaido's main focus was on Altai and Page 1. In order to make the offspring of his old friend stronger, they experienced what Kaido's special training was like. In addition, Altai's daily tough talk has made them live very comfortably in the past 6 months. Kaido's meaning before was that when Yamato came back, they could rest. At this time, Yamato was a life-saving straw for Altai. The last strength in her body was squeezed out, and she dragged Yamato directly to Kaido. Hey! Your own biological daughter is back, go find trouble with her. Ziope, let's go. He grabbed Peggy 1 and jumped off the island cloud. According to Peggy 1's voice feedback, he should still have the ability to fly, and seeing that Kaido did not catch up, Altai's excited voice also came up. Looking at Altai who turned around and ran, Yamato suddenly found that she seemed to have come to the door herself. It seems that the two little guys have not reached their limit yet, and the strength can be adjusted. Kaido said a little scary words while walking in front of Yamato, but this time it was different from what she expected. He just put his big hand on Yamato's head. You did a good job this time. At the same time, a bounty order floated in front of her, but Kaido only received a suspicious look from Yamato. For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey. Chapter 506, Father and Daughter, Yamato who fell into a trap. Kaido is not a qualified father, there is no doubt about this, from the outrageous actions of his daughter in the original timeline, whether it is throwing her into the enemy or using the explosive bracelet, she is not a normal person. Can do. But on a personal level, he took special care of his daughter. Although she kept saying that she wanted to be the stupid enemy who left wounds on herself, Kaido still taught her what he knew. Thunder Bagua is his own martial arts. If he hadn't deliberately taught it, Yamato would not have learned it at all. There is a difference between blindly being beaten and being beaten with moves. The same is true for the fruit of the great mouth true god. Although Yamato said that she ate it accidentally and she didn't want to eat the fruit, it was a very rare mythical beast species. Without Kaido's instruction, Yamato couldn't get this fruit at all. He is not a good father. The deformed childhood led to different ideas, but in that case, he still made Yamato have enough strength and followed her own opinions to a certain extent. However, this strength was also fought for by Yamato with his life. It can only be said that it was all the fault of Voldemort's diary. When outrageous meets outrageous, the final result is the Liliwan Shangsong. But now it's different. Although it's a little different from what Kaido expected, Yamato's growth has at least not gone astray, and under Arceus's reinforcement, Yamato's strength has made him more and more satisfied. The speed of news dissemination is faster. Before she and Quinn returned to Wano country, the bounty orders for her and Quinn appeared. Quinn's bounty reached 1.5 billion Baileys, which has surpassed the peak of his original timeline, but the composition of these 1.5 billion is more complicated, and because of Quinn, Arceus' bounty has also increased to 2.88 billion. Vegapunk, the Navy, and the world government are not completely in the same mind, and he can only give a rough idea of some things. The things of the beasts made them more and more puzzled. Finally, someone came up with a plan. No matter who came out to take the blame, it can't be dealt with now. In this case, let's increase the bounty of both people together. In the end, we got such a result. In fact, this mechanical version of Gene Sect has something to do with Quinn. At least he is a shell manufacturer. Although the core technology was developed by Arceus, he is also involved. Of course, these are not the reasons for Kaido to be happy. Oni Yamato. Bounty 170 million Baileys. De Adora live. This bounty order for Yamato is the reason why Kaido is happy. He recognizes that force determines value. Although he knows the extent of Yamato's force value, it does not mean that outsiders know it. The bounty order issued by the world government is to arrest others, but in the eyes of pirates, this is a certification. Yamato's bounty means that her strength has been certified by the enemy, which is the most appropriate way to show value in Kaido's view. Hehe, 170 million, 100 million more than I had back then. Although the amount of belly has increased a lot compared to when Kaido was young, it is still a huge amount. It is not easy to offer a bounty of over 100 million for the first time. Even Arceus's first bounty was only 5,000 belly. After Yamato has achieved his psychological expectations to a certain extent, he will still give affirmation. He learned Arceus's concept of teaching through entertainment, so it is natural to give affirmation. However, Yamato still did not react. Kaido's praise was unheard of for her. For a while, she was even a little moved, but this feeling only lasted less than a minute. Okay, Yamato, you've been out for a long time. Let me see if your strength has declined and whether you can afford this bounty. Kaido said away from Yamato, and then his face was gradually covered by blue scales. Wait. Father, what are you going to do? Oh? You don't need to let me go now, don't forget, I'm also a person with special abilities. Thunder gossip. The island cloud has similar properties to the land. After Kaido hit it with a stick, Yamato confirmed that this Kaido was the real Kaido, but she also ushered in a new hell life. Under the island cloud, Ultai patted page 1 under her. Let's go, Xiaopei, Yamato is back. Kaido, that idiot, should have no time to take care of us. They should be very happy from the noise. Originally, they could have gone down a long time ago, but Ultai deliberately asked page 1 to wait for a while, just to hear that voice, otherwise she would feel unbalanced. Sister, it's not good to call Yamato sister and Kaido captain. Don't worry about it, this family is all weird, the most normal one is the white-haired foster father. Let's go, do you want to be dragged back by Kaido, that pervert? It was you who asked me to wait a while. Although she complained, page 1 still took practical action and flew to a safe place. Compared to being tortured by Kaido and being destroyed by Ultai, he would rather choose the latter. Yamato, who fell into the trap, once again entered the hot training. The advantage of the air training ground is that the earthquake feeling will not be transmitted to Onigashima. In Arceus' office, Shayna appeared here again. She came to report some things and apply for some things. In fact, some things are not that complicated for her. In addition to Kaido and Yamato, it is not difficult for her to get something from Arceus. The red chain that specifically restrains other Pokemon was handed over to her, which already shows Arceus' trust. But she was very protective of the so-called rules, and usually did not bother anyone unless there was a good reason. She would not apply for something based on her personal preferences. Now she was respectfully reporting something. For example, the recent development of the Arceus cult, Misu's further improvement of righteousness and so on. Lord Arceus, Sister Misu has a request. What? It's the problem of that girl Lamy. Although the treatment at the beginning cured the remnants of platinum lead disease, the platinum lead has penetrated into her bone marrow, and it is difficult to remove it completely by external force. Now there is a hint of recurrence. People's physiques are different. Misu has no problem, but Lamy is obviously more affected. Misu has done a lot of things in recent years. I also talked to her about the issue of merit. If possible, please give Lamy the ability of Stinky Mud. This is the way she can think of to solve the problem from the root. The Alola Stinky Mud that can dissolve and absorb platinum lead is obviously not afraid of platinum lead, so giving her a similar ability can solve the problem once and for all. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 507, Muddy Slime and Mantis Fruit. Platinum lead disease is heavy metal poisoning, which is not the same as ordinary poisoning, so Muddy Slime was chosen at the beginning. Knowing that Alola Muddy Slime can handle this situation, there is no need to try other methods. Shayna is not a Pokemon doctor, and there is no Pokemon encyclopedia in her mind. This is the way she can think of to deal with the problem of Lamy's sequelae. Most people do not have the qualifications to actively choose their abilities, and they don't know how many abilities they have, and for most people, they do not have the qualifications to choose their abilities. For the body amplification of animals and the abilities of fantasy beasts, it is a blessing to be able to obtain abilities. In comparison, the impact of appearance is not very serious. For example, Scourge looks very curious after becoming an ability, but he still enjoys it. Moreover, Alola Muddy is also very special. Its body is originally a product of mud, so its ability is different from other Pokemon. Compared with the animal system, its performance is more like the natural system. It can even be regarded as a poisonous swamp fruit. The body can enter the poisonous mud state at any time. It is immune to physical attacks and can release deadly toxins. Countless toxins have already reached a mutated state in the body of Muddy. Except for the special antidote made by the tree fruit, there is no special medicine for this toxin in the outside world. Also, Alola Muddy is different from ordinary Muddy. It does not emit a disgusting smell. At Shayna's request, Arceus agreed to this request. Bring the people in. They have been waiting outside for a long time. The breath of two living people can't be hidden from him, but for some reason, he has a feeling that something is wrong with Misu's appearance. Although she didn't make any embarrassing doctrines, the performance of this fanatic is very different from Shayna. Sometimes he can't understand the thinking of such religious personnel. Misu, who came here, had already told Shayna about her purpose. She wanted to witness the process of Arceus's ability granting with her own eyes, and then preserve it in the form of a painting as a mural for the future church. Compared to the monastery that was just a prototype at the beginning, the monastery is now undergoing reconstruction, and the design drawings were submitted by Misu herself. It was not until that day that Shayna knew that Misu was actually a famous designer and painter of the original church. Now the new monastery has been built, and only these decorations are missing. Although Misu has drawn a lot of content based on the description and what she saw in Wano country, such as the 8 million Pokemon Grass Head God and the Holy Flame of Destruction, there are still some contents that show glory. There is no doubt that the granting of abilities is the content that best reflects all of this. The process of Arceus's ability granting is not a secret. Almost all the internal members of the beast have seen that moment, and that is also their goal, so Shayna did not report this trivial matter to Arceus separately. Lamy came here under the leadership of Misu, and performed a slightly complicated ritual according to the arrangement of her Arceus cult. Lamy's movements were not unfamiliar at all, and it can be seen that she has memorized this set of movements. For her amnesia, Misu lied that she was her biological mother. Her original intention was to hope that Lamy would forget everything about Fervans, but as a fanatic, she naturally had a certain bias in her teaching. At this time, Lamy did not have a lot of white spots on her body like Luo, but some freckle-like dots could be seen. Lord, your glory spreads across the sea, and your loyal believers long for your mercy. May you grant Myra the ability to cure the disease, and I will continue to work hard to spread your gospel. Stop, Shayna has already told me that your efforts can exchange Lamy for that power. He is used to honorifics, but he can't get used to these words that sound like reading the Bible. If the spread of this belief is not conducive to the search for the stone tablet, he may be the first to convert this sect. But it is not without benefits. Although some prayers made him uncomfortable, as a professional religious person, she is much more professional than Shayna in preaching. As Shayna requested, the ability was selected as the Alola Mud form. The process of granting was smooth, but Arceus always felt that Misu's eyes were flashing. If there were special effects, her eyes would have turned into the shape of stars. Let her maintain the transformed state of the ability user. If she persists for a period of time every day, the things in her body will be decomposed and digested soon. The transformation of the animal system has always been the most basic ability. I'm afraid that even those who are not full-time fighters can master it, not to mention that Lamy is not a powerless person. She is Law's biological sister and has the same blood in her body. Although blood is not absolute, for example, a daughter of Odin has no talent, but at least there is a certain possibility. Misu did not let Lamy do nothing, but trained her in a specific direction. If possible, she might become a member of the Inquisition. However, the current Arceus cult does not have this organization, and at most it is a knight of the church. After the ability is turned into Lamy, she did not have a strange style like Scourge, but a fairy tale style, which is actually closer to the Big Mom pirates than the Beast's pirates. Although the pupils and mouth are stained with different colors, the body has not changed much, but the hair is slightly melted, and the sleeves and skirts are dragged on the ground like melting, and there are colorful stripes on them. The poison crystals were distributed on the body like pendants, and she already knew how to use this ability. Then she prayed the same prayer as Misu, and then left here with Misu. Shayna, I've left you the things you wanted before. You can do the rest by yourself. I'm going out for a trip. Yes, do you need me to accompany you? No, just do your own thing. It was still the familiar way to find the stone slab. The Origin continued to move towards the unfamiliar sea, and Shayna also got the thing mentioned by Arceus. A transformed devil fruit, which was the transformed form of the mantis form of the bug fruit found that year, and this fruit was what she asked for Iska. The transformed fruit is very different from the given ability, such as not needing to be given in person, can be saved in advance, and can be familiar with the power or develop the fruit more quickly. The power brought by Mega and Gigantamax is equally powerful, but they are still different from awakening. The awakening of the fruit also has its own advantages, and it is not without advantages. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 508, Iron Muscles, Giant Claw Mantis. Both the granting of abilities and the transformation of fruits are rare for ordinary members. Shayna also came to the training ground with the leftover fruits and an instruction manual. At this time, you can still see a figure who is training hard. That was Iska, who had just celebrated her 12th birthday, and her training method was also very special. Although it was just an ordinary obstacle race, the obstacles included very special things such as fire rings. If you don't know, you would think this is a taming ground. In fact, this is Iska trying to overcome her fear. Since she came here, she has a fear of fire. Every time she sees a scene of a large number of flames burning, the fire that night will appear in her mind. That night she lost everything. Whenever she thinks of this, she will always fall into fear involuntarily. Facing fear is a way to overcome fear, but sometimes fear is not so easy to overcome. Shayna watched Iska slip due to exhaustion and fear. The next moment, her face might be burned by the fire, but she did not move at all. Before Iska was burned, a tail had swept over. Human bodies are afraid of ordinary flames, but Pokemon are not. If you are afraid of fire, stay away from it. Do you have to do this kind of training? Ultai's unfriendly tone came from the side. In terms of age, Iska is 3 years older than her, but this is completely invisible now. I don't have the talent you have. All I can do is work hard. This time is an accident. After so long of overcoming training, she was not unable to walk when she saw the fire, but after the exhaustion of physical strength, that strange feeling came out again. It's up to you, Ziope, let's go. She was just passing by here, but she saw the sign of something going to happen from Iska's footsteps. Kaido's training was not in vain. In addition to the loss of life, the improvement is also real, and she also saw Shayna, so she might as well go play with Page 1. But on the way out, Page 1 questioned Ultai. Sister, don't you care about her? Why don't you talk to her? I don't care about her. Even if she really burns herself, it has nothing to do with me. Except for being stubborn and liking to tease. Page 1, Ultai is okay in other aspects. For example, she always thinks Kaido is a fool, but she wants him to be the new pirate king, but the problem of stubbornness is basically hopeless. If Shayna had been more ruthless, she might have been able to correct it completely, but after Shayna corrected Ultai's attitude towards Arceus, she didn't care much about other things. If Ultai hadn't really gone there for something, Page 1 would have been unable to bear it, although he prefers to be alone now. On the other side, Shayna picked up the fire ring that fell to the ground. The burned iron ring had no effect on her. Her skin could completely withstand this high temperature. Iska, working hard is a good thing, but you also have to pay attention to your own safety. I don't mean to blame you. This is what I asked for from the Holy Beast. People's talents have limits. Ordinary people can't change it, but we are different. He put the fruit in Iska's hand, and the meaning of the expression was self-evident. What's wrong? Your goal is to get more power. There's nothing wrong with a little help from outside forces. Most people here are capable people. With this will also help you achieve your goals better. The fruit has disappeared, and the only sound left in the empty training ground is Iska's retching. Only Yamato has enjoyed the devil fruit that eliminates weaknesses. At this time, Iska couldn't find the right words to describe the weird taste, but the change was also very obvious. In a few minutes, Iska's appearance changed dramatically. The clothes on her back began to swell, and then a pair of red exoskeletons popped out, and 2 pairs of transparent insect wings also popped out from them. The exoskeleton was obviously used to protect the insect wings. However, compared with ordinary exoskeletons, Iska's structure is more like steel. The changes are still continuing, and the red armor gradually wraps her body. Insect card face, giant claw mantis. Its own attributes are very strong, and it is also very similar to Iska's current development direction. Both are in the direction of quick attack, but in a sense, it and Iska's compatibility are very strange. One is that the attribute makes it afraid of fire, and the other is that it has a resistance to fire in its heart. Do you feel it? This is the power of the Holy Beast. Only he can give people the power of the Phantom Beast according to his mood. This is very different from ordinary mantises. Shayna patted Iska's shoulder, and Iska also felt the changes in her body. Compared with her previous self, her strength and physical fitness have undergone qualitative changes. The giant claw mantis has a body as hard as steel. This hardness is not only the exoskeleton outside its body, but also the muscles of its body are made of special metal. This metal muscle gives the giant claw mantis unparalleled explosive power and strong defense, and ordinary attacks cannot hurt it at all. And this steel muscle is also the reason why it has a slender body but amazing attack power. Compared to Charlotte Linlin, who is called the steel balloon, the giant claw mantis is a real steel body, but Charlotte Linlin is still stronger in strength, and her steel is just an adjective. At this time, Iska's hands have turned into 2 large pincers, which are the most powerful weapons of the giant mantis. Most of the things caught can be crushed by the giant steel-evolved pincers. This pair of pincers accounts for 1/3 of the body weight, which is also the reason for its amazing strength. Moreover, because of this weight, the giant mantis does not necessarily have to clamp, it can choose to smash. The pattern on the giant pincers is its protective color. In the process of high-speed movement, this pair of pincers can make the enemy misunderstand, so as to better protect its head. Clang, clang, the pincers collided and made a crisp metallic sound. Looking at the 2 pairs of insect wings behind him, Iska flapped his wings and wanted to fly, but it didn't work. Don't try, your ability is called Giant Mantis, and its wings are not used like this. From the note left by Arceus, Shayna knew some characteristics of the giant mantis. In a sense, the giant mantis and Groudon have the same fate. Although the giant mantis has 2 pairs of wings, the giant mantis cannot fly because the wings cannot drive its metal body. These 2 pairs of wings are not a flying tool for the giant mantis, but a heat sink. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 509, The Inheritance of Mantis, Ghost Ship. Because the shell and muscles are made of steel, a protracted battle may cause their bodies to dissolve, so most giant mantises adhere to the quick fight and quick decision style of fighting. Because long-term battles will cause their body temperature to rise sharply, but in the wild survival, Giant mantises cannot guarantee that they will never encounter this situation, so they have evolved wings for heat dissipation. The giant mantis seems to be flying, but in fact it relies on the explosive power of its legs to move at high speed, but because the height of the jump is very high, and the wings are cooling the body, it will give others the illusion that it is flying. Can't fly. Flying is the dream of many people. Countless people will have wings to soar in the sky in their dreams. Even in the world of pirates, there are only a few people who can fly. There is still a sense of loss if you have wings but cannot fly. No, it can fly, but its flying method is very special. The giant claw mantis can rely on its wings to allow itself to have more time to stay in the air, and it can also glide when the wind is strong enough and the altitude is high enough, which is the same as the thousand-face chameleon. I will let Elizabeth teach you when I have time. If you are brave enough, you can ask Peggy 1 to teach you. He is also good at gliding. Due to the difference in flying methods, Peggy 1 also started with gliding. Although he has mastered the principle of jet flight now, he will not forget what he has learned. But there is one more thing now. Sena picked up the iron ring, and some flames rose from her palm, reigniting the fire ring. Iska, fire is not that scary. You have to overcome this fear. Come on, hold it. The giant claw mantis is weak to fire, but it depends on the degree of fire. The temperature of the flames sprayed by those Pokémon is much higher than the normal temperature of flames. Only the physique of Zai and Team Rocket can withstand lightning and fire every day. Ordinary flames can't threaten the giant claw mantis. Even if Iska is in a fire again, she has the ability to rush out. She can put out the ordinary flames before they hurt her. But the strong need heart. Believe in the power of the holy beast. Your new body is not so easy to be hurt. Now control the shape of your hands little by little. Some Pokémon look like humans. The beast and limb forms of such Pokémon users usually have no big difference, and the biggest difference is in their hands. The beast form of the giant claw mantis has 2 pairs of giant claws, but in the limb form, the claws become like gloves attached to the outside, revealing both hands attached with insect armor. Scars can be seen on the insect armor of one of the hands, which is the trace left by the original flame and the source of her fear of flame. Even with the new ability, she still has a sense of fear. After a long time, she mustered up the courage to stretch out her hand. The hard and thick steel armor temporarily isolates the temperature of the flame, and also dissipates a lot of fear in her heart. Very good, this is a good start. Don't worry about flying. I will let Emmeline train you later. Emmeline acquired the ability of the blue mantis much earlier than Iska, and she was the giver of the leaf blade before, so she is very familiar with the body of the mantis. Although the giant claw mantis evolved its sickle into a giant claw during evolution, they still have something in common. In addition, Emmeline and Iska are more familiar with each other, so it is appropriate for her to be responsible for the preliminary training. After Iska started his new training for a while, the Origin arrived at a strange sea area. After Arceus set off, the people on the ship headed south to the new island according to the pre-planned itinerary. According to the records on the sea chart, they were heading towards the West Sea, but now they felt something was wrong. At this time, several people in the control room looked at the situation outside the window and felt very strange. Why is there such a thick sea fog in the West Sea? The concentration is almost catching up with the New World. Who knows, I feel a little cold. Are we close to the South Pole? The Grand Line is similar to the equator in the world of pirates. The West Sea and the South Sea below are the southern hemisphere here. They also have this feeling because of the drop in temperature. It's impossible. We can't reach that position at our speed. The navigator carefully compared the chart. Since they passed through the doldrums, it was impossible for them to reach the South Pole at their speed. The navigator carefully compared the chart, and a few hours later, he stopped the ship. Why stop? The helmsman looked at him puzzledly. Although the sea fog was thick, it was not enough to stop them. Compared with the dangerous waters of the New World, it was nothing. According to the chart, we should have reached an island half an hour ago. From just now until now, I haven't seen any light from the lighthouse. Although it is unlikely, we seem to be lost. Are you kidding? We are lost in the West Sea. Several people in the operation room came over. They usually sailed in the New World and it was hard to believe such a thing. I don't believe it either, but look, even the record pointer and the eternal pointer are in chaos. He raised the 2 pointers on his wrist, whether it was the eternal pointer returning to Wano country or the special record pointer sailing outside the New World, the 4 pointers were now swinging randomly like a rickety. Even if they didn't understand navigation, they could see that something was wrong with this sea area at this time. Or let's go find Lord Arceus. Although Arceus was on the ship, he usually didn't care about navigation. Unless there was a special crisis, he wouldn't intervene in navigation. And this was also the reason why the people on the ship didn't panic. Although the situation was unclear, they had Arceus on their ship. As long as Arceus was there, they didn't worry about the crisis. Dingling dingling, did you hear any sound? Not only did I hear it, I also saw it, the navigator pointed out the window, and a tall ship appeared there. The height of the ship's side was even one section higher than the origin, but there were a lot of seaweed hanging on the hull, and even holes could be seen. The bell sound came from above. Through the glass of the cabin, you can still see a strange fluorescence. If I remember correctly, this ship's style was eliminated decades ago. On the deck, some pirates who noticed the abnormality were also watching, and the shipwright even said a slightly weird conclusion. Coupled with the strange fluorescence in the holes on the hull, the word ghost ship appeared in their minds. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 510, Huang Chuan also has to bow his head. As a world of great navigation, ships have always been the most mainstream means of transportation, so no matter where these people come from, the topic of ghost ships cannot be avoided in childhood ghost stories. At this time, the appearance of this ship inevitably made them think of similar legends, and they talked about the legends of their hometown one after another. No, there really are no ghost ships, right? Yes, my grandmother told me when I was a child that the messengers of Hades sometimes extradite the ships of the living to the world of the dead, but they will not recognize the wrong people, so the people extradited by these people will become dead. Seeing that someone was afraid of ghosts, he continued to tell him about supernatural events without fear of trouble. According to him, this was the mistake of the messenger of Hades, but in order to avoid being punished, the messenger of Hades would kill all the living, so it would not be considered a mistake. It is said that the cold air of Hades will take the living away. Just like that. A pirate pointed to the side of the origin, which had been covered with frost at some point, and the frost was still spreading. Figures began to float on the ship that looked like a ghost ship. Gurgle. A few swallowing sounds came from the side. Even if they were pirates fighting in the New World, they could not help but feel fear in the face of this situation. Stop playing tricks. Who are you? Come out. He threw a ball of energy out of his hand. There were many gifters on the ship, but the ball of energy failed to defeat his enemies as it did in the past. Instead, it disappeared like a drop in the ocean. And the things on the ship also began to wriggle like the waves. The frost on the origin spread more quickly. The unknown cold air flowed on the deck. Just a touch caused severe frostbite on the bodies of these pirates. Hey! Did your grandma tell you what to do when you encounter such a thing? I hated grandma's nagging at that time, so I didn't listen to her completely. You guy! Who knew that I would encounter such a thing? The sudden abnormal scene made them a little flustered, but they did not sit and wait for death. Instead, they poured their firepower on the enemy ship. Ordinary guns and cannons, and the skills of the endowers attacked the opponent like rain, but all of these disappeared out of thin air. In return, only the frost spread more crazily, and those frosts seemed to form a new ladder. A group of fluorescent people with intact bodies were running along the rope towards the origin. The sharp-eyed people even found that there was a strange cloaked man on the side of the ghost ship. The strange roar was heard by everyone. The people in the cabin even saw those things passing through the wooden boards and surging up like ghosts. But the next moment, all the monsters stopped their actions. Although they were still roaring, they were retreating all the time. "Our Lord Arceus is here." When someone found something was wrong, he ran to the cabin, and he happened to meet Arceus, who wanted to come out to check the situation. When he appeared, the pirates on the ship seemed to have a backbone, and the originally chaotic situation was stabilized. "Back off, don't make trouble here." "Yes." The pirates retreated behind Arceus. Their weapons and attacks were completely ineffective. Even the arrows with domineering power could not hurt the other party. Now they didn't know what to do except watching. "Can Lord Arceus deal with this kind of monster?" "What are you talking about? That's Lord Arceus. How could there be something he can't deal with? You can see that he's new here. You should let the big sister teach you well when you go back." The pirates around whispered about this situation, and there were a few more cloaked people on the ship. They seemed to communicate with each other, and then waved their arms towards Arceus. The next moment, those strange fluorescent people who had stopped rushed over again, but the next moment, a terrible malice enveloped most of the deck, and the evil wave released by Arceus swept everything in front of him. Those strange creatures that were not afraid of bullets and skills seemed to have met their natural enemies, and they let out extremely creepy screams, and then completely disappeared under the baptism of evil waves. These are my people, who gave you the courage to touch them. Living, this is not your world, this is Huangchuan, and those who come here are only the dead. The slightly distorted voice reached everyone's ears, and only then did they know where they came. Why did this ship enter Huangchuan? Don't you know it yourself? Those strange creatures did not speak, and the cold frost surged again, rushing towards Arceus. Just like the story told by the pirate at the beginning, this was the mistake of these Huangchuan messengers. In the process of introducing the undead into the underworld, they mistakenly opened the passage, causing the origin to appear here, and they wanted to silence the witnesses in order to cover up their mistakes. This is an extremely small probability, and the rules of the underworld will not allow such a thing, so there will be living people who bring back such rumors. Although no one stopped these people from the underworld this time, they picked the wrong opponent. The power of the evil-faced slate turned into an indestructible barrier, and the cold air of the underworld was blocked outside. At the same time, the behavior of these people had angered Arceus. A power that did not belong here appeared in the dark underworld sky. The punishment light gravel of evil attributes had condensed, and the dark power cut through the cold air of the underworld and blasted towards the ghost ship. It was not immune to Arceus's bombardment. This ghost ship sailing in the underworld suffered something that had never been experienced in thousands of years, but it did not sink like an ordinary ship, but erupted with a strange power. After the huge flash, the people on the origin found that the thick fog on the sea had disappeared, and they appeared in the sun again, but the frost on the ship and the frostbite on their bodies told them that everything just now was real. Lord Arceus, what just happened was... Several people looked at each other, and finally the second mate stepped forward bravely to ask about the situation. It was Huangchuan, but you don't have to worry about it, those things have already run away. As soon as these words came out, the ship fell into silence at first, and then there was a deafening cheer. Even the messenger of Huangchuan had to flee in the face of Arceus, which was a great thing for them. However, Arceus had different ideas from them. Under the control of his power, a small black hole-like object gradually appeared in the air and took on the shape of a human figure. Go find where those guys are and bring me the location of Huangchuan. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 511, God of Nightmares, Dark Ray. Originally Arceus, the meaning is to let those guys open the passage to leave. This is not the world of the living. He has no interest in staying here, but those guys actually want to kill him directly. In this case, don't blame him for using violence. Although they left there in the end, those guys were terrified after seeing the power of Arceus, and then chose to escape actively. First come up to provoke, and then want to escape after finding that they are not opponents. This kind of thing will not work here with Arceus. However, Huangchuan is not an ordinary island. It is everywhere and there is no trace to find. It is not an easy task to find the real entrance to Huangchuan, so he has to create a special messenger to search for that place. He has plenty of time to play with them slowly. The black sphere gradually expanded and finally presented a shadow creature similar to a human shape. The white hair part covered most of the face, revealing only a pair of bright blue eyes. The red jagged tie was wrapped around his neck. A long black rag was hung on each side of the shoulders. 2 pure black claws constitute his arms. The black claws are extremely dark, but no one will question its power. At this time, it just floats in the air, making the pirates watching him feel an inexplicable palpitation. Dark Ray, the evil attribute fantasy Pokemon, the dark Pokemon Dark Ray, also known as the God of Nightmares. Dark Ray obeys your will. Dark Ray's empty legs are constructed with 2 black legs from the shadow. He did this just to show his loyalty by making a gesture of submission. After the eldest son Ziraura, the second son Manafi, and the 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 sons, 5 original gene sects, Dark Ray can only rank as the 8th in the Arceus family. After all, there were a lot of gene sects made at the beginning, even if they were complete, there were 7, of which GT2 and Yamato's little gene sects were female, and the remaining 5 were male by default. Go, find those guys and bring back their location. Yes, sir. Like a twisted black hole, Dark Ray disappeared in front of everyone. He had already gone to find the location of the Yellow Spring as Arceus requested. Although there is a Brook who has been to the Yellow Spring in the Devil's Triangle, he does not have the ability to leave his soul now, and even if he finds it, he cannot find the entrance to the Yellow Spring. It is better to rely on Perona's negative ghost than to rely on him now. In a sense, the Yellow Spring is everywhere, because it belongs to the soul world of the dead, but although it is everywhere, the two-way exit is the only one. It is not a place where the living can enter at will. Darkray's power is very special, but he is a living Pokémon, not a dead ghost. It takes a while to explore to enter there. After Darkrai left, the color of the evil-faced slate dimmed a lot. Darkrai is not a mythical beast, but a fantasy beast. The number of Darkrai is not unique, and the individual differences are also obvious. This Darkrai shoulders an important task and is relatively strong in the Darkrai tribe. The evil-faced stone tablet transmits a lot of energy to him. Navigator, where is the current position? Then Arceus called the previous navigator. It was normal for him to not find the way in that environment, but if he still couldn't find the way now, the origin could be replaced. By estimating the amplitude of the record pointer's jitter, he quickly determined the specific position of the ship, and then the origin continued to sail according to the previous scheduled route. After leaving the Yellow Spring Kingdom, their location did not change much. It was still in the sea area of the West Sea, but there was a slight change. After replanning the route, the origin continued to sail. Some people on the ship were also dealing with frostbite caused by the cold air of the Yellow Spring, and began to artistically process Arceus' previous behavior. Even though they were all personal witnesses, the descriptions of the events became more and more outrageous, especially those who became more religious after experiencing Misu's missionary behavior. They seemed to be writing something in a small notebook, which was all to complete the Arceus cult scriptures. Although the average cultural level of the pirate group was not high, that was counted as a large number of miscellaneous soldiers. The cotters within the beasts were not said to have outstanding cultural levels, but being able to become a small leader, literacy was the most basic requirement. Oral orders were easy to be distorted. Most of the time, the orders conveyed to the affiliated territories were written orders. If you couldn't even understand the words, you couldn't perform the above tasks at all. Using inappropriate expressions, even Yamato now recognizes all the characters except for rare characters. Therefore, these people who recorded the deeds not only processed them artistically, but also had beautiful handwriting. After returning and being polished by Misu, this matter would become much more metaphysical. The return journey of the origin was still a long way off, and in the North Sea on the other side of the Grand Line, Rosinante was still taking Luo to seek medical treatment. Thanks to the launch of the 100 Beasts fruit, the truth about platinum lead disease had been revealed. At this time, platinum lead disease was no longer an infectious disease that everyone was afraid of, but an ordinary platinum lead disease that would not be rejected by all hospitals, nor would it receive the malice of those doctors. After all, the launch of the 100 Beasts fruit had made it clear. And the drug did have a targeted effect on platinum lead in vitro experiments, but this also led to another consequence. Before this, platinum lead disease was completely incurable, so what the 100 Beasts announced was the only treatment plan in their eyes. No matter how many hospitals he went to, the treatment plans he got were all the same. It is recommended to use the medicine developed by the beast fruit. As for him saying it is useless, those doctors only think it is individual differences. After all, the successful examples are in front, and they can accept that the medicine is not suitable for all individuals. However, Rosinante did not give up. It has been a while since he left the Don Quixote family, and he has visited many hospitals in the North Sea, but there is always hope for him. Don't worry, Luo, at least this medicine is beneficial to stabilizing your physical condition. There is still time, hold on a little longer, and if it doesn't work, there is still one last way. He is a spy directly under the warring states. The identity of the nun can be confirmed. Misu is indeed Misu himself, which means that they must have a means inside. If the hospital does not have any plan, he can try to find the beast fruit or even the beast pirates behind it, but the beast fruit is on the Red Earth continent, and the beast pirates are in the New World. With his current identity, it is not easy to do this. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 512, The Correct Way to Immunize Against Negative Ghosts. However, changes always come faster than planned. Before he could do what he planned, Doflamingo called him, and the reason was very simple. Doflamingo found the whereabouts of the Operation Fruit. This fruit was circulated for several times and finally fell into the hands of a group of pirates. This group of pirates did not know the true value of this fruit. For them, the operation fruit was just a sky-high fruit worth 5 billion baileys. They did not want to be famous doctors. Faced with this price, they agreed to the deal without hesitation, even if the transaction was with the navy. But Doflamingo knew what this fruit meant, and it was the way to eternal life. Even though he knew that the world must be behind this matter, he decided to take a risk and find a way to get this fruit. The way to achieve immortality with the operation fruit is called the eternal life operation. The price of performing that operation is the death of the fruit holder. It is not easy to find someone who is willing to die for you. In the end, Doflamingo chose Rocinante. He wanted his own brother to die for him. But this is the biggest problem. Dong dong dong. Rocinante knocked on the stone in front of the Den Mushi. This was his way of responding to Doflamingo. He played the role of a mute in the Don Quixote family and had eaten the devil fruit. Para-human silence fruit. When the ability user uses the ability, he will create a soundproof wall within a certain range of himself. As long as he is in the soundproof wall, all the sounds made by people or objects will be blocked by the soundproof wall and cannot be transmitted to the outside of the wall. The soundproof wall can still be activated normally even when the ability user is sleeping, which can eliminate all the noise around him when he is sleeping, achieving the effect of improving sleep quality. This is also the ability he uses when reporting intelligence, so there is no need to worry about the enemy eavesdropping on the intelligence. If he hadn't eaten the devil fruit, he wouldn't mind continuing to be undercover beside Doflamingo, but eating 2 fruits would definitely lead to death, which is common sense on the sea nowadays. If he goes back, he will be exposed, and if he doesn't go back, he will still be exposed, and the reason why Doflamingo sent a message to Rocinante to let him go back was to verify this matter. During the time he was away, Crane's tracking completely disappeared, which made him suspect that Rocinante was the insider. For Rocinante, returning to the navy now is the safest behavior. With Sengoku there, Doflamingo can't do anything to him, but because of law, he still chose to take risks and launched an action with the operation fruit as the target. Whether the medicine of the beast is effective is a mystery, and the truth of the nun is the same. In his opinion, the operation fruit is the most realistic way to solve the problem. In the storm, Rocinante and Law arrived at the place of the transaction, but he failed. Although he successfully made Law eat the operation fruit, he was exposed. Law took his message to ask for help, but because Virgo had successfully undercovered the navy, Law mistakenly sent the message to Virgo, and finally he paid the price of his own life to let Law successfully escape from here. And Drake, the son of Dies Bereris, the former navy officer and current pirate who discovered the operation fruit, was taken away by the navy, and everything developed as usual. The operation fruit is not the main target of the beast's pirates. Although this fruit also has the ability of the rule system like a bug, it is relatively useless for the beasts. Kaido is an animal system maniac, and Arceus will not actively search for devil fruits. Unless it is on the way, it is better to find the stone slab with this energy. Now he is still sailing in the West Sea. Due to the geographical location, the seas where the beast's pirates appear more are the North Sea and the West Sea, because they are just on both sides of the New World, with ships inlaid with sea stones. They only need to cross the doldrums to reach the target sea area directly. While Arceus was exploring the West Sea, members of the beasts were also on vacation in the North Sea. For example, Ziraura and Setsuna brought Perona and the bear in the clothes to the Happy Town on Svalo Island. Unlike the Happy Street controlled by Strisai, this Happy Town is a very serious town. The reason why it is called Happy Town is the expectation of the townspeople. Most of the residents here are not indigenous people, because this place was once attacked by pirates. Under their attack, this place was almost destroyed. Later, with the help of many people, the town was rebuilt. Bringing joy and warmth to everyone, tolerance is the motto of this town, so whether it is a minority race or an ordinary person with physical disabilities, they will not be discriminated against on this island. This atmosphere has also promoted the development of tourism here, and some tourists often come here to experience the local customs and practices. However, this place is not very famous, and it is a place like a rural town circulated among some groups. There are ready-made hotels on the island, but Ziraura and his friends did not choose to live there, but chose to camp in the nearby woods. A small tree as thick as a wrist was broken by Shauna, and a simple tent was quickly built. This was what she had learned in Zou before, while Perona was collecting firewood in the forest with the bear. To be precise, she lay on the head of the bear, and then watched the bear collect firewood by himself, and occasionally there would be some negative ghosts looking for new dead branches for the bear. With the power of the bear, it is not difficult to uproot a big tree, but such trees are difficult to burn fully. In order not to be choked by cooking smoke, it is necessary to find dry firewood. Ziraura and Setsuna were not worried about her safety, not to mention that they were right next to her. With Perona's negative ghost and the strange power of the bear, ordinary people were no match for this combination. Perona left the opponent wide open, and the bear gave a fatal blow. They had already had this cooperation, but the bear found a strange thing when picking up firewood. It saw a dead tree. In order to save time, it wanted to carry the tree back directly, but it didn't expect that the tree was hollow, and a ball of white stuff fell out of it, and it also exclaimed. Perona instinctively commanded the negative ghost to pass through the opponent's body, but it didn't work. The white creature still stood there stupidly, looking at the bear with a slightly dull look. Perona looked carefully and found that the other party was blushing. What are you? Why is the negative ghost ineffective on you? Yes, I am sorry, I don't know either. The other party did not answer Perona's question, but started to apologize to her directly. Only then did she notice that the white creature in front of her seemed to be the fur of a young bear. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 513, Popo. Looking at the talking white bear in front of her who kept apologizing, Perona was a little confused. This bear looked the same as if it had been hit by a negative ghost, but the delay was a little higher. But Perona knew very well that this was not the effect of her negative ghost. Normal people who were hit by her negative ghost would immediately enter a negative state, and those who were able to resist would not be affected. There was never a delay in the onset. Not to mention the distant past, Setsuna and Ziraura can ignore her negative ghost, but the bear in front of her. Why are you apologizing? I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm apologizing. Looking at the performance of this bear fur, Perona seemed to know why. The negative ghost magnifies the negative side of a person's heart, making him enter a negative state, but if a person is extremely negative, the negative ghost will become ineffective. Because this person is too pessimistic, the body eventually develops resistance to pessimism. There is such a weakness. Looking at the bear fur that is still apologizing, Perona suddenly discovered the flaw of the spirit fruit. Okay. Stop apologizing. Yes, I'm sorry. Perona patted her head. This bear made her feel bad. Sure enough, a bear that can't talk is a good bear, but she still asked about the business. Aren't you a fur tribe? Why aren't the fur tribe here in Zou? How did you get out to sea? This bear fur doesn't look very big. Although she is not a fur tribe, her adoptive mother is the new Duke of Zou. From this perspective, she can actually be seen as a princess of the fur tribe. After all, in the eyes of the fur tribe, humans are just monkey fur with less hair. Hearing the words Zou and fur tribe, this bear fur almost cried. He is Popo, the younger brother of Jabo who disappeared that year. After being washed away by the sea current, he came to the North Sea by chance. It was his luck that he didn't starve to death on the way and was not eaten by the sea kings, but he didn't know how to go back. People in the North Sea had never heard of the fur tribe, and not everyone was as tolerant as Happy Town. In the eyes of most people, he is just a talking monster. This concept, coupled with his fragile personality, is very prone to depression, has low stress resistance, and poor psychological endurance, so he hides in the tree hole of a dead tree. He didn't like the environment here, because there wasn't even a mother bear here. Going back to Zou was his biggest dream, which was why his face turned slightly red when he saw the bear in clothes. You know Zou? Of course I know, my mother is the new Duke of Zou. Great, can you take me back to Zou? It's not fun here at all. My name is Popo. I left Zou by accident. When I woke up, I found that Zou was gone. He didn't know why Zou had a new duke, and he didn't know if Perona was lying. The fur tribe was naive, not to mention that Popo was eager to go home, so he patted the dust off his body and walked towards Perona. In the eyes of the bear in clothes, this was a strange and dangerous person, so he waved to him. The bear in clothes crossed his hands and waved vigorously, and Popo saw the other bear waving at him friendly and also accelerated his feet. Steps. Wait. Perona said this to Popo and Bear Clothes at the same time, but it was too late. Bear Clothes' arms lit up with light, and the double arm hammer hit Popo directly. Looking at the big hole on the ground, Perona knew it must be painful. Then Perona slid down from Bear Clothes' back and poked Popo below. According to the actual situation, the bear's fur was still alive. Cuckoo. I know, this guy is so weird. Bear Clothes explained his behavior, mainly referring to Popo ignoring the warning, and there was nothing he could do about it. Due to the characteristics of the tribe, Bear Clothes' warning action is the greeting action of other races. When you think Bear Clothes is welcoming you, what Bear Clothes wants to express is actually simpler. If you dare to come over, I will beat you to death. In Bear Clothes' gathering place, many people are injured by Bear Clothes every year because of this misunderstanding. They look cute but are actually extremely dangerous Pokemon. Only trainers who are trusted by them can be exempted from this. Take him back, be gentle this time. Cuckoo. Then the bear wearing carried a dead tree in his left hand, Popo in his right hand, Perona on his head, and the dry firewood he had just picked up on his tail, and walked back to their campsite with a full load. Setsuna, who was by the stream, had just processed the fish caught from the stream, and saw the bear wearing coming back from outside with all kinds of things. Why did you kill a bear? She didn't object to others eating mammals with fur, but at least don't do it in front of her. This is the minimum respect for the fur tribe. She thinks Perona will not make such a low-level mistake. No, Setsuna mother, this is a fur tribe, but the bear wearing just accidentally. Cuckoo. Due to the power of the wave guide, the bear wearing words are no different from ordinary humans for Setsuna, and she soon figured out what happened. You said his name is Popo. Yes, he said so himself. It seems that Japo's younger brother is him Ziraura. Do you remember Pedro's number? Pedro and his team left Zo again shortly after the wedding. Since they were all elite warriors, they didn't encounter any troubles in recent years. During the journey, they have been looking for Popo, but there has been no result, because until now, they are still sailing in the Grand Line. They didn't expect Popo to pass through the doldrums and reach the North Sea at this time. Popo is still in a coma. It's not so comfortable to wear a bear. It may take some time for him to wake up. It's better to confirm with Pedro and his team at this time. The last call was made to Pedro who was sailing. After some comparisons, they also completely confirmed Popo's identity. After receiving the news that Popo was safe, Japo no longer had any scruples. After getting the promise that Setsuna would bring Popo back, the Nox expedition team embarked on their new adventure. Perona also bandaged Popo. Although Popo had no external injuries, this bandage was soaked in a special medicine and had the same effect as a plaster, so she bandaged him. However, Perona's bandaging method was a bit special. Not only did she wrap up the top of his head, but she also wrapped Popo's mouth in the bandage, so that when Popo woke up, he could only make a muffled sound and couldn't speak at all. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 514, Arceus is to blame this time. A bear that can't talk is a real good bear. This is Perona's perception of cute creatures. Obviously, Popo in the form of a mummy is more in line with her aesthetics. In a sense, the beasts today are not very normal, because this pirate group brings together a large number of weirdos with strange aesthetics. Strange, where is this? Who wrapped me up like this? Popo woke up slowly and took off the bandage covering his mouth, but his mind was blank. He remembered that he was sleeping in a tree hole, and then he rubbed his head. It still hurt a little, but some after-images began to appear. I seem to have seen a very cute yellow female bear, and a woman. Most of the fur tribes still prefer to be companions of the fur tribe or other races, but a small number of fur tribes will have a good impression of the same kind of beasts. This is not strange, at most it is rare. Popo's last memory was a girl who recognized him as a fur tribe, and the female bear was still waving at him in a friendly manner, and then he seemed to fall asleep. Yee! At this time, he suddenly heard a cry, and when he looked over there, the bear-wearing bear moved a huge rock from somewhere, and then directly cut off the stream, and was now catching the passing fish. Kuna! After slapping the water, the bear in the clothes wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. At the same time, he also noticed that Popo had woken up. This time, he did not wave at him. Through the communication with Setsuna, he had understood that this strange white bear was not an enemy. He shouted to a place not far away, and Setsuna, who was grilling fish, also received the news. Although the bear in the clothes had only ordinary attacks at that time, an underage fur tribe could not withstand the attack of the bear in the clothes, known as the bear god. Even if the healing bandage was used, Popo's awakening time had been delayed until the next morning. When he was brought in, Setsuna grilled dinner, but now it is breakfast for the next day. As for whether she would get tired of it, as a carnivorous fur tribe, this kind of thing would not happen to her. Zeraora was the same is true for blood. As for Perona, although she has a peculiar aesthetic, she is not picky about food. A child who survived and grew up in a cemetery is not qualified to choose food. Naturally, she eats whatever is available. Although she has her favorite food, most of the food is acceptable to her. Awake? You are Bappo, the younger brother of Jabo, right? It's me. Do you know my brother? Not very familiar, but I know him. Don't worry, I will take you back to Zo in a while. You just follow me during this time. By the way, there is one more thing. What? Jabo asked me to teach you a lesson for him, so that you won't worry about him if you run around in the future. Rubbing his fist, Setsuna said Jabo's request yesterday. When facing a child running around, parents and relatives will only worry when he is missing, but when he is found, this special situation may occur. Hey! This is what Jabo left for you. He should call you again when he is free. You should listen first, said Setsuna, and took a sound shell. These shells on Sky Island are even more useful than most machines. As long as the shell is not broken, their functions will not be affected, and the sound quality is also excellent. As for why Jabo didn't call now, it can be seen from Bibo's performance of rubbing his ears. The sound shell not only has Jabo's concern and scolding him, but also explosions. Yesterday's call was a bit inappropriate. It seems that Pedro and Jabo called when they were fighting the enemy, but judging from the fact that they could take time to answer the phone, their battle was very easy. Just in case, she still planned to call back when the two were free. When Setsuna frequently traveled to Zo before, Bappo was still very young and her mind was still dizzy, so she didn't recognize Setsuna at first. Now she realized that she was the designated heir to the Duke. You know, you are already the new Duke. Yes, but now Yang Jizi-Khan is still in charge of Zo, and there is no change there. You should stay here honestly during this period and don't run around, okay? Otherwise, don't blame me for really teaching you a lesson. Although Jibo asked her not to be polite, she didn't really beat Bappo, provided that he didn't delay her subsequent travel, otherwise she wouldn't be polite. Yes, sorry I won't run around. Looking at this very negative white bear, Setsuna didn't say much, and just like that, there was another negative white bear in their team. And Luo also woke up slowly after escaping from the dead. Using the operation fruit, he performed an operation without anesthesia on himself and fainted from the pain. Later, he was rescued by Wolf, an old man who claimed to be a genius inventor. Wolf took Law in on the condition that he would work for him in exchange for food and lodging, allowing Law to start a new life. After a period of time, the Origin had returned to the West Sea and returned to the Grand Line. During this period of time, a new horror story at sea appeared in the West Sea. People in some villages would inexplicably fall into nightmares, and the whole village had the same dream. Whether it was pirates or navy, ordinary people or beasts, this kind of weird situation often occurred in some areas. This was the influence caused by Dark Ray. He didn't want to intersect with too many people during his search for Huang Chuan, so he would use this method to make everyone fall into dreams. The nickname of the nightmare god was not for nothing. This abnormal behavior also caused some people to investigate, but they always returned without success. There were also very few people who had seen Dark Ray and even communicated with him, but most people just thought they were talking nonsense and regarded it as a supernatural event. The Origin gradually approached the Ghost Island, but something incredible happened. They hit a reef. Although the solid hull of the Origin did not break, they were still stranded here temporarily. What's going on? Why is there a reef here? The navigator looked at the route map innocently. He had walked this road hundreds of times. This is obviously a safe path, but for some reason, a giant coral reef appeared now. In fact, this matter is related to Arceus. Because he transformed the Gigantamax current, there was some special energy in the sea water, and this energy caused some creatures to mutate. Ordinary fish are just a little bigger, which is not a big deal. But the corals were also affected, and began to grow rapidly at an unscientific rate. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 515, Biological Control Project of Good and Bad Planets. Due to the difference in species, the coral polyps were more affected. Originally, these coral polyps lived in the coral reefs on the seabed. Under the expansion growth, these corals will reach the sea surface to form such a large area of reefs. Such problems are not only in this place, but also occur at many intersections of ocean currents. Through some violent means, they solved the corals under the origin, but when they returned to Wano country, they found that the problem was not just that. Because the outside of the submerged port was also affected by the corals, this was what happened when Arceus went to the West Sea. At this time, the Squirtle Fire Brigade was outside and working with the pirates to deal with these crazy corals. As we all know, the work of the Fire Brigade is not only to put out fires, but also to rescue, unlock and save people, catch snakes and bees, and these seemingly unrelated things all involve the Fire Brigade. Although the Squirtle Fire Brigade is different from human firefighters, they are still indispensable for some tasks. Dealing with a hornet's nest is not difficult. The water curtain formed by several squirtles is far from being broken by ordinary wasps. These coral removal operations also require the assistance of squirtles. The Great Ocean Current originates from Wano country. The current coral problem only occurs near here, and the submerged port is an important way to enter and exit Wano country. And the total number of the beast pirates has already exceeded 10,000. Even the people stationed in Wano country have more than one ship. Not all ships are built according to flagships such as the Origin and the King of Beasts. The solid bottoms of these two ships built by Base Hoadam are just stranded. If they are replaced by ordinary pirate ships, they may become a shipwreck. In order to ensure the smooth passage, cleaning corals becomes very important. Now a group of pirates in diving suits are cleaning corals with the help of squirtles. The turbulent current will weaken the power of the underwater water gun, and these corals can evolve in this environment and have a certain resistance to the scouring of the current. If it weren't for the extreme currents that caused these things to mutate, under this current, the coral reefs would not be able to form at all, so the removal requires human assistance, but if they rely solely on manpower, they cannot remain stable in the current. Even if they are wearing diving suits, they will be quickly washed away by the current. Jack can take root on the seabed with his identity as a fisherman and the weight brought by the king bronze elephant. But he is not efficient enough to handle it alone. Just after cleaning a few areas, the corals that were cleaned up first may appear again. These coral species are completely different from those in normal sea areas. In order to cope with the currents here, they have evolved special abilities. Ordinary coral polyps take a long time to slowly evolve into coral reefs, but these types of coral polyps only take a few days to form huge coral clusters through secretions, and it won't take long for them to harden into coral reefs. So with the help of Squirtle, a coral cleaning team appeared in the nearby waters, but from the fact that the Origin ran aground nearby, it can be seen that their work efficiency is not high. Whether it is the nightmare legend of the West Sea or the corals spreading nearby, they are all related to what Arceus created. However, when Arceus returned to the Ghost Island, he saw Shayna, who blamed herself. In her opinion, it was obviously her fault that Arceus' ship ran aground. It's okay, Shayna, it's not your fault. Professional things should be done by professionals. Cleaning corals is still a bit difficult for Squirtle. It is a waste of time to destroy it with human power, so it is time to start biological control, which refers to a control method that uses beneficial organisms or other organisms to inhibit or eliminate harmful organisms. Of course, this harmful organism is determined by human subjective will. These wildly growing corals have endangered the safety of nearby routes without natural enemies. For all beasts, they have become pests. And what all beasts need to eliminate is not only those coral polyps, but more importantly, they need to deal with those coral reefs, which are essentially not much different from stones. But among the diversity of Pokemon, there are Pokemon that feed on corals. Non-star Pokemon, good and bad stars. There is also a food chain in the world of Pokemon. The created sweet bamboo is the favorite food of bird Pokemon, and the good and bad star is the natural enemy of the sun coral. The coral growing on their heads is the favorite food of the good and bad star, with the exception of the Galar region, where the sun coral has evolved different properties due to regional reasons, and even the good and bad star there no longer likes to eat them. The good and bad star looks like a strange creature with long hair that drags on the ground, but those are not hair, but the tentacles of the good and bad star, which are full of poisonous stings for hunting. Each good and bad star has 10 tentacles with poisonous stings, and the front one is very short, which will reveal the face of the body hidden under the tentacles, through which you can see their mouths with 3 fangs. Although the coral of the sun coral is their favorite food, they also like to eat ordinary corals, not to mention these corals that have changed due to the great ocean current. Arceus believes that the good and bad star will definitely like these corals. Duo Yen. A group of good and bad stars just stood on the ground, looking a little scary, but they are social creatures and get along well with each other. In the Pokemon world, the coral branches of the sun coral are the best raw materials for handicrafts. Coral craftsmen hate creatures like good and bad stars, but here where corals are rampant, they will only be welcomed. From now on, the nearby coral area is probably the cafeteria for good and bad stars. According to the estimated food intake, the number of these good and bad stars can roughly form a dynamic balance with those corals. As the scale of those corals spreads, good and bad stars will also increase their number through reproduction, which can be regarded as adding another link in the food chain. Good and bad stars also have strong self-protection capabilities. If it is a part other than the head, it can regenerate even if it is cut into pieces. As long as the head of the main body is still protected by the tentacles, no matter how serious the body is injured, it can be restored to its original state after sleeping for a night. Moreover, they are water and poison Pokémon. Whether it is the sting on the top of the head or the tentacles, it can cause great pain to the enemy. If you are stung by its stinger, you will feel numb first, then it will itch so much that you want to scratch your skin. Not everyone can be poisoned every day like Team Rocket's Kojiro without any serious problems. For example, now, the victim Quinn has appeared. Watch Arceus Pirate Journey the fastest update. Chapter 516, Learn about the purchase of beasts. As an all-purpose tool man, he often receives some strange tasks. For example, in the days when Arceus is away, in order to deal with the growing corals, he needs to make some underwater demolition equipment, otherwise only cotters can be dispatched to deal with the situation here. Even if ordinary pirates can stand steadily in the sea water with the help of Squirtle, the resistance brought by the sea water also makes it impossible for them to swing the hammer with all their strength, and the progress is very slow. It is not difficult to make a machine that can demolish corals underwater. It is nothing more than considering waterproofness to avoid leakage and electrocution. The hardness of those coral reefs is not higher than metal. It's just that the first generation of products he made did not receive a good response, so he began to improve the second generation of products. Naturally, the products must be used after they are made. He only manages some external business issues and internal scientific research issues. The overall defense of a Nagashima is Shayna's job scope. Although cleaning corals cannot be considered defense, the people who handle it are arranged by Shayna. Since she is equivalent to Arceus' secretary, her office is outside Arceus's office. But now most of the ground here is occupied by good and bad stars, so he accidentally stepped on a good and bad star when he entered. Do ye? Do ye? Do ye? Do ye? Do ye? He has always been proud of his round figure, but this figure brings real weight gain. Even if most of it is fat, he is still an overweight person. And the tentacles of the good and bad stars are dragged on the ground. Being stepped on by such a pile of meat, even if some parts of the good and bad stars can regenerate, it will hurt. That thing only looks like hair. They also have to manipulate the tentacles to hunt, and there are naturally pain-sensing nerves on it. When creatures feel pain, they will naturally fight back. Although Quinn's soles are thick, his calves are exposed, which naturally attracts the attack of the good and bad star. He instinctively wanted to fight back, but reason stopped him in 0.01 seconds. At that moment, his brain worked quickly and made the most correct decision. This is Shayna's office, which is also equivalent to Arceus' office. When he came up before, he heard other people's gossip and knew that Arceus had returned. In this case, a strange creature that had never been seen before appeared in Arceus' office, which means that this thing must have been created by Arceus. And although the toxins released by the good and bad star caused him a brief pain, they soon triggered the tree fruit detoxification device in his body and did not cause any effect at all. So Quinn did nothing, just used his domineering power to resist the attack of the good and bad star. The penetration of the good and bad star's stinger is not weak, but Quinn's domineering power that has been beaten by his own people for many years is also extremely strong. After he started to defend, the good and bad star could not do anything to Quinn. If it weren't for the huge gap in talent, he could have tried to compete for the title of Iron Balloon in a few years. Then Quinn started the most sensible behavior, calling for help. He was waiting for Arceus to deal with these Pokémon. Okay, he didn't mean it, don't bother with him. Do ye? Under Arceus's comfort, the good and bad stars gave up entanglement with Quinn, and led by Shayna, walked to their own cafeteria, which was the area where the outer corals grew wildly. They were going to have dinner. Lord Arceus, can you let them give me more toxins? I think this toxin is very necessary to develop. The feeling of numbness first and then itching made him see the prospects of the good and bad star toxin. This very torturous toxin is simply a weapon of war, and it probably has miraculous effects in torture or torturing people in normal times. As for how he judged it, it could make him, who had experienced vicissitudes of life, feel pain, which means that this toxin has passed the test. He felt that he had already had a bad relationship with the group of good and bad stars before. If it was like with double bomb gas, he wouldn't have to do it. I saw Pierman when I came back before. Go ask him for some coral branches. Take those things to find the good and bad stars, and they will cooperate with you. The coral behind the sun coral will also fall off. As the ability user of the sun coral, Pierman inherited this feature. At the same time, this is also the favorite food of the good and bad stars. With some exceptions, Pokemon may be irritable and like to play pranks, but most of them are simple in nature. Taking the other party's favorite food is likely to resolve the conflict between the two sides. In theory, Pierman should not be here. He should be with Manderfesh. This time it is just time to escort the supplies, so Pierman will return to Onigashima, and he also has a shopping list. After all, this is a world dominated by the world government. Some things pirates do not get through formal channels, and the prices on the black market are extremely high, but the 100 Beasts have them. Another meaning of the existence of the 100 Beasts fruit is the purchasing center of the 100 Beasts pirates. The Beast Club regularly collects the items needed by the members, and then the Beast Pirates will purchase and distribute them uniformly. However, an additional tax will be collected during this process, and only old members or codders can be exempted. Now Manderfesh is also a person who lives a normal life. Although he has money, it does not prevent him from spending frugally. But recently it coincides with the high incidence of pirates, and he has to stay in the territory, so he asked Pierman to come back to buy for him. After finding a way, Quinn went to find Pierman's whereabouts, and the good and bad stars had already crawled directly along the periphery of Wano country. The suction-like feet under their bodies and the spikes on the tentacles make them very stable in the ocean currents, and the corals that were exposed to the sea surface began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. In Wano country, many people were also filling out their shopping lists. This purchasing service was also launched for people in Wano country. As long as any one of the family worked for the beasts or had acquaintances, they could experience this service. Due to the closed environment of Wano country, the import of these foreign products can only rely on the beasts. Today, when the beasts actually rule Wano country, the number of people who do not work for the beasts has become very small. Even those loyal old members of the Kojiki family are the same, otherwise they would starve to death before the plan is realized. After all, the definition of work by the beasts includes but is not limited to working in farmland, working in weapons factories and a series of activities. Even ordinary people can enjoy this purchasing service, not to mention those who actually join the beasts, such as the new leader of the Shinsengamai, Hodai. He can become the leader of the Shinsengamai not because of his own excellent strength, but because he can lick. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 517, Can I get an advance on my salary? Kojiro was the first leader of the Shinsengamai who was trusted and valued, but he chose to resign because he was overwhelmed. After that, the position was vacant for a while, and only Kojiro held the nominal position. After a while, the position was taken by Hodai. Among the samurai who surrendered, his strength can only be said to be top-notch, not top-notch, but for this organization, strength is not the most important. Although the Shinsengamai is composed of samurai from Wano country, at best they are the internal armed police. The most trusted force of the beasts has always been their own people. These samurai are not weak as a whole, but they are crushed by the beasts in terms of high-end force. No matter who is the leader, it is impossible for him to be the opponent of the big codders within the beasts. To be precise, they are not even as good as the senior codders. In Wano country today, probably only Hyogoro can touch the senior codders. His body is now in a strong shape, and he can probably compete with those with numbers in the lower single digits. Because they can't compete with him in terms of strength, the proportion of strength in the selection of the leader of the Shinsengamai began to decline, and the beasts needed a more loyal person. In this environment, several competitors also appeared. They chose to surrender naturally for higher status and welfare benefits. Wano country has been closed for too long, which has led to many things in the country being backward. Under the import of foreign goods, many people have fallen. Anyway, they have surrendered, so why not let themselves climb higher? Among these people, Hodai won in the end, mainly because he licked others very comfortably. Compared with a stubborn person, it is much more comfortable to put a person who can flatter his superiors and thoroughly execute orders in this position, so with Quinn's suggestion and Jin's approval, Hoda successfully became the new leader of the Shinzingami. Although Jin looked scary and his mask made it hard to tell his mood, Bude still discovered his preferences. Even Jin thought he was a nice person. Even Jin was like this, not to mention Quinn. With the approval of two big bosses, he naturally got this position. As a model of a dog-licking counterattack, he used his dog-licking talent very thoroughly. Not only the big bosses, but even the ordinary members of the beasts, he was unwilling to offend, and he always kept a low attitude. He only appeared arrogant when he was with his own people. This also caused some locals in Wano country to dislike him, but this contradiction was exactly what the beasts needed. The voice of opposition made his identity as the leader confirmed. Even now, he has not stopped his behavior. Lord Drake, you are here. As Jin's deputy, Drake would freely travel back and forth to the palace of Flower City on weekdays. The original war had destroyed this place, and this palace was rebuilt after the war. Compared with the original Flower City palace, its biggest difference is that it has an extra top floor, which is also where Jin and others live and work. Ordinary people don't know about this. Even those who know about this have no way to deal with the metaphor of the beasts. As Jin's deputy, Drake will frequently come in and out of here, and many offices in Wano have maintained their original state and built near the palace, which is why Bude often sees these people. Among the people stationed in Flower City by the beasts, his attitude towards Drake is the most respectful. It's not that he has any ideas about him. He is not interested in Drake's character that is more manly than men. The reason why he is like this is mainly because Drake always treats him with an approachable attitude, and this time is no exception. Hey, you're still here, where's brother Jin? Jin is on the top floor, take care, and Kikunosuke is here today too. Oh, really? That's not bad, see you later. After waiting for Drake to disappear from his sight, Hoda got up and continued to do his own thing. He was also a non-staff member of the beasts, and had a certain understanding of the situation in Wano country. As retainers of the Kojiki family, Kikunosuke and his men were nominally in a very high position, and he, the leader of the Shinzingami, was even slightly lower, but only in the palace. As long as they were out of here, their actual power put together was not as good as his. Drake walked up the stairs of the palace with a bottle of rum. Her attitude towards Hoda was not because of anything else, but because she has this attitude towards everyone except her superiors. Whether it is a good person or a villain, an enemy or a family member, there is no difference. The only difference is whether she will suddenly attack. Her former subordinates commented on her as a person who can chop off the enemy's head with a smile. I found the place where Jin was with ease, and then saw Jin performing facial expressions. Even with a mask on, Jin himself is a handsome guy, but he has a strange habit of attacking his own face. Not only is he too lazy to use his hands when eating, but he turns to his mouth to take food, and even developed a weird move called Diao Zai Zunhuang in battle. Although the impact is powerful, it cannot change the nature of using his face as a slingshot. Brother Jin, are you attacking your face again? What are you doing here? People who can become deputy are more or less familiar with the above, and no one will care if they make a few jokes at ordinary times. Advance salary, brother Jin, please help me and pay me next month's salary in advance. The beasts are not just an adventure team of a dozen people. They can go on adventures together with passion. Not counting the affiliated pirate groups, even the members themselves have exceeded 10,000 people. These people need money to live. Even small pirate groups have pocket money, not to mention the beasts with rules. It is very meaningful to let these pirates abide by some rules. Wasn't the payday yesterday? I spent it all. There was not much left after paying off the debts, and... Get lost. Are you so heartless? Brother Jin? Do you want to see me starve to death? Eating in the cafeteria is free. No matter how much money you advance, it won't last until the next day. But there are some disputes in the Eastern Territory recently. You can take people to deal with it. In addition to the original salary, their source of money is the share of the spoils. As a pirate leading the team, they can get more spoils. This is also an opportunity for Jin to make extra money for Drake. Brother Jin, can I take Xiaoju with me? It's up to you, but Drake, remember your identity. Don't worry, brother Jin, I know my limits. Here's some rum for you. He put the rum aside and planned to leave to prepare the support personnel. For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey, Chapter 518, Support and ISO. Depending on the intelligence received, the external support personnel sent by the beasts will also be different. They will only send a strong enough person, instead of requiring all the big cotters to take action. From Jin's meaning, this matter was originally done by someone else, but now it has been assigned to her. Plundering spoils is her favorite thing, which also shows that the bottle of rum she bought with her last salary is not wasted. Okay, let me see where you are. Drake's eyes were filled with lightning, and the walls in the palace of the flower capital began to become transparent, and busy figures began to appear in her sight. Uday scolding his subordinates, Jin playing with facial expressions, Hiri, the tool man, one by one, flashed through her sight, and soon the target she was looking for, Kikunoho, appeared in her sight, and it seemed that he was still in the bathroom. Licking the corner of his mouth, Drake walked towards the bathroom of the palace. As a retainer of the Kojiki family, they had two separate bathrooms. The maid at the door saw that it was Drake who came and directly made way for him to walk in. Yes, Kikunoho's bathroom was marked as female, which was why the three of them needed two bathrooms and a separate bathroom. Many female members of the beasts did not have that kind of politically correct idea. Drake broke into the door so carelessly, but the scene was surprisingly calm. A man thought he was a woman in his heart, and a woman's character was more manly than a man, so there was no Polish when they met in the women's bathroom. Akira, it's time to go. Get ready to follow me on the mission. Don't worry, this is just a small matter, nothing to do with the suicide squad or something like that. Of course, if you are willing to cooperate, I can make it easier for you. No need, I'll get ready and gather. Under Odin's powerful brainwashing ability, these people are still loyal to the Kojiki family. It's just because of Kojiki Hiri that they are forced to provide combat power for the beasts and perform dangerous missions. However, their strength has also been broken through in the battle. There is no other way. They still keep their promise to protect the Kojiki family. In order to continue to appear beside Hiri, they can only choose this way. The danger of the mission depends entirely on which person in the beasts is leading the team. Those who have a friendly relationship just perform the mission normally. If they encounter some bad personalities, they will be in danger of death. Because of this face, Kikunoho lives a relatively easy life, especially when he is pulled out on a mission by Drake, but he has to face a certain degree of harassment. Especially after Drake has the ability of the Rentgen cat, he can't hide even if he wants to. But this time, Drake did not leave immediately, nor did he continue to harass him. Instead, he said to him, "You blockheads are still as stubborn as ever. What are you talking about? Don't think you are so smart, and don't think I am a fool. Everyone can see what you are thinking, but Kaido is still a little interested in your power. You'd better make a change before he loses interest. Kojiki will always be history. Whether it is Lord Kaido or Lord Arceus, you can't deal with them. As time goes by, they will only become more terrifying. Time is fair, everyone is growing up. As Kaido, who has a terrifying talent like a monster, what has happened in his body in recent years is the real qualitative change. Although I joined the beasts after that war, I also heard from Brother Jin about what happened back then. 20 years ago, you were not opponents back then, and 20 years later, you will only lose more miserably. That's all I have to say. You'd better think about it more." Drake left here directly after saying that. She still had to summon her subordinates to support the outer islands. If Kikunoho was stubborn, she would have no choice but to regret such a face. Drake's words made Kikunoho hesitate a little. They also saw the changes in Wano country. It has been almost 8 years since the war that year, and many people in Wano country have forgotten Kojiki. It really came to that 20 years later this is something they have been avoiding. Thinking of the terrifying scene for them, Kikunoho did not dare to think about it anymore, but stood up and prepared to be forced to participate in the other side's battle. On the other side, Drake also came to the dock, where the warships belonging to the beasts were docked. As the deputy of the big boss, she also had her own exclusive ship. Long time no see, old buddy. The scale of this ship is also slightly larger than that of the pirate ship, but it is much smaller than the Origin and the Beast King next to it. This is her original pirate ship. After joining the beasts, this ship has also undergone a series of modifications to become what it is today. "Captain, we are here." Led by her former old subordinates, a 300-man support team is ready to go. This number may not seem large, but it is enough in this world. The invasion they face is at most an alliance formed by several pirate groups, plus the local garrison, these people are enough. Besides, the Navy's large warships are fully loaded with only about 800-1000 people, which is already a lot among the pirates. From the current known situation, the total number of the Whitebeard pirates at their peak, plus all the affiliated pirate groups, only reached 50,000. However, among the supporters, Drake met an unexpected person. Emmeline? Why are you here too? This support was originally mine. Did you do it on purpose? You just paid me back and you intercepted me here. This I just said it to Brother Jin, I didn't expect it to be your job. Don't worry, I will give you half of my share of the spoils. Hehe, if you can keep your money in your hands for 3 days, I will lose. I'm not here to argue with you about this. Take this girl to see blood. As Emmeline said this, she pushed Iska out. The mission replacement was due to some agreement reached between Jin and Shayna, but the original plan was to let Emmeline take Iska to practice. After being familiar with her abilities for so long, she already needs some actual combat. Got it, leave it to me, I will bring this girl back to you intact. After waiting for a while, Kikunoho came here with a demon mask. Because his appearance and personality could not produce deterrence at all, in order to solve this problem, he would wear a demon mask in battle. With Kikunoho's arrival, Drake's golden deer also sailed out of Onigashima, but at the same time, another group of people also supported this battlefield. The pirates leading the team wore clothes similar to the style of Wano country. Their name was Izo, Kikunoho's brother. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 519, Beasts and Whitebeard. This is a turbulent world, and the sea is not stable. If you want to choose the most stable area, most of the official forces such as the Red Earth continent and the allied countries can be selected. But in the New World, the safest place is definitely the hinterland of the Sea Emperors. Under the protection of heavy troops, the core of their territory is the safest place. All of this is their reputation earned through real swords and guns. Even the two pirate groups that have cooperated, the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, will have some conflicts, such as the ownership of some islands. However, because of the cooperation between the two sides, the scale of these conflicts is very small. Generally, the subordinates fight each other, and whoever wins will win. No higher-level cotters will be sent to expand the war. Moreover, there are still many unowned lands in the New World, and there are also many territories occupied by scattered pirate alliances. These areas are the main places for the Sea Emperors to expand. They will not withdraw after looting, but to completely incorporate an island into their own territory, arrange garrisons, and develop the island economy, all of which require manpower and material resources. Therefore, although the Sea Emperors are expanding, the expansion speed is not very fast, and the biggest contradictions arise during this expansion process. Strictly speaking, this was not a war between Whitebeard and Kaido at the beginning, but a war between two ordinary pirate groups. As long as the number of pirate groups is greater than or equal to 2, they can be called the Pirate Alliance. The island originally belonged to a pirate alliance, but the pirate alliance was full of betrayal. Ever since Roger said that on the day of execution, the situation in the New World has become more and more chaotic, and this ordinary pirate alliance can no longer hold on. It was in this situation that they broke up because of the uneven distribution of spoils. One party wanted to join Whitebeard, and the other wanted to join the Beasts, and their pledge of allegiance was this island. If you want to join other people's pirate groups, you must have a gift of a sufficient amount. However, in the Pirate Alliance, the strength gap between the pirate groups will not be too large, otherwise it will not be an alliance, but an annexation. In this case, none of them could do anything to the other, so they started to act first and then report. Using the ownership of the island as a token of surrender, they sent letters of help to the two pirate groups. So the developer broke up, sold the same house to two people, and the two customers broke up because of this. In a certain sea area in the New World, Codlin Island, the sound of gunfire has been on the island for half a month. From the beginning of the battle to the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates, the battle has never stopped. Whether it is day or night, the island has been resounding with shouts and killings. Although there are occasional truces, the war will soon start again. No matter which side, people want to resolve this battle before the enemy's reinforcements arrive. At this time, a man wearing a Megatama pattern, holding two swords, and inlaid with a metal chin is fighting with a man holding a shell, but the shell has a scimitar-shaped water blade extending outward, and the words number 61 are also written on his forehead. Whitebeard's affiliated Captain Bissell vs Beast Pirates number 61, Shell Blade was given to Canby, and judging from the battle situation, Whitebeard's men have the advantage, and Bissell is the one who has the advantage at this time. Since Roger's death, the title of the world's strongest man has gradually appeared on Whitebeard. The Tremor fruit allows him to trigger earthquakes and tsunamis with a wave of his hand, and he is also a monster like a natural disaster in the New World. Whitebeard's flag also protects a large number of islands in the New World, and many captains of affiliated pirate groups are also well-known people in the New World. Bissell is more physically stronger than Canby. After many days of protracted battles, Canby has already run out of stamina, but their battle situation is still unclear for a while. This island will be my father's territory, you little brats should just go back to your own territory. That old thing is nothing, Kaido is the one who is going to become the Pirate King, do you think you can win? Did you see this number? There are 61 people stronger than me, and there are also senior cotters, you guys can run away now. The water blade condensed on the shell gradually became weak, which was a sign of his physical exhaustion, but Kangbai also responded. The shell blade that was originally like a long knife turned into a short dagger at this time. In this case, the consumption is smaller and can extend his fighting time to a certain extent. No one retreated because of the other party's words. Whether it was the number of the Beast Pirates or the affiliated captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, they all had their own beliefs to reach that position. If they retreated because of the threat of the other party, they would not be them. From time to time, other pirates would intervene in their battlefield. This was a war for territory, not a fair 1v1. The aftermath of their battle was not so far that others could not get close, so other pirates often tried to help their boss. The battle had lasted for a long time, and these people were gritting their teeth and persisting, with the purpose of waiting for their reinforcements. But the stalemate here was soon interrupted by a sudden attack. Countless star-like objects flew from a distance, and the high-speed flying stars directly drew a dividing line on the battlefield. Those were the high-speed stars released by Drake. Due to the difference in technological level, the power of the beast's ship was faster, so their reinforcements arrived earlier. This high-speed star was to separate the battlefield, so that she could do it better. This attack naturally attracted the attention of both sides. When the skull flag symbolizing Kaido appeared in the field of vision of both sides, the morale changed. For the tired troops of both sides, the change brought about by the arrival of one side's reinforcements first was decisive. Little ones. The looting has begun. All the spoils are yours, and so is mine. Let's get started. The war seemed to have stimulated the cells in her body. When she came here, she had forgotten that her goal was the spoils. But this is her habit. She plunders wealth for squandering, and distributing the treasures to her younger brothers is also her way of spending. She enjoys the feeling of spending money, and this is why she can't save any money at all. Iska, follow me, let me see how good you are in battle. These pirates are all tired soldiers. Even if Iska is still young, it is enough in this environment. Yes. The bodies of the two began to change. Red armor and black and blue fur appeared on them. Then two lights and shadows rushed into the battlefield faster. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 520, Weird Battle Situation, Two Captains. Sizzle. The fist flashing with lightning gradually enlarged in Bissell's vision. Drake's fist wrapped in lightning directly hit Bissell's iron chin. Soldier against soldier, king against king, this has always been the tradition of the pirate world. In the case of high-end combat power not overflowing or collapsing, the strongest person in the family usually deals with the strongest person of the enemy. The number on Kangbai's head is very eye-catching, so Drake easily locked the target. This is a Thunder Fist, but it is not a Thunder Fist. There is no Thunder Fist in the skill list of Rentgen Cat, but those who can get a single-digit number, even if those with greater potential have not grown up yet, she herself has her own fighting talent. Manipulating electric current is the most basic ability of the Rentgen Cat. Attaching lightning to the fist to increase power is the most basic use, but the burst is not as good as the lightning fist brought by the skill. Bissell, who has been fighting with Kangbai for a long time, faces the energetic Dealy Ik was no match at all. He was slightly stronger than number 61 Kangbai, but he was naturally no match for the single-digit Drake, and was knocked out with just one punch. When he pulled up from the beach again, his eyes were on Drake's neck. The pink number 5 was very conspicuous even against the blue fur. Whitebeard's affiliated captains were not newcomers who knew nothing about paradise. Their biggest enemies in the New World were the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates. They had a certain understanding of the way the beasts divided their strength by numbers. Although this method would expose their own strength to a certain extent, it could also bring a sense of oppression to the enemy. Number 61 Kangbai could fight him for a long time. Facing this number 5 ability user, he knew very well that he would not be an opponent. Damn, why hasn't Dad's reinforcements come yet? Just when Drake was about to make up the knife, 2 special gunshots came from a distance. The sense of crisis in her heart made her choose to retreat. When she just moved her feet, 2 bullet holes appeared at her feet. Then a strong man with a long knife and an inverted Y-shaped double chin appeared here. He had a cigar in his mouth and a simple Whitebeard flag tattooed on his right shoulder. Captain of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fasa. Seeing this, Drake did not continue to attack Bizar, but looked into the distance. The Rentgen cat not only gave her the ability to see through, but in the state of ability, her naked eyes could act as a telescope. At this time, she had seen the Whitebeard pirates' ship approaching by the sea, and also saw the people on the bow. Wearing a pink kimono, a Japanese-style red cloth with spots tied irregularly around his waist, and lipstick on his lips, unlike Kikuno-ho, you can tell at a glance that this is a man. Captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Izzo. The double guns in his hands were still emitting gunpowder smoke, which showed that the 2 shots just now were from his hands. You came really fast. Hey, number 61, are you okay? Drake only called him by his code name because they were not familiar with each other. My name is Kangbai, I can still fight. You go and hold one back, I will end the battle as soon as possible. Drake threw a medicine bottle to Kangbai. The medicine inside the beast, not only healed the wound but also restored physical strength. Kangbai had rations, but he did not expect that it would become a protracted war, so he did not carry much medicine. He had already distributed his medicine to other seriously injured members. Drake was still a little confident in a one-on-one battle, but it was a bit difficult for her to fight too. In addition to the vacant 2nd Division, the Whitebeard Pirates has now developed into a large pirate group with 16 divisions. Each captain is a strong man with good strength. The captain's serial number does not necessarily represent the strength and status ranking. Although it is rumored that these people are very strong, there is also a big gap between them. Izzo and Fasa are both senior cotters, but they are not big cotters. I'll try my best, but even if the potion can restore his physical strength, he is not sure how long he can last in the hands of Whitebeard's captain. Drake has proved the gap between the levels. The difference between them is far from physical strength. Don't worry, I will come to help you soon. It's not a big problem, but what is on this island? The Whitebeard pirates sent 2 captains, which was something they didn't expect. According to Drake's estimation, even if Whitebeard sent a captain, it would be enough. His territory is so large, and he shouldn't have so many people. The fact that the Whitebeard pirates sent 2 captains means that there is something they need here. I don't know either. What about the previous group of pirates? Not long after we came here, both of them died in the gunfight. An unexpected result appeared for Drake, and now she has no time to think about the problem. The most important thing is to deal with the battle in front of her. Iska. Plan number 2, be careful. The original plan was to take her to see blood, but in order to prevent accidents, she also had a backup plan, including plan number 3, which was to retreat immediately if she was not an opponent at all, and plan number 2, which was to cancel her action and supervise Kikuno-ho. Kikuno-ho's strength was much stronger than those ordinary pirates. Usually Drake could let him fish, but it was impossible to waste her force at this time. As Drake spoke, the surface of his body began to be filled with electric current. This was a charging move that could increase the power of his next electrical attack. The current attached to the surface of his body could also allow him to have current to resist special attacks. Kangbai, this is up to you. Yes. Kangbai, who had recovered his strength with the potion, used the shell blade again, and Fasa took a deep puff of the cigar. As the red cigarette butt touched the blade, his long sword was immediately wrapped in a layer of flames. The water blade collided with the fire blade, and Drake rushed towards the coast. Compared to these exhausted affiliated pirate groups, it is obvious that the energetic members of Whitebeard's main team are the biggest trouble. Moreover, once Izzo, who holds 2 guns, intervenes in the battlefield, it will be a bigger trouble. The musket can play a greater effect when dealing with enemies who are not as strong as oneself. Although it is said to use guns, those ordinary muskets have their limits. Those famous pirates in the New World are not competing in gun skills at all. Those in the New World are the basics of the basics. They are competing in the ability of observation haki and armed haki. Observation haki captures the opponent, and armed haki increases the power. Without these two, their guns are just fire sticks in the eyes of opponents of the same level. Previously, because they noticed that something was wrong on the island, so Fasa broke into the island first, and Yi Zhang led the team to land. However, Yi Zhang did not know how big a blow this battle would bring to him. Go to check. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 521, Helpless Brothers Fight Each Other. Seeing Izzo jumping off the ship with 2 guns in hand, Derek even felt a little nostalgic in his heart, because a long time ago, she also used 2 guns, but after joining the 100 Beasts, she gradually changed her fighting style. Fists have become her more reliable weapons, but now she still has 2 pistols stuck in her waist, but the style of the painting is much more sci-fi. They are new weapons that are combined with her own abilities. It has the same principle as the energy cannon in Quinn's body. They are both new weapons driven by the power of Pokemon, but Drake uses them less frequently. As soon as Yi Zhang landed, he saw a big cat rushing towards him with lightning. It was Drake in the beast form. In terms of speed, the pure beast form was faster than the form. Derek sprinted so fast that Izzo couldn't lock onto her for a moment. Bang! Bang! The 2 gunshots only caused 2 more bullet holes on the beach. The Rentgen cat's flexibility had already allowed Drake to reach above Izzo, and bite him with the sharp teeth in his mouth blazing with lightning. Although the behavior seems barbaric, sharp teeth have always been one of the animal fighting methods, and most people with sharp teeth retain this fighting method. However, Drake's Thunder Fang failed to bite the opponent, and Izzo used an extremely dexterous movement to dodge. After failing to hit the target, Drake also returned to his gun form, with a cold light flashing on his claw blades. He was fighting closely with Zhang, and his rapid body-to-body attacks left him with almost no chance to shoot. Although Izzo was born in the country of Wano, he is different from those samurai who are good at swords. He is not confident in his swordsmanship. He believes that samurai does not need to stick to swords. Samurai is a way of living, just like using a gun. Samurai performance. However, Zhang always feels like his battle has been predicted by the opponent. This kind of prediction is not based on seeing and hearing, but because the opponent clearly knows what he wants to do next. In fact, this is exactly the case. Drake is also good at using double guns. She also knows that the opponent with double guns hates the most. It is difficult for ordinary people to avoid the speed of guns, but it is different for codders of her level. It can be said that Izzo was at a disadvantage when facing her from the beginning, but after staying on Whitebeard's ship for so many years and becoming the captain of the 16th Division, Izzo also had his own advantages. In the close fight with Drake, he still found an opportunity to shoot himself. In Drake's eyes, Izzo's movements just now were like dancing. This is because Izzo was a descendant of the dance genre Hanryuryu in his childhood. After his father became a criminal, his family was also separated, and he and Kikunoho began to live on the streets. Because he has been dancing since he was a child, this dance technique has also been integrated into his fighting system. Danzan Meru. Izzo's muzzle spits bullets. This is after injecting domineering energy into the bullets, so that each bullet can be surrounded by a special circular slashing shooting method, achieving the effects of shooting and slashing at the same time. Although he was using a gun, the bullets he fired could do what only blades could do. Then the projectiles fired by Izzo collided with the claws swung by Drake. Through the smoke generated by the collision, Izzo thought that to distance yourself, get into a short range suitable for pistol combat. But Derek didn't intend to give him this chance, and continued to attack Izzo with electricity wrapped around his body. On the other side, Iska is also performing his mission according to Drake's instructions. Go and help Sister Derek deal with the enemy, otherwise you know what will happen. Iska, who was wrapped in the insect armor, said calmly to Kikuno-Kang who was beside him. This was the task that Derek had given her. She didn't know what the result would be, but it didn't matter, because Kikuno-Kang knew it himself. If the 3 of them fish in troubled waters while fighting outside, Hiyori Kojiki will have problems in Wano. This is something they have known for a long time. For the sake of Kojiki and Hiyori, it doesn't matter if they become the blades of 100 beasts, but this time is different, because the Izzo opposite is his brother. Yes, what he has to deal with is not Buddha, but Yi Zhang. Although Derek asked Kombi to hold on a little longer, Kikuno-Kang would not go. Help him, because he is not strong enough. Even if they add Kiku no Cheng, they may not be able to deal with Fosa quickly. But it's different here. Kiku no Keng's help can help her solve the battle in hand faster, so that she can free up her hands to deal with Fosa. Liberating herself, her highest combat power, was her plan. They didn't doubt Beiju's words because they didn't dare to bet on what their failure to cooperate would bring to Kojiki Hiri. What are you waiting for? Don't you understand the meaning? I know. Even if he didn't want to do anything, Kiku no Keng still forced his body to move. Brother, I am sorry. Biological brother and the Lord's orphan, Kiku no Kei chose the latter in this multiple choice question. Regardless of whether Drake died or was defeated, because he accompanied him, it would inevitably affect the situation of Kojiki Hiri. He didn't even dare to be too arrogant, because Derek knew him too well, but because of his status, even if he did nothing, as long as he appeared in Yi Zhang's field of vision, it would be enough to have a huge impact. Yizhou, who was fighting with Drake, noticed the movement on the side. When he pointed his gun over there, he was stunned and even gave up shooting until he was kicked by Drake. He reacted only after he was hit in the lower abdomen. Looking at the gun barrel with his left hand cut off, Izzo's expression was full of shock. Why? Aki, why did you do this? Even through the mask, he recognized the other person through the holes in the eyes and the posture of swinging the knife. That was his younger brother. Although he stayed on Whitebeard's ship for various reasons and had not returned to Wano country for many years, he never thought that his younger brother would swing a knife against him. I'm sorry. 2 lines of tears slid down from the gap under the mask. There was a joke that the reason why Izzo and Ashura died in the original timeline was because they were not superstitious enough about the Kojiki family, but in a sense, these 2 people were indeed slightly different from other retainers. At this time, Izzo guessed that Kikunoho had some unspeakable secrets, but he didn't think about it in this way. Whether it was joining forces with his brother to deal with Drake or passing on information, Kikunoho didn't dare to do it because of Kojiki Hiri. He just apologized and attacked. But Izzo was in a dilemma. Kikunoho was completely defenseless against him. He hoped that Izzo could defeat him. This was the best outcome for him, but Izzo could not bear to shoot his own brother. Just because of Kikunoho's appearance, the originally stalemate situation turned into a one-sided situation. Go to check. White Pigeon. Chapter 522, Kaido's Departure. The appearance of Kikunoho completely disrupted the situation on the battlefield. Izzo had not gained any advantage in the battle with Drake, so he naturally began to decline under this circumstance. He dodged Drake's kick, but the iron tail that followed hit his shoulder, and the star-shaped tail flashed with metallic luster. The special shape made it play the effect of a mace now. Even with the domineering defense, the force of the iron tail also hit his body. According to the feedback from the body, his shoulder blade was basically cracked this time. It looks like you guys know each other, that's interesting. According to her understanding of Kikunoho, Kikunoho has never left Wano country, and Izzo is wearing clothes similar to Wano country. Since Kikunoho has never left Wano country, the result is obvious. Izzo was born in Wano country, and combined with Kojiki Oden's original itinerary, this person must have a certain connection with the Kojiki family. However, this did not make Drake soft-hearted. The electric claws filled with lightning grabbed the opponent, but a flaming longsword blocked her attack. Fosa, who was originally fighting with Kambai, appeared here. Facing the captain of Whitebeard, although Kambai could delay him, he had no way to stop Fosa if he wanted to leave. Fosa just now also noticed the abnormality here, so he hurriedly forced Kambai to retreat and support him. Izzo, what's wrong with you? Because Kanbai's strength was not enough to threaten him, Fosa had observed Izzo's battle in the previous battle. At the beginning, it was normal, but with the appearance of the masked man, everything about Izzo became abnormal. That's my brother. What? I see, you deal with that woman, and I'll deal with your brother. No, it's not what you think. Have you forgotten my country? Fosa thought that Izzo couldn't do anything just because of his brother. This is not uncommon. It's not uncommon for brothers to join the navy and become pirates. So Fosa thought that he could handle this matter by exchanging opponents, but Izzo thought it was far from that simple. At the beginning, the Whitebeard ship accidentally landed in Wano country after encountering a shipwreck. It was also at that time that Izzo followed Kojiki Oden on the Whitebeard ship. Although Fosa was also an old member of the Whitebeard pirates, he had not contacted Kikunoho at that time and did not know Kikunoho's situation. Although Kojiki Oden did not return to the Whitebeard pirates, they just thought that Kojiki Odin went back to be the general, and as a retainer of the Kojiki family, Kikunoha would never abandon the Kojiki family and join other forces. Unless Kojiki Odin took the lead in doing so, if Kojiki Odin continued to go to sea, he would definitely choose to return to the Whitebeard pirates. This situation only means one thing: something happened in Wano country. Moreover, in the underground market of the New World, a large number of sea stone products and weapons were sold under the name of Beishao, and Wano country was the most clear known place of sea stone production. After Izo's mind gathered this information together, a little haze appeared in his heart. This made it impossible for him to calm down and fight. You mean Odin? No, Lord Odin is so strong that nothing can happen. Retreat first, this island is no longer important, we have to bring the news here back to tell Dad. The death battle here is meaningless. Intelligence is the most important thing for them in the next stage. If Odin is fine, it means that their speculations are all wrong, and they can just attack here again. But if Odin really got into trouble, considering the strength of Kojiki Odin, this is no longer something they can handle. Izo and Fasa reached a consensus on this, and following their orders, the members of the Whitebeard pirates who had just arrived here also began to retreat. Drake was not a god-giver who was good at keeping people, and she couldn't crush the two captains, and she was helpless when they chose to retreat. Although she tried to chase, she chose to give up when she was getting closer to Whitebeard's territory. Sister Drake, we retreat, give up this island temporarily, and retreat to our territory. This is a bit unexpected. She roughly guessed why Izo chose to retreat. The level of Whitebeard involved was not something she could deal with. This kind of thing can only be handled by the tall guy. When the ship returned, Drake also called Jin. Hey, Jin, something happened here. Do they attach great importance to this island? No, Jin, this is not the main problem. Among the people sent by Whitebeard this time is Izo, and his relationship with Kikunoho seems to be unusual. He may have speculations about the affairs of Wano country. I think this matter should be reported to Lord Kaido. I know, you bring people back first. Yes. Although this matter has a certain relationship with Kikunoho, Jin did not care about it. After all, some things cannot be kept secret forever. The news that the beasts use Wano country as their base is not a secret, and many people in the world government know it. Whitebeard just doesn't know for the time being. If he really wants to find out, he can still speculate on this kind of thing, and it is not a few years ago now. After hanging up the phone, Jin took a few steps and flew to Onigashima. Some things could not be explained clearly over the phone. He wanted to discuss the things here with Kaido and Arceus in person. That is to say, Whitebeard already knows what is happening here, is that right? Kaido threw Yamato aside. This was his daily training routine, and it was also something that Yamato despaired of. For some reason, the stronger she became, the less Kaido looked like a human being. It's just speculation at the moment, but it's very likely. Very good. Arceus saw clearly that Kaido's mouth was rising. Facing the future, he was only excited. It's a pity, it's still a little early, otherwise we could have started a full-scale war. As his own strength gradually grew, Kaido's vision became higher and higher. His enemy was no longer a certain pirate group, but the world power that owned this navy. In addition to becoming the pirate king, he also wanted to overturn the existing order and establish his own new order. He was not afraid of a full-scale war with Whitebeard, but not now, as it was not in his interest. The full-scale confrontation between the two major pirate groups will break the existing balance of the new world. As a participant in the war, his interests will inevitably be damaged. Whether it is the world leader or the cooperating Charlotte Linlin, I am afraid that they will not sit idly by. Then Kaido also began to transform. Not fighting a big one does not mean not fighting. He is not the type to stand still and take a beating. Go to check. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 523, Kaido's Way of Finding People. Arceus's Pirate Journey. Chapter 523, Kaido's Way of Finding People. What are you going to do? Looking at Kaido, who began to transform, Arceus asked him. Go and talk to the old man Whitebeard. I want to see if his fists are still as powerful as they were back then. That guy is not a fool. He will definitely come to the door with this information. Whether Whitebeard noticed it or not, he just needs to try it to know. But with Kaido's understanding of Whitebeard, he can't be indifferent. Instead of waiting here, he might as well take the initiative to find him. Whitebeard's ability has a huge impact on the surroundings. If that guy starts a war in his own territory, I'm afraid that years of construction will be completely wasted. Do you know where Whitebeard is? Unlike Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard generally does not have a fixed island to stay on, but has always lived on the Moby Dick. As Whitebeard's flagship, this ship has been sailing freely on the sea and will never stop. I don't know, but those annoying flies outside know, and they will tell me. Kaido has already flown to the open sea. The flies he mentioned naturally refer to those Navy surveillance ships. If the beasts and Whitebeard fight, this matter cannot be hidden from anyone. In this case, he did not intend to hide it. There are people outside Wano country monitoring him, and there are naturally naval surveillance personnel near Whitebeard. In order not to waste time, Kaido plans to ask these people. At this time, Yamato also climbed out of the ruins on the roof of a Nagashima with a dusty face. Godfather, did my father go to fight someone? Maybe, what's wrong? I hope that guy is strong enough. It would be best if my father could fight for 10 days or half a month, and then rest for a year or half because of the injury, so that he would not have time to torture me. Yamato, who was often tortured and exhausted physically and mentally, sent his blessing. As for Kaido's death in battle, Kaido has successfully used his inhuman means to make Yamato realize that this monster will never die. At the same time, in the surveillance ships around Wano country, the Navy on board reported the situation to the Navy headquarters as usual. Although this position is dangerous, it is actually a job that gambles on luck. Sometimes those big pirates will not make any big moves for 2 or 3 years, and they can live in peace with each other. As long as they report the news regularly, they can get high subsidies. After seeing Kaido's figure through the telescope on the ship, the people on the ship were not particularly nervous at first, but just recorded the information casually. Kaido has appeared, the destination is unknown, southeast. He drank a sip of tea like a retired veteran, but when he looked up again, the hand holding the teacup couldn't help shaking. Kaido's huge figure was still in his sight, but this time he didn't see Kaido through the observation port of the telescope, but saw Kaido with his naked eyes. Hey, then where did that guy go? In front of me. What? In front of me. Enemy attack. Kaido landed on the surveillance ship. Bang. 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 Boom. A series of gunshots rang out, and someone even pushed a cannon to Kaido's face. From this, judging from the reaction speed, the soldiers on the surveillance ship are indeed well trained, but there is an essential gap between them. The attacks of these weapons are like tickling to Kaido, and they have no effect at all. I'm not here to kill you. After all, you are much quieter than the last batch of idiots. Now tell me, where is the old guy Whitebeard? Ignoring the Navy beside him, Kaido found the person who seemed to be the chief on this surveillance ship and asked him about the location of Whitebeard. Only they can always grasp the movements of various pirates. The last batch of surveillance ships were attacked by Kaido because they were too active. He was quite satisfied with these people now. In order to prevent the Navy from sending a group of more disgusting guys after destroying them, he did not kill them this time. The Navy did not intend to keep Whitebeard's whereabouts secret, and soon revealed the news from their colleagues who were monitoring Whitebeard. Until Kaido left here, they tremblingly picked up the Den Mushi and continued to report the situation. Big event, Kaido left Wano country to look for Whitebeard, motive unknown. The Navy headquarters, which received the news, became busy, including the world government's CP0. Kaido had an inexplicable connection with Charlotte Linlin, and Whitebeard was also a remnant of Rox. Although Rox has disappeared for many years, these 3 people have also grown up. If these 3 monsters really join forces, what will happen is a disaster no less than the Rox pirates. The world government needs balance. What they want is a turbulent new world. If these 3 people unite, they may really be able to integrate all the pirates in the new world, which is not what they want to see. Even if Kaido wants to go to war with Whitebeard, they have to think about how to deal with the follow-up. After a while, on the Moby Dick, Izzo and Fasa, who returned, reported their experiences. You mean, your brother seems to have been coerced into joining the Beast's pirates? Yes, Dad, I think Lord Odin might. Izzo didn't finish his words, but Whitebeard's face was no longer smiling. He was not a man without courage. Even Charlotte Linlin, a great pirate in the New World, had high IQs when she was not ill. Not to mention that Whitebeard was the only one among the current sea emperors who did not shirk all the daily affairs. He could think of everything that Izzo could think of. Did that kid enter Wano country? Whitebeard's last impression of Kaido was in the Valley of the Gods. After that, he never had a direct encounter with Kaido again. At the same time, he was also recalling Odin's past. After the farewell that day, there was no news about Odin. It was Roger who told him that Odin had returned to Wano country. Although he didn't know why Odin did not keep his promise to return, he respected the other party's choice. Now it seems that after more than 10 years of no news, Kojiki Odin might have really had something serious. Dad, what should we do? Yeah, Dad, what happened to Odin, and Izo's brother, we have to find out. The surrounding pirates are all concerned about Odin and Izo's brother. These are the backbones of the Whitebeard pirates, and the newcomers are also trying to find out who Odin is. Of course we have to care, that's our family, guys, get ready to go. Boom. Whitebeard had just given the order when something changed on the deck. Something fell on the deck, and as the dust cleared, a figure walked out of it. Ugh, Newgate, long time no see. White Dove. Chapter 524, Declaration of War. The Pirate Journey of Arceus. Chapter 524, Declaration of War. Kaido's burly figure stood up on the Mata beak. He could fly, so he naturally had a more stable way to appear, but that would make him look very uncool. In order to appear more intimidating, he chose to jump from a high altitude. However, it must be said that the quality of Whitebeard's flagship is still very good. Ordinary ships would probably be destroyed if Kaido came here. Kaido greeted Whitebeard like an old acquaintance, and those who didn't know thought he was visiting. But Whitebeard's expression was not so friendly. After all, this was his ship. Get out of the way, that's not someone you can deal with. Although they haven't seen each other for many years, from his performance back then and Kaido's news in recent years, it can be seen that Kaido is already an out-and-out monster, and that's not an enemy his sons can deal with. Looking at those members who wanted to attack him because of Kaido's invasion, the first thing Whitebeard did was to stop them. Then Kaido walked step by step to Whitebeard under the gaze of a group of Whitebeard pirates. Newgate, you're old. Back then, Whitebeard's hat couldn't cover up his long golden hair, but now Whitebeard has wrapped a turban and has a lot of wrinkles on his face. Although the 61-year-old Whitebeard is not yet old, he is also an old man. Kaido is 46 years old this year, which is the prime age in the world of pirates. Ed Newgate, Rox, Roger, these are all people who have left a deep impression on him. Seeing the monsters grow old, he was also a little touched. Little boy, you are really brave. You dare to come to my ship, but you come at the right time. What happened to my brother Odin? Is that idiot your brother? He is dead. He died 7 years ago. He died in the rebellion under the conspiracy of Kurozumi Orokai. Kaido lied with a nonchalant look. Some facts are known to everyone, but they cannot be said. At least the cause of Kojiki Odin's death is like this. He who died in the Kurozumi rebellion is the king of beasts. The best way to rule the country of peace. Odin is dead. This word was like a thunderbolt that reached the ears of many crew members of the Whitebeard pirates. Even Whitebeard's pupils shrank due to excitement. The next moment, he held the broadsword beside him with both hands, and the blade was wrapped with terrifying domineering aura and slashed at Kaido. The Supreme Greatsword 12 works, Kosugawa Kiri, a weapon that has accompanied Whitebeard in battles for many years. He did not use the power of the Tremor fruit, because if he used the power of the fruit here, his crew members would be the first to suffer. How could Odin die because of the conspiracy of an unknown person? Ugh, come on. Hakusaija was also wrapped in domineering aura, not the color of armed color, but the color of domineering. The same is true for Whitebeard's Kosugawa Kiri. Although he is old now, he is not yet terminally ill. In a sense, the health medicine produced from the beasts has made his body stronger. Although he is an old man now, his strength is still at its peak, and he has not yet reached the point where he cannot gather the domineering color. The mace and the broadsword collided with each other, and the collision of domineering auras also unfolded. Two terrifying auras spread out from the center of the collision. The first to suffer were the crew members close to them. Just the collision of momentum made these pirates who were considered sharp in the New World fly backwards. The fence on the side of the ship made a creaking sound, and a few cracks appeared on the hull under the wash of the aftermath. Take care of the people next to you. Newcomers, get out. This level of battle is not for you to watch. Marco's feet turned into bird claws and grabbed the deck. Even he felt like he was about to fly out under the collision of this aura. The sea raised bigger waves, and the clouds in the sky left because of this. The sea breeze blew and roared, as if the world was wailing because of the collision between the two. On the surveillance ship in the distance, the Navy soldiers were roaring to report the information they saw. This is the surveillance ship number 127. This is the surveillance ship number 127. Kaido and Whitebeard are fighting on the Moby Dick, repeat. Whitebeard and Kaido are fighting. After Kaido forced out Whitebeard's whereabouts from another surveillance ship, the surveillance ship responsible for monitoring Whitebeard started to move. Their nerves have been tense for several days, but until today, they found that they still underestimated the world's top combat power. Kid, you have grown a lot in these years. In the wrestling with Whitebeard, Kaido was not at a disadvantage at all. Whether it was his own strange power or the entangled domineering color, he fought back and forth with Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard also deeply understood one thing, that Kaido is no longer the kid he was back then. He used to live smoothly on the ship with the protection of Charlotte Linlin, but now he is a monster of the same level as himself. You are the one, old man. You are still like a monster at such an old age. What happened to Odin? Didn't I tell you that the guy died 7 years ago because of his subordinates' conspiracy? Boom. The broadsword and the mace clashed again, and Whitebeard's face was already covered with anger. If you want to provoke me, you have succeeded. You showed up at this time just to inform me of the cause of Odin's death. After Izo discovered the problem, Kaido also appeared here. It is obvious that there is something wrong with this matter. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. This is the fact of Wano country now. That guy's daughter is now the general of Wano country, and I am the protector of Wano country. It is my territory now. I am not here to chat with you, but to challenge you to a fight. Of course, I am not afraid if you want to fight me now, as long as you can afford the loss. During the wrestling process, Kaido realized his transformation. It is not so easy to escape from the battle without entering the form, and Whitebeard did not pursue him. As Kaido said, he could not bear the loss. Now fighting with Kaido at full strength, regardless of the victory or defeat, his sons will suffer heavy casualties. Next fight. 7 days later, we will decide the winner on this island. If you don't believe the cause of Odin's death, then beat me there first. He dropped the eternal pointer of an island, and then grabbed the flame cloud and flew away. He knew very well that Whitebeard would definitely accept this invitation. This is what he thought. A full-scale war was not in his interest. If he didn't start a war, he would be itching to fight. In this case, he would fight with Whitebeard, so that the battle could be controlled within a certain range. However, in his heart, Odin's evaluation was lowered again. He didn't use his identity as Whitebeard's younger brother. In his opinion, it was more than just stupid. White Pigeon. Chapter 525, Don't Interfere with My Battle. The beasts were still developing at the time. If he really got Roger and Whitebeard at the same time, in order to protect the foundation he had just accumulated, he would definitely lead people to evacuate there first. Otherwise, he and Arceus would not lose, but the beasts might lose. He was not afraid of a full-scale war at this point, but the subsequent world government and the navy would give him a headache. His troops were not enough, and he had not yet reached the point where he could involve the Red Earth continent in the war. Moreover, the battle in the pirate world was simply a showdown between top combat forces. As long as he could win against Whitebeard, the result of the battle would be almost certain. Dad, let's go to Wano country. Yes, Dad, we can't let this guy be so presumptuous. Odin's death was revealed by Kaido. Why is Odin's daughter the general? What happened to his son and wife? What happened? These are the things they want to find out. As for the black charcoal mentioned by Kaido, they don't believe it, especially after hearing Izuo say that black charcoal Orokai is just an ordinary servant, they don't believe it even more. In their hearts, the powerful Odin will not die in such a despicable way. No, move towards here, I will do this myself. But after thinking again and again, Whitebeard rejected his son's proposal. If Odin is still alive, then Whitebeard will attack Wano country at all costs. His family is very important. In order to rescue his family, he can accept some sacrifices. The premise is that his family is still alive. The short fight has made him understand the changes in Kaido's strength. That is not an opponent he can easily solve. In addition, the terrain of Wano country, attacking there will suffer huge casualties. For the sake of his dead family, more sons will sacrifice, and it may not necessarily achieve results. He will not do such a thing. And he also knows that the World Army and the Navy have been looking for opportunities. It is not in the interests of both sides to fight blood. Kaido's invitation to a duel is exactly what he wants. As long as Kaido is defeated, many things will be simple. So after throwing out the permanent pointer left by Kaido, Whitebeard gave his own orders. Dad, is there a conspiracy? This is the place chosen by the enemy. Gulala, silly son, would I be afraid of such a conspiracy? And that guy won't do that, but let everyone be prepared. As long as I win, we will go to Wano country. Yes. The Whitebeard pirates drove directly to the destination, while Kaido flew back to Wano country after a few days. Whitebeard and I agreed on the place for the decisive battle. Although it is not a full-scale war, I still have to take some people away. Wano country will be handed over to you during this period. Those guys will not stop after receiving the news. Kaido explained some things to Arceus. This is also the reason why those big pirates avoid full-scale war. No one can be sure whether they will be stabbed from behind by others when they fight. A suitable person to guard the territory is very important, so Kaido handed this matter to Arceus with confidence. Don't worry, no one can invade here. Jin, Shana, Ziraura, Olga, I will take the 4 of them, and Yamato. Get ready, see what the world's top combat power looks like. Kaido shouted to one side, he had already noticed Yamato's location. But at this time, Kaido's Den Mushi rang, and as Kaido picked up the Den Mushi, Charlotte Linlin's expression appeared on the snail. Well, Kaido, I heard that you and Whitebeard are going to go to war. Where did you get the news? It has spread all over the sea a long time ago. Haven't you read today's newspaper? Let's not talk about this, Kaido, do you want to join forces with me? Let's join forces to kill that guy Whitebeard, and then you and I can divide the entire new world equally. Listening to the voice in the Den Mushi, Kaido was not happy, but a burst of anger appeared in his heart. Linling. This is my own battle. If you dare to interfere, I will kill you first. The other side of Den Mushi was silent for a moment, and then Charlotte Linling's voice became low. Kaido, do you know what you are saying? I know very well, but Lingling, don't interfere in my battle, understand? Well, forget it if that's the case. She hung up the Den Mushi directly. She knew Kaido. If he really said that, if he had to interfere, he would probably attack her first. The two sides had a friendship, but the premise was that they could not touch each other's bottom line. Kaido was a martial arts faction. He didn't like his battle to be interfered by outsiders, especially this kind of agreed duel. Even Kaido in the original timeline was still the same. Because of Kurozumi Mushi's interference, Kojiki Oden was hit on the back of his head, but Kaido killed Kurozumi Mushi after that because she interfered in his battle. Even if she didn't intervene, Kaido might not necessarily lose. Although Kojiki Oden left him with an indelible scar, he didn't use the strongest form of the animal system. In terms of the animal system's recovery ability, as long as he can enter a protracted battle, he won't lose. Kaido in the original timeline has this idea, not to mention this enhanced version of Kaido. He can go to Whitebeard's ship alone to issue a challenge, so he naturally won't let others interfere with him. Bringing these cotters is also to prevent some situations. The situation has changed a bit. You have to be on guard against that old woman Lingling. That crazy woman might also do something. After hanging up the phone, Kaido asked Arceus to be careful of one more thing. The two sides have some intersections, but they can't be completely trusted. I know, do whatever you want, but don't overturn yourself. How is it possible? I'm not the same person as before. In the direction where Kaido just spoke, Yamato and others were gathering to study the newspaper in front of them. Beasts vs. Whitebeard. The battle between the strongest creature and the strongest man. Morgan's newspaper spent another whole page to tell the story, but this time he didn't have first-hand information, and even the photos were edited and pieced together from previous photos, and it really looked like that. Yamato, remember to record the video, I also want to see Captain Kaido's heroic figure with my own eyes. Yes, the battle between Captain Kaido and Whitebeard is exciting to think about. Maria and Jack both asked Yamato to record the scene at that time. Kaido had no intention of taking them there, but at this time Ultai's words reminded them. You can't expect her to remember things, but you might as well do it directly. Go ahead and talk to Rotom. Although this sentence is somewhat ironic, Maria and Jack looked at each other and felt that Ultai was right. To see the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey, it. Chapter 526, War Correspondent. What are you talking about? Do you have so little confidence in me? Her rebuttal did not receive a response. In a sense, her rough nerves have been recognized by everyone around her. Recording naturally requires a device. The most commonly used equipment in this world includes ordinary cameras, video den mushi, and even the Sky Island recording shell. However, in the Beast's Pirates, the most commonly used electrical equipment is still Rotom. Compared with den mushi, they are more stable and reliable as electronic devices, and have stronger tolerance for extreme climates. Compared with ordinary equipment, they have unique electronic AI. At Ultai's reminder, they shifted their target to Rotom. Originally, the Beasts had planned to broadcast this battle live, which was a great opportunity to show off Kaido's military power. Of course, if Kaido lost, it would be a blow to his dignity, but no member of the Beasts thought Kaido would lose. Those who joined the Beasts all felt that Kaido was invincible. In fact, even if Kaido really turned over, his status would not be affected, because the object of his declaration of war was Whitebeard, the man who was praised as the closest to the position of Pirate King after Roger's death. Today, when the strong men of the old era are gradually coming to an end, the obvious leader is Whitebeard. It is not shameful to lose to him, and beating him means greater popularity. This is also the reason why countless supernovas want to challenge the Emperor of the Sea every year. Yamato is a person with a special viewing perspective, and he is also Rotom's camera stand. It is a big problem to shoot stably in that environment, and it requires a person with enough strength to resist the shock wave. Although there were many senior officials accompanying them, they also had their own tasks, so this matter naturally fell on Yamato, an idle person. Loto, don't worry about Loto, the important information has been recorded. Obviously, Rotom's answer was more convincing than Yamato's. After all, as long as the program of a machine is recorded, there will be no other problems if nothing unexpected happens. And the topic they asked Yamato to talk about was also changed, from asking her not to forget to record to not forget to bring Rotom. Xiaopei, what are you looking at? Ultai felt something was missing in the noise, and turned around to see that Peggy 1 was looking at the follow-up content of the newspaper. They were all paying attention to the front page headlines, and they didn't pay attention to the follow-up content and had thrown it aside long ago. Nothing, it seems that the singer I like has released a new song. There is a saying that there will be a next time, but this next time may not be which next time. This is a mysterious power in the dark. As long as some people release a new song or want to get the headlines of the newspaper, there will definitely be accidents. As Charlotte Linlin said on the phone, the news has spread all over the world, especially the pirate world, which is paying close attention to this battle, but it is not something they can intervene in. Charlotte Linlin, the only one who is qualified to intervene, also gave up this plan. She originally wanted to join forces with Kaido to eliminate Whitebeard, but she didn't expect Kaido to refuse so strongly. She still understands this little brother. If she forcibly intervenes in this battle, Kaido will really fight with her first, which will be more harm than good, but she did not do nothing. Katakuri. Mom, I'm here. Mobilize people. Mom, what do you want to do? Katakuri, who listened to the whole process, didn't understand why Charlotte Linlin still wanted to mobilize troops. We are pirates. Since Kaido refuses to join forces, we will just wait. If someone really gets into trouble, that will be our chance. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman gets the advantage. No matter who is at a disadvantage in the war between Whitebeard and Kaido, she can take the opportunity to get a share of the spoils. This is also the reason why Whitebeard and Kaido do not want to fight a full-scale war. The new world is not just the two of them. Charlotte Linlin is just an example. There are many similar pirates, but the most troublesome one is still the world. After the news came out, the intelligence departments of the world government and the Navy have been busy, working overtime to investigate the specific situation. At this point, they have also made some preparations. In the Navy headquarters, Garp was flipping through Sengoku's drawers with an unhappy look on his face. Why did you ask me to come back? I was just going to see my grandson. Garp, you have taken enough vacations. And, put down my senbei. At this time, Sengoku was already the successor of Sora, and the rights of many things were gradually handed over to him, including the command of some large-scale tasks. The two's playfulness ended with Garp swallowing all the senbei in one gulp, and Sengoku also instructed Garp on the relevant tasks. Garp, this is the order of the world government. If either Kaido or Whitebeard loses, arrest him. Where are the manpower? Borsellino and Sakazuki will go with you, but Garp, keep an eye on Sakazuki. If they don't win, we won't participate in this battle. This is the order of the world government. He handed Garp a document, and after he finished reading it, he took it back and fed it to the lamb beside him. It was a special document destroyer for Sengoku, and his daily job was to eat those confidential documents. The fleet has assembled at the G1 branch, be careful, Garp. I know, by the way, I brought your senbai lace go, you can buy more later. I don't know when Garp's arms had 2 more bags of senbei, and then Garp walked out with a slightly solemn look amid Sengoku's scolding. At the same time, a fleet was also assembled below Marijoa, but the ships were not painted with the seagull flag of the navy, but the cross flag of the world government, with a large number of people in suits on it. The order they received was to make a tentative attack on the country of Wano. If the opportunity was right, they would not rule out the plan to regain control of the island. While the various forces began to act, Kaido also prepared to set off with his men. There were not many people, and there were only 2 pirate ships going out, but they were all elite. They were mainly used for show and to deal with emergencies, otherwise it would be very embarrassing for Kaido to personally take action for a soldier. However, before Kaido set off, a very desperate phone call came in. The caller was Morgan's. The news that Kaido and Whitebeard were about to fight made this issue of the newspaper quite popular. In order to get the first-hand information, Morgans wanted to act as a war correspondent and report the first-hand information in real time. He was not very familiar with Whitebeard, so he found Bei Xiao here with the news of the underground world. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 527, Peak Showdown. The reason why Morgans personally went out was also very simple. Although there must be brave men under a heavy reward, you have to have a life to spend money. Live broadcasting this battle can certainly bring huge profits, and it is not impossible to become famous in the news industry. But it was too dangerous, and no one dared to do such a terrible thing, so Morgans finally decided to go live in person. In the end, Morgans and Bei Xiao reached a certain exchange of interests, and in exchange for some intelligence, he obtained a seat as a war correspondent. Although Morgans seemed to be the least profitable person in the underground world, in fact, he had a lot of secret information in his hands. For a news agency, timeliness is very important. Moreover, the world government will arrange for him to disclose some information regularly, which can even affect the rise and fall of an industry. Platinum and Lead are an example. Zeraora, you go alone and take that guy over. Be careful not to let him die. The war is imminent, and they don't have time to wait for Morgans alone, otherwise when he comes, Whitebeard will be there. Facing such a battle, being late is a very bad behavior. Lord Arceus, don't you need to call them back? The only exception among the mythical beasts, Zeraora will not call Arceus the Lord in public. This is a special status of his and the privilege of his eldest son. The people he mentioned are his brothers and sisters. In his opinion, they can return to Wano country at this time when they are wandering in the open sea. No need, they are not needed here. Besides, give Quinn some face. He is also a plague after all. As a person left behind in the big board, Quinn has no problem guarding the island. Moreover, there are not only fantasy beasts living in the sea. Although there are not many species now, the number is becoming more and more sufficient. Understood. Then Zeraora walked in a direction first. That was where Morgans was at the moment. Although Morgans would run away with the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency after doing something big, he would reappear in everyone's sight after the limelight. As Zeraora left first, Kaido also led people to the destination. The place where they agreed to fight was at the edge of the doldrums, which was a certain distance away from the territories of both sides. The aftermath of the battle was also something to be taken into consideration. After a while, Morgans, with a messy face, was brought to the ship of the beasts. As the ability user of the albatross fruit, Morgans could not fly. In a hurry, they could not take the boat slowly, so Morgans was brought by Zeraora. Even though the speed was within his tolerance, his feathers were blown into a mess, but thanks to Jalala, Morgans also felt the feeling of flying. Stop! Kaido ordered the 2 ships to stop when they were still quite a distance away from the destination. Brother Kaido, we are still far from the destination. It is far, but it is almost here. If you continue to approach, you will not be able to bear the aftermath of the battle. Whitebeard's ability on the sea can easily cause a tsunami. If they continue to approach, the safety of the ship will become a problem. The tsunami will not distinguish whose ship it is, so Kaido does not intend to let them move forward. Mr. Kaido, don't worry about this. The holy beast is ready. Sana touched the heads of the two lapras beside her. This is the means to defend their ships from tsunamis. He is really well prepared, but this is almost it. Sana, you and Olga stay here. Jin, you and Ziraura come with me. Yes. Then Kaido turned into a blue dragon and flew into the sky. Jin followed closely and took off. On another ship, Ziraura, who got the news, also took Morgans and flew up. At the same time, Yamato also stood on the head of his gene sect and followed. Although this gene sect is a mini version, there is no problem in serving as a flying tool. At the same time, the Moby Dick also stopped in the nearby sea area. Compared with Kaido's ship, the Moby Dick stayed even farther away. Dad, are we going to stop here? It's dangerous to go any further. Okay, sons, just wait for me here. Whitebeard said as he jumped off the side of the ship. Unlike Kaido, the Tremor fruit brought powerful destructive power, but it did not have any flying ability, so it was impossible for him to fly over. So Whitebeard's choice was to run over and rush towards the target island in the sky in a way similar to the moon step. Although the moon step is a special physical skill mastered by the world government and the navy, it is only the development of the physical limit. For a strong man of Whitebeard's level, even if he does not know similar skills, after watching it several times, he can complete it all through explosive power. The air almost became Whitebeard's stepping stone, and Marco also waved his flaming wings to keep up with Whitebeard's pace. Who made the Whitebeard pirates so rare to have the ability to fly? In addition to him, only Namor jumped into the water and followed. Although he could not fly, the ability of the fishman to sneak under the sea was also useful at this moment. Although Whitebeard's way of moving could not stay in the air for a long time, it was enough to travel in a short time. In the end, Kaido, who could fly, arrived at the island first. The island was bare, with nothing but rocks everywhere. Such an island just met his needs. Yamato. Watch carefully, you will soon understand why I said that everything you experienced was just a joke. Kaido landed on the island ahead of time, but Yamato and Morgans did not land, and just stayed above the island. Whitebeard did not let them wait for long. A few minutes later, Jin and Ziraura looked into the distance one after another, and even Yamato noticed something. It was an undisguised breath. Morgans even felt that the feathers on his body had stood up. Although he did not see anything, the fear had spread to his heart. His fingers began to tremble, but he still took off the cover of the lens with a little excitement. Big news, this world-class duel must be a rare big news. Not long after, a figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. Whitebeard in his prime was even a few points faster than Marco. The cold light on Kusukamiya did not need to be concealed. In a flash, he and Whitebeard arrived on the island together. Kaido, you're really early, kid. Murakumokiri cut a full moon in the sky and slashed directly at Kaido's face. Kaido seemed to be unprepared, but in fact he had already entered his own fighting state. Amid his wild laughter, Hachisai and Murakumokiri had a new round of collision. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 528, the ground collapses, the sea sinks, and the sky collapses. Without too many words, the two of them started fighting as soon as they met. The mace and the broadsword had the most primitive collision, without any skills, and there was only a collision of brute force. Both Hachisai and Murakumokiri it is a heavy weapon, and a brutal clash has become the way they want to determine who is better. Murasakuri is ranked among the 12 supreme swords, and is a rare treasure. Although Kaido's Hakusaija has not experienced 6 generations like Yamato's Ken, it has also been forged several times, and is mixed with a large amount of rare metals. The difference between them in the quality of weapons is not great. Ugh, Newgate, the warm-up is almost over, so forget about this childish temptation. Gulala, kid, confidence is a good thing, but arrogance is not. Although he said so, Whitebeard was not careless. He changed the posture of holding the sword with both hands, and a white ball of light appeared on Murasakuri's blade. He is the ability user of the Tremor fruit. He can create a terrifying earthquake with a wave of his hand. Over the years, he has already developed the power of the Tremor fruit to the extreme, and can also activate the power of the Tremor fruit even with weapons. The white ball of light seems ordinary, but everything around it seems to be distorted. That's right, this is the fight I want. Blue scales appeared on Kaido's body, and a huge dragon tail appeared behind him. Seeing Whitebeard using the tremor fruit, Kaido naturally would not be arrogant. That was the top powerhouse in his cognition. For the powerhouse, using all his strength is a kind of respect. In the form, Kaido's muscles bulged, and the domineering and thunder on the 8 fasts began to spread. Great powerful Thunder Bagua. Most of Kaido's moves are extended versions of the Thunder Bagua, and the great powerful Thunder Bagua is also the same. With stronger domineering and faster swinging speed, he can only use the full form of this move by entering the form and relying on the bonus of the blue dragon fruit. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the two collided in the air. Although they were cold weapons, they made a loud noise that could not be achieved by artillery. The lightning on the 8-tailed ones began to spread, and the light ball formed by the tremor fruit also exploded. The huge impact spread across the entire island with the two of them as the center. The two of them were like the eye of a storm, and the strong wind swept around them. The people in the sky retreated to higher places, otherwise it would be difficult for them to stabilize their bodies under the aftermath of this attack. Yamato grabbed Genesek's body with one hand and Rotom with the other, otherwise Rotom would fly to who knows where. The strong airflow made Morgans almost unable to open his eyes, but he still put on a pair of goggles with difficulty, and then desperately pressed the shutter. As long as he opened his mouth, the strong wind would roll into his mouth, but this did not prevent him from giving a slightly twitching smile. He had already seen the impact of this century-long duel. The rocks under Kaido and Whitebeard's feet began to crack, the huge crack spread rapidly with the two as the center, and then the attacks of the two seemed to have reached their limits. In the huge roar, the dust that rushed into the sky temporarily separated them. The vision was blocked, but facing two monsters with top-level observation haki, the impact of these dusts has become negligible, but it has become impossible to predict the opponent's movements. Their observation haki almost entered a state of mutual cancellation, and the biggest role played was to ignore some things that blocked the vision. In the smoke and dust, Whitebeard jumped high, and Kusukumoki came to Kaido again with great force. Although Kaido still blocked this attack, Whitebeard's attack was far more than this time. He had noticed Kaido's changes. He was no longer the trainee of the Rocks pirates back then, but a terrible monster. From the little brother at the beginning to the little giant who is taller than himself now, Kaido is growing visibly. This is an opponent of the same level as himself, and he can't be defeated easily. With the contact point between the blade and the mace as the fulcrum, Whitebeard's body turned over very flexibly. He rotated in the air like a lever, almost turning himself into a new blade for Kusukumokiri. The same ball of light as on the previous blade attached to his heel, and he kicked Kaido in the back while spinning. The previous knife was just a feint, and this kick was his killer move. Newgate, you are still as scary as you were back then. When he was on the Rocks ship, many people thought Whitebeard was a warrior who could only do brute force because of his size and ability, but that was all an illusion, because he only needed to use brute force to defeat most enemies. Now he has not been stabbed in the heart by his son, he is not so old and sick that he needs to be infused with oxygen every day, and he has not been pierced in the chest by Borsalino. Whitebeard in his prime can exert far more than brute force. However, there was no panic in Kaido's tone, and an indestructible barrier had appeared behind him. The absolute defense of Xiaozu is relative. Depending on the level of the user, the upper limit of Xiaozu is also different. If an ordinary person uses Xiaozu, he may not be able to take on Whitebeard's attack, but as an opponent of the same level as him, Kaido can. This is his favorite skill. The enemy's feeling of being caught off guard because his attack is ineffective always gives him a chance. However, although Kaido's Xiaozu blocked Whitebeard's attack, the aftermath of the vibration still had a huge impact on the surrounding environment. Unlike the previous collision, this attack was downward force, and Kaido did not use the attack, but used Xiaozu to block the attack, which caused the aftermath of the vibration to pass him and hit the island. The land began to crack, and even the surrounding sea water rushed to the surroundings frantically. After a moment of silence, the sea seemed to collapse, and the surging waves gathered into a tsunami and rushed to the surroundings. Namor, who had followed from the sea, was now floating in the sky holding Marco's feet. The aftermath of the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido made even the deep sea no longer safe. They finally understood why Whitebeard had the Moby Dick stop so far away. Morgans was still pressing the shutter, and at this time he had changed a brand new film, while Yamato looked up at the sky inadvertently, and then her eyes widened. The sky fell. The battle between Kaido and Whitebeard caused a huge aftermath. The strong wind rolled around them, causing the air around them to flow rapidly around, and now the surrounding air began to flow back to the battle area. The impact of the previous battle had already cracked the clouds. Under the influence of atmospheric pressure, the air began to flow back, and the clouds were also attracted. The feedback brought by this phenomenon in the eyes of humans was only 4 words: the sky fell. AP. Com go to view. Chapter 529, Dragon Dance Gossip. Yamato's blank stare at the top of his head naturally attracted Morgan's attention. As he looked at the collapsed sky, the excitement in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He could not think of any photo more suitable for the cover than this. Morgan's only came here to take pictures. He could not broadcast such a thing live, otherwise the world government would come to hunt him down. Publishing it in the newspaper afterwards was the limit of their tolerance. If Morgan's broadcasted this thing live to promote the military power of the 2 pirates, it would touch the bottom line. So now the only one broadcasting this battle live is Inagashima. Rotom, come on, hold on. Loto, I'm trying. It was also difficult to stabilize the camera under the huge impact. Although Rotom's camera could capture the battle scene, it was extremely unstable, and the shaking amplitude of the lens was enough to make the audience feel dizzy. Because it was a live broadcast, the whistling wind was also transmitted to Wano country through Rotom, so no one complained about the situation of the camera. Even if they only listened, they could imagine how terrifying the scene was. In addition to the pirates on guard in the outer sea, the members of the beasts in Wano country were watching the first situation of the battlefield brought by Yamato. The force displayed by Kaido had made them feel excited. After all, it was their captain who did this. On the other side, Aki was also pulled by Drake to watch the live broadcast of the battlefield in the palace of Flower Capital. Aki, do you understand what kind of enemy you want to encounter? That is Lord Kaido, and what you see is only a part of it. Give up, it is an impossible fantasy. No, it is a delusion. It is possible to achieve the things that are not so are called dreams, and the things that are unlikely are called fantasies. In addition to the word delusion, Drake can't think of any other words to describe the desire to defeat the beasts in the future. As he said this, he pinched his face and asked him to look in the direction of Kojiki Hiri. Even adult warriors like them would be shocked, not to mention Kojiki Hiri who had never seen the world. The terrifying scene of the sky falling was deeply engraved in her mind, and a seed called fear took root in her heart. People in the distance can only experience the horror of the scene in this way, but the strong wind is not fatal. Those who dare to stay around and watch the battle have their own abilities, only Morgan's is a little unsociable. In their opinion, the most deadly aftermath of this duel is the tsunami. The tsunami caused by the aftermath of the tremor fruit has surged to the surroundings. Both the Moby Dick and the Beast King are within the range of the tsunami. Among them, the Moby Dick is farther away, and as Whitebeard's flagship, it has been designed to deal with tsunamis. Hold on to something. Daddy is angry. Jaws grabbed the rudder himself. It was not easy to hold the rudder in this turbulent tsunami. The bow of the white whale was heaving in the tsunami, and they managed to avoid this wave without any danger. On the Beast King, the tsunami was even more violent. After all, Whitebeard had to be careful when exerting his strength. Although he could not let the Moby Dick avoid the risk, he could at least reduce the impact. But the Beast King was different. Looking at the world-destroying tsunami, even they could not help but panic. Laplace, it's up to you. Shayna patted the 2 Laplaces beside her, and then they jumped into the water one after another. Mao Yi! As Laplace roared, their bodies gradually grew larger, and the Gigantamax Laplace appeared here. Then 2 freezing rays shot out of their mouths. They were not the Gigantamax moves that could only be used a few times in the game, but the Gigantamax version of freezing rays. The terrifying waves gradually froze under the influence of the Gigantamax Lapras, and finally turned into broken ice and fell into the sea. Arceus had already taken the aftermath of Whitebeard's attack into account, otherwise he would not have specially asked Lapras to accompany him. Kaido, you seem to have something extraordinary, it's really a good ability. Whitebeard certainly knew whether his attack had any effect. The mysterious barrier actually blocked his attack. If this was also the ability of his fruit, then Kaido's ability was too strong. However, although he said that he had good ability, Whitebeard did not show mercy. After the attack failed, he twisted his body and chopped Kaido's neck again. If one attack failed, he would hit twice, and if it didn't work, he would hit again. No matter how hard the barrier was, it had its own defense limit. He didn't believe that Kaido was really invulnerable. But Kaido was not the type to be beaten on the spot. Although it was good to defend, the biggest flaw was that it could not be used continuously. With the remaining force of Whitebeard's kick, Kaido rushed forward, supporting himself on the ground with both hands and swinging his body. Agni Dragon Dance Bagua. There are many people who have acquired Pokemon skills. The most ordinary people can only release skills on the spot like a turret, imitating by rote. People with a little talent have developed their own usage according to the characteristics of the skills. These people are ordinary numberers. People with stronger talents have integrated the skills into their own combat habits and developed more abilities according to the characteristics of Pokemon attributes. These are what the big bosses do. When it comes to Kaido, he not only integrates those skills, but also develops new skills according to the characteristics of the skills. The scorching dragon flames wrapped around his body, especially the flames on the tail behind him burned more fiercely, and his body twisted slightly, which was a sign that he was using the dragon dance. At this moment, he used his body as the axis and the dragon tail as a mace. The powerful domineering aura was surrounded by the flames, and his tail hit Whitebeard's chest at a speed far exceeding the previous one. Boom! Even though Whitebeard's body was also covered with haki, this time he still made a muffled sound. Although he was hit by Kaido, Whitebeard's attack did not stop. He chopped down with Kurogiri in his hand, leaving a large string of sparks on the dragon scales on Kaido's shoulder. The hard dragon scales and powerful haki prevented him from breaking his defense, but the force had already penetrated his body. Both Kaido and Whitebeard mastered the top-level armament haki, and once they were hit, they could not be completely immune to each other's damage. It hurts, Newgate, you old guy is still as scary as before. Although he said it hurt, Kaido had already picked up the mace again and hit Whitebeard, and Whitebeard also noticed Kaido's abnormality. Compared with Kaido just now, his current offensive has become more fierce, both in attack and speed. Are you scared? Then just admit defeat. Newgate. What a joke, I am. Whitebeard. Boom. Destructive waves came from the island, and the sea and the sky were boiling again under this attack. Go to check. White Dove. Chapter 530, Interrupting the Reading and Awakening. Kaido's body began to glow, which was a sign that he was releasing the dragon dance. The increase at this time was far from the upper limit of his body's endurance, but Whitebeard did not watch Kaido complete the reading of the dragon dance. He clapped his hands in the air, and the surrounding air rushed towards Kaido as if squeezed, interrupting his skill release. Newgate, you guy. Gulala, kid, this is a battle. Although I don't know what your strange movements are, don't think about continuing. He didn't understand what the dragon dance was, but he clearly felt that after Kaido had just completed that strange move, both his speed and attack had gone up a level. Originally, they were evenly matched in strength, and Kaido was even worse than him in destructive power, but everything became different after that weird move. He didn't know how many times Kaido could use this thing. Once or twice was fine, but if it was more, then there was no need to fight. Unlike the previous attack, Kaido had just taken advantage of the situation and had already unloaded most of the power. Now the shockwaves from Whitebeard's hands were completely to interfere with his dragon dance. Under this interference, Kaido's dragon dance could not be completed. But this time was a normal situation. Unless there was a teasing intention under the crushing strength, no one would let the other party complete the skill reading. He had seen too many charging moves during the years of fighting on the Rock's ship. The only way to let the other party complete the charging was to be careless, either there was no need to interrupt, or it could not be interrupted. The strong in the New World generally don't have many moves that require long-term charging. They are wasted against the weak and cannot be used against the strong. Only some specific moves used to deal with giant targets will be passed down, such as the Elbaf Spear of the Giants. But this is what makes it interesting. As expected, Newgate, only guys like you can make people excited. He is not a person who can't fight without skills. Even if Whitebeard interrupted his subsequent dragon dance, his previous dragon dance had already been released, and his body was filled with more powerful power at this time. Madman. Whitebeard can only make such an evaluation of Kaido's behavior, but it was the same before, even when Kaido was still an intern and liked to fight like this. At that time, he was not as strong as he is now, and he lost more than he won in battles. However, no matter how many times he failed, he would still rush into the battlefield to fight after recovering from his injuries. It seemed that was his meaning. From noon to midnight, the two had been fighting for more than 12 hours. During the 3 days and 3 nights of fighting with Roger, Whitebeard would wait for Roger to rest before fighting because of his physical condition, but it was different now. The two energetic monsters had no intention of stopping. Perhaps for them now, warm-up is officially over. Boom! Kaka, the barrier in front of Kaido was broken like a mirror. Whitebeard's attack method was a large-scale AoE attack. It was meaningless to use a stand in front of him, and the stand could only withstand damage and confuse the enemy. If Kaido used a stand, the physical strength consumed by generating a stand would be greater than being punched by him, and Whitebeard's attack would attack his stand and the original body together. Sure enough, this barrier doesn't seem to be able to be used continuously. Kaido would not use defend to block ordinary attacks, which made Whitebeard suspicious. If this skill is really that useful, then isolating all attacks is the best choice. Although Kaido is a battle maniac, Whitebeard knows that he does not have a masochistic hobby and will try to avoid being hit by more powerful attacks during battle, so this skill must have some limitations. To be honest, I have been using reading books to follow the latest updates, switching, reading aloud with many voices, both Android and Apple. But in addition to defend, Kaido also has the physical bonus of the blue dragon fruit and very powerful domineering. Although the advanced armament color can cause internal damage, not all of them can hit the opponent's body. After all, the shock wave he released cannot be attached to the armament color, and other attacks do not have a huge attack range like shock waves, so Whitebeard tried for a long time before reaching this conclusion. He seized the opportunity and launched a series of fierce attacks on Kaido's vital points, forcing Kaido to use defend continuously. In fact, it is not completely impossible to use the defensive magic skill continuously, but the more you use it, the lower the success rate. Judging from the current results, Kaido's luck today is not particularly good. So what? I still know a lot of things. In another wrestling match, the scales on Kaido's body suddenly stood up, and then those scales shot out like bullets, and there was a powerful armed color domineering attached to them. Scale shooting attack, using one's own scales as weapons, through the means of attacking the enemy through the flying scales. Dense scales shot at Whitebeard, even his body had a lot of blood marks, and then he saw bursts of white light all over his body, and the powerful vibration force bounced all the scattered scales away. However, the power of the scales did not disappear. That Muir, be careful. Marco's wings blocked downwards, and soon his body became riddled with holes, but under the fire of the phoenix, the wounds on his body were healing quickly. On the other side, Jinyi stood in front of everyone with full defense, and the wide wings of the pterosaur formed a shield at this time. Although these were stray bullets, they still felt pain when they hit the body. Morgans tried to take pictures desperately in this environment, and hid behind after being cut into a vulture hairstyle. But Whitebeard's attack has not stopped. The white light on his body continues to spread, and Kaido even feels that the island under his feet is shaking constantly. As the flying scales disappear, Rotom continues to shoot, and from its night vision lens it can be seen that the surroundings of the island are gradually collapsing, and then Whitebeard actually loosened his hands holding the knife, allowing Kusuksho to be picked up and thrown to the side. Although it is unknown what Whitebeard wants to do, the opportunity has appeared in front of Kaido. Taking advantage of this gap, he quickly waved the 8 precepts in his hand again. Roaring Thunder Begwa. In response, Whitebeard swung his fists at the same time, and Kaido instinctively used the defense, but the next moment, a sense of crisis emerged in his heart. Whitebeard is not a fool. Knowing that he has defensive skills, he should not use this kind of attack. Then, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest and abdomen. Whitebeard's vibration actually penetrated the defense barrier and directly attacked his body. The powerful impact made Kaido's figure begin to retreat, leaving 2 deep gullies on the rocky island. Awakening, as expected, you have mastered this thing a long time ago. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 531, the audience's patience gradually reaches its limit. Kaido seemed to understand something after wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The vibration that Whitebeard launched just now passed through the barrier that was formed, and the damage was extended to him with the vibration of space, and the vibration seemed to cause resonance in his body, causing damage to his body like the advanced armed color. The vibration of the island and the atmosphere just now were the precursors of Whitebeard's awakening. Although the vibration is not a solid entity like rubber, glutinous rice balls, and thread, which can directly transform the surrounding substances, it can bring the ability of this vibration to the extreme. In this state, the vibration in space is like an extension of Whitebeard's hands and feet. Unless the barrier isolates another small world, Whitebeard's attack can penetrate the barrier and attack the main body. Kaido, tell me, what happened to Odin? Are you still thinking about that naive guy? Didn't I tell you that guy died of the betrayal of his subordinates, or I buried him? To be honest, I have been using to read books and follow the updates recently, switching, reading aloud with many voices, both Android and Apple. Whitebeard raised one hand above his head, and the Kusukamokuri that was originally bounced away fell steadily into his hand again. Then the blade of his Kusukamokuri also entered this vibrating state, and Whitebeard raised the knife again and rushed towards Kaido. Although Kaido's body was affected by Whitebeard's vibration, the smile on his face became more obvious. How can it be considered a fight without a life and death crisis? His muscles began to move, and every cell in his body began to operate. It seemed that there was no change at all. At most, the dragonization part deepened a little, but this was the awakening of the animal system. The awakening of the animal system does not have the exaggerated expressiveness of the natural system to change the celestial phenomena, nor the magical ability of the superhuman system to change the surrounding materials. It brings the extreme of the body, commonly known as sit-ups. The damage caused by Whitebeard gradually recovered under the efforts of Kaido's cells, and it was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whitebeard's awakening gave him a more terrifying attack power and attack range, but facing Kaido, who was also awakened, as long as he could not kill the opponent in a short time, the damage he caused would be gradually repaired. However, neither Kaido nor Whitebeard could kill the other in 1 second, especially in the awakening environment of Whitebeard. Kaido's skills that require reading are more likely to be interrupted. In the case that he would be penetrated by the opponent's vibration, Kaido started his fight like a beast, relying on the powerful recovery of the animal system to consume Whitebeard's physical strength in exchange for injuries. And Whitebeard also showed the ability of a monster. His consumption speed of Kaido was much faster than his recovery speed. Although his body was constantly under attack, it still did not exceed his upper limit. The two monsters kept fighting on the island, and everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with them. The sun had been around them for several circles. Whether it was day or night, they never stopped fighting. The island was collapsing and shrinking all the time, and most of the originally large island had fallen apart at this time. In this state, the audience became the biggest sufferer. They had to deal with attacks that might miss the target. Whether it was Kaido or Whitebeard, they could not guarantee that they would not hurt others in a battle of this scale. The reason why Kaido only brought elite and flying cotters to this area at this time also showed that even those who watched the battle at this level had to have some strength. In the ships of both sides in the distance, the continuous waves showed that the battle was not over yet. Whitebeard's crew barely fell asleep in the waves, while the crew of the beast made new moves. Seeing that the battle had not stopped yet, a lapras shrank its size, and then it bloomed a completely different light. Its size was still huge, but compared with before, its appearance had changed a lot. This is a supergiant lapras. Its shell has changed and has special grooves on it. These grooves can accommodate 5,000 people to live steadily on the sea. Relying on the power of lapras, except for a few people who are still controlling the ship, the rest of the people are resting on lapras' back, waiting to deal with the sudden situation that may come at any time. Time is still passing, and Whitebeard and Kaido are talking less and less, just silently launching attacks. On Onigashima, the audience was no longer as excited as before. At first, they would roar with excitement when watching the video sent back by Yamato, but as time passed, they became numb. Some pirates began to do their own things and told the pirates who stayed here to let them know when there was a result. Jack and Maria were still energetic, but Ultai and Page 1 could no longer hold on, and even Ultai, who was the most restless, was snoring slightly. Oh, what lovely little guys! Maria's big hands carefully lifted the two up, and then placed them on her thighs to let them continue to sleep. Perhaps due to genetics, a feeling called maternal love gradually awakened in her body. Looking at the two children who stayed up too late and fell asleep, she even hummed a lullaby from Wano country. Maria, I'm going to wake up. Remember to call me when there is a picture. His endurance has not reached its limit, but it is too boring to stay here. This morning, the live broadcast suddenly broke. Rotom was created by Arceus and there will be no problem, so the biggest possibility is that the photographer has a problem. Judging from the shaking of the camera before the black screen, Yamato is likely to have fallen asleep. Staring at the black screen made him feel bored, so he planned to go to the water outside to wake up. Go ahead, I'll let you know. In fact, Jack guessed correctly. Yamato was indeed curled up on Genesek's back and fell asleep. Jinsect even used his arms to fix Yamato on his back. Rotom entered standby mode in her arms. Rotom is also a Pokemon and needs to rest. Although its body can continue to work when it rests, the premise is that the operator cannot fall asleep. In this case, the live broadcast will naturally be interrupted. Morgans, who stayed beside with the help of Zeraora, had bloodshot eyes. He didn't seem to understand why Yamato could fall asleep now and sleep so comfortably. President Morgans, you can rest for a while if you need to. I can hold you. No need. If I miss any big scene, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Morgans took out a handful of coffee beans and threw them directly into his mouth to chew. He relied on this to persevere. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 532, You are strong, but your family is not as strong as mine. Hey, it looks like I just slept for a short while. Yamato woke up on Jinasec's back. Looking at the sun above her head, she felt that she should have slept for only a few minutes. After all, the position of the sun did not change from before she fell asleep, but after she woke up Rotom again, she found something wrong. Strange, why did time go backwards? Rotom, is your timer broken? No, Rotom, all functions are intact. Strange, Miss Yamato, you have slept for a whole day. Jin on the side exposed the truth. She fell asleep on the morning of the 4th day, and she woke up on the morning of the 5th day. She slept for a whole day and night, and at this time, the battle below finally came to an end. Yamato rubbed his eyes after waking up, and did not continue to entangle this problem. He directly pointed Rotom's camera hole downward again. In Onigashima, with the resurrection of Yamato and Rotom, the broadcast picture became clear again, and the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido seemed to have entered the final battle. There are 3 more claw marks on Whitebeard's chest, which are the marks left by Kaido's dragon claws. In addition, there are countless scratches and bruises of all sizes. A book friend who I have known for 10 years recommended this book to me. It is really useful. I use it to read and listen to books to kill time while driving and before going to bed. You can download it here. The same is true for Kaido. Although he is covered with dark dragon scales, you can still see the almost twisted bruises on it. There is a huge wound on his left shoulder. Although it is no longer bleeding, it can be seen that it is the work of Whitebeard. They have stopped large-scale attacks. Both Kaido and Whitebeard have gradually reached a limit in their physical strength. Hey, wake up, Kaido seems to be winning. Look, Whitebeard is injured. Don't eat, you won't die if you miss a meal, the picture has been restored. The human brain will control people to see what they subjectively want to see, so these people have ignored the scars on Kaido to a certain extent. With their shouts, more and more people gathered in the empty space, and as the noise got louder, Ultai woke up in a daze. Woo, this bed is really comfortable this time. Really? You can lie down for a while if you like. Looking at Maria's smile, Ultai noticed something unusual, and her sleepy mind woke up completely in a minute. Sleeping on someone else's legs was like a public execution for her, not to mention that there was a more soundly sleeping Peggy one next to her. Little Peggy! Get up quickly, don't sleep, the battle has begun. Ultai was rarely flustered, and didn't even refute it. She pulled Peggy 1 away from Maria's thighs and changed the subject before Peggy 1 could react. The island was now only the size of a football field. Looking at Whitebeard breathing heavily, Kaido even admired the monster a little. Newgate, you are so old, can you still fight for 5 days and 5 nights? Gulala, stop looking down on me, kid. When I became famous, you were just a kid behind Lingling. You can fight me for another 5 days. Fighting with the awakened animal type for 5 days and 5 nights, Whitebeard has lived up to the name of a monster in this regard. In fact, Kaido's physical strength has gradually reached its limit. Whitebeard's awakening is very terrifying. The advanced armament haki is to hurt the enemies inside through the principle of hitting the cow from a distance, with the purpose of penetrating the surface armament haki defense to achieve his own attack. And Whitebeard's awakening has also made his ability similar to, although it doesn't ignore external defense like haki, but it's almost the same. Combined with Whitebeard's terrifying destructive power, it's not something a normal person can hold on to. Coupled with his destructive power to the environment, fighting him on the mainland is the biggest failure. Even if you can defeat him, it will cause irreversible damage to the island. Ugh, Newgate, your time is over. With his legs exerting force, Kaido in the Dragon Man state jumped into the air. His body strength was squeezed to the extreme. Although he had experienced 5 days and 5 nights of fierce fighting, his haki was stronger than before. As a teacher, what he needs to know is not only to teach students, but also to grow himself. In the duel with Whitebeard, he seems to have made some breakthroughs. Descend to the third world. Induce Naraku Dragon Scale Dance. Thunder, haki, dragon power. Kaido used his strongest attack at this time, and even the air wailed where the 8 fasts passed. Kaido's words that the era has passed seemed to sting Whitebeard's heart. Looking back on the past, one after another strong men have left, but thinking of those family members, the things that he valued most in his life, Whitebeard seemed to have suddenly realized something. The body surface did not continue to emit white light. The power of the tremor fruit was compressed by him on the sharp blade of Kusugawa Kyurei, and his domineering color was also entangled on it. When my era ends, I have the final say. You can't decide my end. Boom. Although Morgans pressed the shutter, he soon covered his ears. The roar was too terrible. For a while, he seemed to hear nothing except the buzzing tinnitus. But the bird's beak revealed a smile that could not be concealed. This trip was worth it for him. The island under the feet of the two began to crack and break. Soon, except for 2 footholds, the island had been wiped out from the world. From now on, no matter who it was, it would be impossible to detect the breath of the island here. Looking at the blood dripping from his chest, Kaido's expression was slightly complicated. With his current physical condition, this wound will not leave scars, but since Kojiki Oden, this is the first time he has been injured so seriously. Whitebeard's condition is also not good. The turban on his head has flown away. His hands are shaking slightly. It's not the effect of vibration, but the recoil after the fight. His steps are a little shaky, but as the handle of Kusugamokuri hits the ground, he still stabilizes his body. Newgate, I won. Kid, you really don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Can you call this a victory? He can see that Kaido's condition is not much stronger. Although the animal system has stronger recovery ability, it is also in the state of a spent force like him. Newgate, you are pursuing your family, but your family is too weak, and my partner is much stronger than yours. That's right, in the current state, Kaido is not a winner. At most, they are both injured, but at this moment, Kaido has a dead grass in his hand. But before he could take action, Jin and Marco brought the same news one after another, and on the sea level in the distance, there was also a dog-headed ship. White Pigeon. Chapter 533, The End, The Tradition of the Lower and the Higher. In terms of a pure life and death game, the biggest possibility for them is to perish together. Although both of them have reached their limits, in a battle of this scale, the limit is not the end, but a new beginning. In this case, in order to decide life and death, the body will squeeze the potential of every cell. Although their physical strength has reached the bottom, referring to their total physical strength, this is still a very large number, and how long it will take is still unknown. However, Kaido's enhancement is far more than that. Whitebeard can interrupt his release of Dragon Dance with his awakening and break through his defense, but he can't interfere with external objects. In addition to his own skill enhancement, the most buggy thing on Kaido's body is the resurrection grass left by Arceus. Whitebeard lost his first life, but he still has a second one, which is something Whitebeard never had. Kaido didn't use this in the battle because he wanted to have a good fight with Whitebeard. If he used it halfway, the fun of the battle would disappear. But he is a fighter and a pragmatist at the same time. If he was one-on-one with Whitebeard, he might not use this thing. Although he took it out, he didn't want to use it. There are fewer and fewer opponents like Whitebeard. Without him, the sea will not only lose balance, but also lose a lot of fun. Kaido has got what he wanted and wanted to leave, but the troublemaker appeared. Monkey D. Garp, the troublemaker is here. He stuffed the resurrection grass into his mouth, and Kaido's physical strength began to recover at an unscientific speed, and soon recovered to his peak. Although the mental fatigue was still there, the impact was not great. Hehe, Newgate, I remember you were the one who brought me to Rock's ship. You were the first crew member I met. Whitebeard's pupil shrank. He didn't expect the change in Kaido. He was just like himself, in a state of exhaustion, but now it's different. Just because he ate something, he had such an incomprehensible change. You. Back then, Whitebeard was just an ordinary cotter. When he was in Hachinos, Kaido's fight caused a lot of trouble. Rox was interested, so Rox sent Whitebeard to recruit him. There was nothing wrong with Kaido's words. However, Whitebeard did not understand what Kaido meant by saying this at this time. I don't want the world to become so boring. The time for the new wave to appear has not come yet. The current balance is in a wonderful state. But Newgate, you'd better be prepared. This time I rely on external forces, but when you can't even beat my own strength, when everything is ready, it will be your end. Before that, you have to keep your head for me. The word balance doesn't sound like something you would say, Kaido. At this time, Whitebeard did not continue to call Kaido a brat. Several days of bloody battles had made Whitebeard recognize his strength. Although the two were hostile, they would not take too much advantage in words. It's just that a person who is keen on fighting said the word balance, which made him a little confused. I have learned a lot. My patience now is just for a bigger war. If we continue to fight now, the Navy will only take advantage. Although we don't have a deep friendship, we are both pirates after all, so let's stop here today. Before Whitebeard could say anything, the news from Jin and Marco came. Dad, Moby Dick was attacked. Brother Kaido, the Navy attacked us. The news from the two came one after another. At this time, they looked at each other with vigilance. They didn't hold back in their fight just now. As long as the captain ordered, they could attack each other at any time. But their voices were not concealed, so both Whitebeard and Kaido heard each other's reports. Newgate, you'll have to take care of the rest. You'd better become stronger, so that you have the qualification to die in my hands. Kaido spat out a beam of energy in the direction of the dog-headed warship. This energy beam rushed straight into the sky, and then turned into a dense meteor shower and fell down. This meteor shower was the gift he left behind. Then Kaido turned into a dragon and flew away with them. Dad, what should we do? Let's go, Marco, thank you for your trouble, but before that, let's give the Navy a big gift. As he said this, Whitebeard exerted force with both hands, and the air in his hands seemed to turn into a piece of linen, and then he pulled it down with force, and the sea vibrated violently under this attack. The liquid water was also divided into several layers like solid water, and then Marco kicked one by one and started the return journey with two big guys. Vice Admiral Garp. They seemed to have stopped fighting and launched an attack outside at the same time. I see, don't panic, stabilize the hull, and leave the rest to me. Facing the sky-dropping dragon meteor, Garp did not panic, but picked up a solid shell and then smashed it into the sky with his wrist. As for Whitebeard's attack, he was just obstructing the movement of their ships. The scale of those tsunamis was not large, and he could solve it with his fists, but it made him unable to leave the ship to chase them. But Garp didn't want to chase them. Just after solving the Dragon Star group, the Den Mushi on Garp's ship rang again. Garp. Who told you to start the attack? It wasn't me, it was Sakazuki who acted without authorization. After arriving at the nearby waters, they were originally together, but because of the large tsunami caused by the aftermath of the battle, the fleet was too dense and it was easy to cause problems. So the Navy's fleet spread out and surrounded the area, with Garp near the main battlefield while Sakazuki and Borsalino were near the Moby Dick and the Beast King respectively. The order they received was to observe. According to the feedback from the intelligence personnel, the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido did not determine a winner, so they only needed to continue observing. But the generals also had their own judgments. For example, Sakazuki thought that instead of waiting for them to finish fighting, it would be the best solution to sneak attack the remaining fleet while they were fighting. In this way, no matter who wins or loses, the two pirate groups can be severely damaged. Borsalino and Garp had not planned to do so, but the environment here was so complicated that they had to move with Sakazuki's rash attack. White Pigeon. Chapter 534, Pokemon and Science Combination Technique. As Navy officers of the same era as Whitebeard, Sengoku and Garp understood the horror of Whitebeard better than Borsalino and Sakazuki. Although Kaido was still a rookie at that time, he was able to fight Whitebeard like this now, so they could indirectly estimate the opponent's strength. Moreover, the order a few days ago was to decide whether to take action depending on the situation. Sakazuki's sudden attack could barely be said to be waiting for an opportunity, but as time passed, the order sent back by the world government had changed. Garp, this is the latest order from above. The operation is cancelled. Everyone returned to the ship. You must bring them back to me. What happened? Garp noticed something unusual in Sengoku's tone. It seemed that something special had happened, which made the world government change its strategy urgently. Well, the reconnaissance team sent by the world government to Wano country was wiped out. Destroyed? Are the people left behind by Kaido that strong? It's not a question of strength or weakness, it's that they didn't even see the edge of Wano country. If they were facing Whitebeard, it would not be difficult for them to understand this situation. He had almost no solution to the tsunami on the sea. The fleet would be forced back by the tsunami before it could get close. He wanted to leave and nothing could stop him. Unless there is a reason for him to fight to the death, he wants to annihilate it. Is basically impossible to defeat a monster like Whitebeard. By the way, the best audiobook for reading aloud is at, install the latest version. Roger surrendered himself, Golden Lion killed Marineford alone, and Rox fought a decisive battle in the Valley of the Gods. Among the many achievements of the Navy, there are few records of defeating powerful enemies at sea. Walt is one of them, but he was calculated by sea peace agents. It is the ability of these monsters that makes the Navy act very cautiously, but what happened in Wano country is not very normal. According to the last report, they were attacked by biological weapons. Not long ago, in the waters of Wano country, probably when Yamato was still sleeping on Genus X's back, most people were watching the broadcast of the battle in Onigashima, but the guard post was not cancelled. The battle between Whitebeard and Kaido intensified, and the situation on the battlefield was gradually fed back under reconnaissance. Kaido and Whitebeard could not get away for a while, which was the conclusion they came to. However, the world government's intelligence is much more complete than that of the pirates. How many people Kaido brought out and how many people are left in Wano country can be roughly calculated. Although Kaido is not there, the equally terrifying Arceus is still missing. According to previous intelligence, Arceus often leaves Wano country. Now we have to try to find out whether he is there or not. In this situation, a reconnaissance ship with some agents sailed towards Wano country. Lord Arceus, those people still can't help it, and their ships are approaching. The air team brought back first-hand intelligence. Even if many of those agents have mastered the moon step, normal people will not use the moon step to travel all the time, which is a great consumption of physical energy, so the sky is still a blind spot for them. The air team is different. The Millennium Dragon is a free-flying creature, and it is very easy to carry a few scouts. Although the original scout Captain Manderfesh had left here at this time, the team still existed. After Kaido left, they patrolled the outer sea of Wano country and conducted irregular reconnaissance without interruption. So the ship was discovered not long after. Since they dared to come, they must be responsible for their actions. Quinn, you are allowed to use those things, just to try their effects. Don't worry, Lord Arceus, that is the highest achievement in these years. He, Quinn, the scapegoat of the beasts, one of the three disasters, the universal subsidy, how to say he is also a big boss with a high status in the beasts, although Kaido did not take him out this time, but his strength cannot be ignored. The names of the flame disaster and the illusion disaster are based on their abilities. The flames burning the battlefield and the illusions deceiving the senses have brought them great trouble, but under the cover of these people's halo, people gradually forget that Quinn's title is the plague disaster. Whether it is the original Brachiosaurus or the transformed tropical dragon, it has nothing to do with this word. In addition to Quinn's own strength, this title comes more from his research. It's just that this achievement is not very meaningful when facing the same level of strong people. When conquering other islands, their purpose is to occupy rather than destroy, so Quinn's attack method that damages reputation is naturally prohibited. But facing the group of agents of the world government, Arceus has no good feelings at all, so Quinn's restrictions are also opened. This is not only to test Quinn's new products, but also to check a new way of fighting. After receiving the order, Quinn did not fly away from Ghost Island, but came to the gathering place of the outer good and bad stars. Little guys, this is what Lord Arceus meant. Just like the previous drill, just shoot these things out. At this time, Quinn has restored his racial reputation in the good and bad stars. He got a lot of branches of sun corals from Pillman and obtained the forgiveness of the good and bad stars by feeding them. Then he distributed a bunch of small balls to several good and bad stars. This is a special resin processed from the sap of trees that cultivate tree fruits. With the deepening of research, the people of Beishao have long discovered that in addition to tree fruits, trees that grow tree fruits also have extremely high utilization value. Even the cut branches and buds have a special woody fragrance when used for barbecue. These resin balls contain the plague bombs made by Quinn, which are mutants that use the toxins of good and bad stars combined with the toxins of double bomb gas. Then some good and bad stars dived into the sea and swam in the direction given by Quinn. After living here for a period of time, they have become familiar with the currents here and the surrounding areas. The people on the world government ship did not find these good and bad stars swimming in the deep sea. Although they were alert to unknown situations, they were alert to people. The creatures of good and bad stars are similar to squids when surging in the sea water. They did not find them at all through the sea water. Then the people in the cabin found that the ship suddenly had several holes. Those were the work of the good and bad star. Wooden ships are still the mainstream in the world. These mass-produced ships are not made of precious wood. Soon, the good and bad star had several holes in them. Before they could repair the ship, the spike cannons of the good and bad star had already entered the cabin through the holes. At the same time, a group of good and bad stars took advantage of the chaos to climb onto the deck and shoot their spikes at the target. The things made by Quinn were also scattered in it. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 535, The Contemptuous Eyes from the Next Generation. What is that? Although these agents did not guard against creatures other than humans, even if their intelligence was about as for the biological weapons of the beasts, they are only guarding against some big guys. The bigger the thing, the more powerful it is. This logic is often feasible. Even ordinary Gyarados is the size of a small sea beast, and according to research, those violent creatures are not manipulable. In their opinion, there may be a large number of dangerous sea beasts living in the sea, and these sea beasts will aimlessly attack any target they can see. And the beasts may have a substance similar to sea stone, which can allow their ships to avoid the attacks of these creatures. Even if they can be manipulated, they can only distinguish between enemies and friends. It is beyond their expectations that their intelligence is high enough to play tactics. But they are cultivated by the world government to perform secret missions. Not all agents are good-for-nothings like Spondum, whose Taoism value is only 9. His greatest ability is that he was born well, and Spandane has arranged most of the things for him. These agents who are fighting on the front line have good reaction abilities. There are not many who are proficient in 6 styles, but there are still many who can do 1 or 2 styles. Although the iron block is always criticized for its impracticality, it still has its own meaning. It's just that the user's timing of using it is not appropriate, and without the iron block, the user may be directly killed. Recommended, it is really useful, download it here and you can try it. As a degraded version of armed color defense, it allows the user to deal with most situations. For example, now, the spike cannon shot by the good and bad stars was blocked by the iron block. Although some people were scratched by it, it did not cause a big impact. Captain, there is a hole under the ship, but it has been blocked. Captain, no one died, all were slightly injured. Several reports were sent back one after another, but in the end, they didn't even see the attacker clearly. Captain, we should have been discovered, should we continue to move forward? Go on, be more vigilant. After the attack, it seemed that nothing happened, but Quinn in the Sky confidently broadcast the current situation here. As a part-time artist, his shooting skills are obviously much better than Yamato, and the situation on the enemy ship was clearly transmitted to Arceus. Lord Arceus, wait 2 more minutes. Just 2 minutes, and they will experience the power of this work. This version of the plague has the characteristic of delayed onset. It will quietly invade the human body during the period when the enemy relaxes his vigilance. The poison gas released by Gular double bullet gas has no smell and is also highly paralyzing. Quinn even extracted the ingredients of a powerful anesthetic from it. Just a little bit can achieve full anesthesia of the human body. At this time, this anesthetic has replaced the ordinary anesthetic in the Beast Pokémon Center. Strong anesthetics without side effects are much better than ordinary anesthetics, and this time the plague bomb is also mixed with similar ingredients. It is undoubtedly unreasonable to talk about the effect without talking about the dosage. The dosage mixed by Quinn is just enough to achieve his desired goal. Due to individual differences, the same skill will have different power depending on the releaser. These good and bad stars appear as the coral cleaning team, and the combat level is not high, so the spike cannon only scratches the skin of some people. But it was the spiked cannon with the plague bomb toxin that had an effect. The effect of the anesthetic gas gradually wore off, and they gradually felt a kind of pain and itchiness in their bodies, which became more and more intense. At first, they were just scratching, but soon the skin was torn, and then there was severe pain. And those who seemed to have nothing happened also had the same effect soon after. His plague bombs could affect them even if they were just breathing, but the effect would be slower. Damn it, I got hit. No matter how high the level of iron block was, it couldn't do anything about this kind of attack. Although some people could endure this torture, this batch of plague bombs was just the beginning. After the ship stopped moving, 2 huge Gyarados surfaced. These were giant Gyarados that evolved from giant Magikarp after the transformation of the giant carp in Wano country. They were 4 times the size of regular Gyarados. Compared with those sea beast versions of Gyarados, they were already at the level of Sea King. The opportunity for the evolution of these Magikarp was very special. It was not an external crisis, but the ridicule from the descendants. Most of the Magikarp in the outer sea evolved because of crises, but the sea near Wano country is too stable, and they hardly encounter any situation here. They just got through the past few years, but as the pilgrim army of Magikarp gradually took shape, they were ridiculed. The Magikarp groups that can reach here are led by powerful Gyarados, and those Gyarados look at these Magikarp that were directly transformed by Arceus but did not evolve with contempt in their eyes. It seems to be mocking them, holding the most things, living by Arceus every day, but not evolving for so many years, so you have the nerve to regard yourself as an elder? Under the pressure brought by this kind of descendants, they evolved one after another. First, use the good and bad stars to carry the plague bomb to carry out a surprise attack to disintegrate the opponent's resistance means to the greatest extent, and then Gyarados will come forward to destroy their ships. Although Arceus has a simpler method, not everyone is worthy of his personal action. For such a reconnaissance ship, 2 super large Gyarados are enough to give them face. The effect of the plague bomb was still lingering. After a brief pain, the toxins would invade their central nervous system, and their bodies would become stiff and unable to move. In this situation, Gyarados' destructive death ray directly destroyed their ship. After they fell into the water, the waves caused by Gyarados swept them into the deep sea, but at the last moment, the captain still sent back his own information. This is one of the foundations of the world government. They can cultivate a large number of people who are willing to die for the world government. The lives of these people are their bargaining chips. Now they have obtained the results of the test. The benefits are not proportional to the efforts, so those people directly chose to retreat. After all, this reconnaissance ship was destroyed without even seeing the shadow of Wano country. According to the film and television materials he sent back at the end, the cost of attacking Wano country is too high. This is also the reason why Sengoku ordered Garp to retreat. The world government has made its own judgment. The Navy is a violent agency, but it is also a subordinate agency of the world government. Large-scale operations require the consent of the world government. After all, this is related to the balance they care about most. The order of the world government should have been passed across the level. Garp, support Sakazuki and others. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 536, You want me to risk my life with the salary of a vice admiral? I know, I'll go there as soon as possible. While Garp was replying to Sengoku, he was solving the troubles in front of him. The gifts that Whitebeard and Kaido left for him before leaving were somewhat valuable, whether it was the turbulent sea or the meteors in the sky. He was not afraid of this, but the soldiers on the ship were not. If he left now, these soldiers would not have to prepare anything. In this environment, they could not even send out the drifting bottle with the last words. Even if he wanted to support others, he had to wait until he could free up his hands. As soon as possible you don't have to worry about Borsalino, you can go to support Sakazuki. Sengoku's voice disappeared for a while, and Garp seemed to hear that he received other orders. Are there any changes? Nothing, but Borsalino encountered some troubles, but now he has retreated. I know, leave the rest to me. The main task is to bring them back intact, Garp, this is the order of the world government, don't do anything unnecessary. Then Sengoku hung up the phone, and Garp's adjutant began to command the fleet to turn around. Now the tsunami has not ended, and a rash turn is likely to capsize. In another direction, the ship led by Borsalino has retreated to a safe place. Except for Borsalino who looks like he has experienced a battle, the others are fine, and this is thanks to Laplace. In order to deal with the tsunami caused by the aftermath, Arceus specially prepared Laplace, and Laplace's way of dealing with the tsunami is to freeze the huge waves, but Kaido and Whitebeard fought for 5 days and 5 nights. During this period of time, the tsunami can be said to be one wave after another. Faced with the endless tsunamis, the waves that had been frozen in advance were naturally beaten into a large amount of floating ice, but when Borsalino was forced to act, there was no navigation route for ordinary ships to the location of the beast ship. This sea area is not a cold sea area, and the Navy did not send an icebreaker. So Borsalino's choice was to test the situation first. Although he sometimes behaved like an actor, his identity as a Navy admiral in the original timeline was also real. He was not directly admitted through the world recruitment, but climbed up little by little from the training camp within the Navy. In addition to his monster-like strength, he also has military merits recognized by the Navy. Although the principle of justice is ambiguous justice, it does not mean that he does nothing and only fishes. As a natural ability user who can fly, he has his own advantages in naval battles, so he just went there alone to test the situation. The pirate on La Place's back soon discovered the light spot in the sky. Not all natural ability users can fly, and some can transform their bodies into this element to achieve flight. As the user of the Pixie fruit, it is very difficult for Borsellino to hide his body while moving at high speed. Big sister, it seems that there is a terrible guy coming. The Navy will understand the pirates, and the pirates will also understand the Navy. Just like the big cotters under the Sea Emperor are famous in the Navy, these new generals of the Navy are also well known among the pirates in the New World. It is also very important to measure the strength of the enemy. Jack is the same. When he saw the faces of those people on the escort ship when he docked at the ship, his eyes changed instantly. Vice Admiral Borsellino of the headquarters, the troublesome person is here. Olga, assist me, this guy is not easy to deal with. Although Jin and Ziraura followed Kaido to the venue of the duel with Whitebeard, Sayana and Olga were still guarding the ship. Kaido brought a few more cotters just in case, and now they are really used. As soon as the voice fell, Sayana had already flapped her wings and flew up, and Olga followed closely behind, standing on Yin Elizabeth's back and flew up. By the way, the best audiobook reading app at the moment, install the latest version. The aftermath of the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard was not only a tsunami, but also accompanied by strong winds. In such strong winds, the weakness of the thousand faces escape that could not take the initiative to fly was compensated. Relying on these air currents, Yin Elizabeth was able to fly freely in the sky. At the same time, the phone call about the attack here was also called to the other side. Just one person, it's really troublesome. There was no other Navy personnel around, and Olga began to feel that this matter was difficult to deal with. Her ability in 1v1 was far less powerful than 1vn. Facing this level of enemy, the power of illusion will play a smaller role. And rather than creating illusions out of thin air, she prefers to add illusions to existing objects. Such illusions are more real and have fewer flaws. But she still used illusions to hide the existence of the ship and La Place below. Although it is impossible to completely avoid the other party's perception in this way, in this case, as long as Borsellino's attention is not focused on that side is generally safe. Illusionary Disaster, Flame Blood, and 100 Beasts really sent out a lot of people this time. It's really scary. Although he said so, a lot of light had already condensed in his hands, but before he could attack, an extremely cold breath suddenly came from below. This breath did not have much impact on him, but the subsequent changes attracted his attention. Is this Aurora? The sky was filled with colorful light curtains, and ribbons like Aurora fluttered between the clouds. He had seen a lot of strange abilities in the years since joining the Navy. This vision did not stop him, and a laser shot towards Sayana. That is, the moment the laser was launched, Borsellino discovered something unusual. As soon as the attack was launched, the laser he released was weakened by the surrounding aurora. When the attack exploded next to Sayana, the power was not normal at all. Before he could think about it, a red chain came towards him. The speed brought by the shining fruit allowed him to dodge the attack, but his expression was less contemptuous than before. His body did not feel any discomfort, but the attack became weaker. That was the ability of Gigantamax Laplace, Gigantamax Aurorum Melody. The strong cold current will cause certain damage, but the main effect of this skill is to make the environment enter the state of Aurora Curtain. In the environment of Aurora Curtain, both physical attacks and special attacks will be weakened by the aurora in the sky. The degree of weakening is related to the number of people on the side and the strength of the enemy, but because Borsellino's attack also belongs to light, he is much more affected than others in the weather of Aurora Curtain. White Pigeon. Chapter 537, A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Is it the ability of those sea kings? Pirates are getting more and more terrifying these days. The flash in his hand is still gathering. He will not retreat directly because of a little setback. Although Olga's illusion hides La Place's figure, this sea area is so large that they can't appear in other places in the blink of an eye. It takes too much energy to capture the opponent's position with observation haki. Compared with releasing observation haki in such a large area, Borsellino made another choice. Yashakani no Megatama. Compared to a single laser, Yasakani no Megatama is a large-scale AoE attack. The Navy is still far away from his position, and he happened to be performing a larger-scale indiscriminate attack. This move also has a disadvantage. Among Borsellino's many attacks, Yasakani no Megatama has the longest pre-swing. Before he released Yasakani no Megatama, Olga's Dark Blast and Shayna's Red Chain had already hit him. Since getting the Red Chain, Shayna has become more and more fond of this weapon. As she gradually deepened her understanding of the Red Chain, she discovered that it was not just an ordinary weapon, but a weapon with its own will. The swing of the arm is to make it more powerful. In fact, this chain is controlled by its own mental power to a certain extent, and the spearhead in the shape of Jianzhou wrist is extremely sharp. She will not use the Red Chain against ordinary opponents, and will only use it when encountering such a difficult opponent. Facing the attack, Borsellino did not choose to greet it. Beishao is now the largest output of Sea Stone. They have many Sea Stone weapons in their hands, so his Yasakani no Megatama was broken. But an accident occurred. His cuffs were broken and there was an extra wound on his arm. Most natural ability users will make two choices when facing attacks, either to resist with armed color, or to separate their bodies in advance after predicting with observation color. Borsellino chose the latter. It may not be blocked, but as long as it is avoided, no matter how strong the attack is, it will not cause any damage. I dodged it. What kind of strange weapon is that? He still had some judgment. The blade of the chain gun in Shayna's hand just now definitely didn't hit his body, but it left such a wound. Even a high-purity sea stone weapon can't hurt a natural body from a distance. Sword of the Sky Cloud. A long sword made entirely of light appeared in his hand. The opponent's weapon was a bit strange. In this case, it was better not to use physical contact, at least until he understood what the opponent's ability was. After that, Borsellino tried his best to avoid physical contact. The two sides entered a stalemate for a while. If Ziraura was here, it would be easier to deal with him. His speed could keep up with the opponent. The speed brought by the flash fruit was too fast. Although it was not the real speed of light, the initiative was always in the hands of the opponent. The acceleration blessing on Shayna could not catch up with Borsellino. And after the battle lasted for a while, Borsellino also saw the figure of Kaido appearing in the distance. He didn't have much advantage and immediately made a decision to retreat. Kaido's return means that his actions can no longer achieve any results, so there is no point in continuing to entangle. With Borsellino's departure and Kaido's return, Olga naturally lifted the illusion, and the pirates on the ship also cheered and condoled when they saw Kaido return intact. Governor Kaido, you won. What nonsense, the winner must be Brother Kaido. Brother Kaido, didn't you bring back Whitebeard's head? The names below were varied, and various questions were heard one after another. Shut up. The noise is annoying. Looking at the noisy brothers, Kaido first scolded them, but he seemed angry and laughed again the next moment. Let's prepare for the party. Let's drink to our heart's content this time. Oh. After a moment of silence, thunderous cheers broke out on the pirate ship. Although they did not answer them directly, they would not hold a party after losing. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly a sign of victory. Whitebeard is a benchmark of an era. Kaido's victory over Whitebeard means that their pirate group has completely become the strongest. Mr. Kaido, does the Navy care about them? Ziraura asked Kaido about his plan, but Kaido now seemed to have no intention of continuing. Let them go, I've had enough, now it's time to go back and have a drink, guys. Return. The pirates of the beasts began to return, and Morgans fell asleep on Kaido's ship. Although he often worked all night to edit newspapers as the president of a news agency, it was difficult for him to persist for so many days. The albatross fruit helped him a lot in this regard, otherwise he might not be able to watch the whole battle. Now he has a lot of smiles on his beak, and this experience is enough for him to make the front page again. If it is written separately, it can even be written as a continuous report. The only disadvantage of doing so is that it is easy to be hunted down by the world government. It's okay once in a while, but if he promotes pirates every day, the government will not let him go. As for Whitebeard, it is not as smooth as here. They don't have huge floating ice to block the Navy's fleet, and the Whitebeard pirates at this time are much weaker than the Whitebeard pirates during the war 11 years later. Many captains still have room for growth, which also means that when Whitebeard and Marco left at the same time, the garrison on their ship was seriously insufficient. The Moby Dick was a good ship, but under Sakaski's attack, the stern had already caught fire. However, when he was planning to further expand the victory, Whitebeard came back. Although Kaido had consumed a lot of his physical strength and left him with serious injuries, he was still at his peak now, and Sakazuki, who had not yet reached his peak, was not his opponent on the sea. Under the huge tsunami raised by Whitebeard, he had no chance of pursuing. Looking at the casualties on the ship, Whitebeard wanted to continue fighting, but Garp, who came over, made him give up this idea. In this state, he would not gain any advantage in fighting Garp. He had to consider his surviving sons, which was also his usual consideration. He could pay huge casualties for his surviving family, but not for the dead. Under the cover of Whitebeard, the Moby Dick began to retreat. Because of the order of the world government, Sakazuki also stopped the idea of pursuing, and this battle that attracted many forces came to an end temporarily. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 538, Change of Times. The flames on the Moby Dick have been extinguished, and the ship's doctor is also treating Whitebeard's wounds. Marco and Namor, who have witnessed the whole battle, have heavy faces. Theoretically, Whitebeard and Kaido are tied in this battle, and they have not really fought to a conclusion, but for Marco and other people who have been following Whitebeard for a long time, this is almost the same as losing. The last person to tie Whitebeard was Gold Roger. As a witness of the battle, Whitebeard's face is even worse. This is due to the casualties of the pirate group members and Kaido's strength. He is not afraid of Kaido now, but his method of recovering his physical strength makes him scared. No matter how strong the boss is, he can't beat a monster who can do sit ups. This is the situation Whitebeard faces. Dad, in Wano country. Without my order, no one is allowed to act on their own. Kaido is not someone you can deal with. With such strength, Odin is definitely not his opponent. We can't afford such casualties. Kaido achieved this ability by taking some medicine. Since he has it, other members of the beasts may also have it. If those cotters have this ability, the current beasts pirates are simply not something that other pirate groups can deal with. Marco, do you remember the beast's medicine you got before? I remember. What's wrong, Dad? Due to the ability of the Phoenix, Marco, as the captain of the first squadron, also works part-time as a ship doctor. He is responsible for some drug issues, and it was he who discovered the effect of that health medicine by chance. Get more of that medicine. There may be something magical in it. Let's study it and then decide on the next issue. Now his relationship with the beast's pirates is undoubtedly hostile, but he is not a person who refuses everything related to the other party because of the hostile relationship. He has already felt the effect of the drug of the beasts, and his intuition tells him that Kaido's way of recovering his physical strength must be related to those drugs. If he can figure this out, many problems will be solved. Okay, Dad, I know. But as soon as he finished speaking, the Den Den Mushi on the ship rang, and the person who answered the phone obviously looked unhappy. Dad. It's a call from our territory. The Big Mom pirates are attacking some of our islands. This has a little to do with Kaido. Although his communication with Charlotte Linlin was not pleasant before, the relationship between the two sides is still relatively friendly. After the battle, he was like and she called Charlotte Linling like a wretch. The general idea was that I had a very enjoyable fight, and Charlotte Linling had already prepared the personnel. Her plan was to attack the territory of whoever lost. If Kaido lost, she would definitely take over everything from Kaido without any hesitation. She had been coveting the fruits and other products produced in Kaido's territory for a long time, and there was also the issue of Pokemon such as Frosty Milk Fairy. Due to some cooperation between the two sides, most chefs in Cake Island already knew the existence of Frosty Milk Fairy. Frosty Milk Fairy is a dream partner for all pastry chefs, but Arceus has a clear ban, prohibiting any Frosty Milk Fairy from entering Charlotte Linling's territory. This is a topic that cannot be negotiated. The same is true for Tianzizu. Charlotte Linling's bulimia attack made her not recognize her relatives. Compared with her, Kaido's emotional instability after being drunk is at least random. Maybe if you are lucky, you will encounter a situation where he is particularly happy after drinking, but Charlotte Linlin will only bring destruction when she has an attack of bulimia. In this case, Charlotte Linlin also has some resentment. The friendship in the past is worthless after Kaido's defeat. However, judging from Kaido's tone, it is obvious that he is doing very well. Although Charlotte Linlin is a woman, she also has her own courage. It may be too late to find out the situation, so he directly ordered the members of the Big Mom pirates to start attacking Whitebeard's territory. Let's go, I am Whitebeard, I am not dead yet. This news made Whitebeard very angry. Although he had a big battle, he was not injured. According to the distance estimation, he would almost recover his combat effectiveness after the Moby Dick approached. Of course, he would not tolerate this news. When Whitebeard went to his territory with anger, the beast pirates also returned to Onigashima excitedly. What happened between Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin had nothing to do with them. What they had to do now was to celebrate their victory. Morgans woke up after a few hours of simple rest, and then Kaido put him on an island and left on his own. As long as something is related to big news, Morgans can show extraordinary perseverance. Although his body was very tired, after a simple rest, his still excited spirit made him unable to continue to rest. Timeliness is the most important thing in news. If this big news cannot be released in the first time, and others get ahead of him, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Even the intelligence department of the Navy can't think of surpassing him in this matter, but the Navy will not announce such things openly. The World Economic News Agency is widely distributed, and most countries and islands have their branches, even in the New World. As long as the country is open to the outside world, even if it is a non-member country, the World Economic News Agency can be found in a stable environment. Morgans found such a branch on this island and then began to contact the headquarters of the news agency. President? You finally have news. We thought you were captured and executed by the World War II. Didn't I tell you that I'm going to make a big news story and tell the staff that they have to work overtime again? Go check the facts now. I've sent the photos back. I want to see the new headlines in tonight's newspaper. He didn't care about what his subordinate said. The overall atmosphere of his news agency was still very cheerful. The writers of the news agency started to move again. The photos sent back by Morgans were also very shocking news to them. The cracked sky, the collapsed islands, the rolling tsunami, those were powerful natural disasters that human power could not resist, and the ones who created such natural disasters were two humans, and they were two famous pirates. Kaido and Whitebeard did not really win or lose, so Morgans did not give a clear result in the newspaper, but left an open topic with the title of the change of the times. When there is controversy, people will argue. Only when a group of people argue can it bring greater heat. In addition to eye-catching news, he has long figured out how to attract more people's attention. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 539, Turbulent World. Hot recommendation. The impact of the Great Pirate Era began to ferment gradually. The wreckage of crashed pirate ships can often be seen at the foot of Upside Down Mountain. The New World has also become turbulent. Before Roger appeared, many pirates lacked a clear goal. They also didn't know what their ultimate goal was. When they were not sure whether they could see tomorrow, they only considered the present as what they needed to pay attention to. With Roger's dying declaration, these pirates seemed to have a goal, either for fame or for Roger's so-called treasure, and they shouted to become the Pirate King and embarked on their own journey. In February 1499, Roger had been dead for 4 months. The first pirates to go out to sea had already reached the location of Fishman Island. A large number of newcomers from the Four Seas and Paradise were about to pour into the cruel New World. In the New World, it was not only Roger who had a great impact, but also Golden Lion. Originally, Golden Lion's base camp was a series of floating islands. With the ability of his floating fruit, few people could enter Golden Lion's base camp. However, as Golden Lion was sent to prison by Garp and Sengoku, these floating islands outside were naturally unable to maintain themselves. The collapse of the island caused greater damage to the remnants of Golden Lion. Without the leadership of Golden Lion, the pirate groups that originally depended on him began to fight for territory and fight each other, and Golden Lion's territory was completely in chaos. However, like Wald, Golden Lion also has his own diehards. They firmly believe that Golden Lion will come out again. Under the leadership of Dr. Indigo, they retreated to a secret island, which was also the retreat arranged by Golden Lion before. When others started fighting, they had already retreated to the side, but the intervention of other big pirates in the New World broke the original deadlock. Big pirates, Beasts pirates, and Whitebeard pirates all took action, and even Whitebeard did not ignore it. Whitebeard and Golden Lion's territories were adjacent. After Golden Lion was imprisoned, the chaos in Golden Lion's territory gradually affected Whitebeard. So he also led the Whitebeard pirates to occupy part of the territory to maintain the stability of his territory in an isolated way. Whitebeard is also a pirate. His territory is not given to him by others. Even he needs to collect taxes, otherwise he can't afford the daily expenses of the pirate group. But compared with ordinary brutal pirates, Whitebeard's style of doing things is much gentler, and the fees he charges are also within the acceptable range of civilians. And now Whitebeard's flag means safety, which is enough for the island to survive in this turbulent era. Golden Lion was imprisoned, Roger died, and people of the same era were almost in this state. Wald, John, Wang Ji, and those great pirates of the year have all ended with the times. Whitebeard has become a well-deserved overlord, and the Red Earl is also a card, but he has always been a lone ranger, so the disputes in the New World have little to do with him. Charlotte Linlin will certainly not miss this opportunity, and is also expanding her affiliated territories. Although it has not become a native territory like the islands in the Totland Sea, it has also obtained a large number of affiliated islands that can collect taxes. In Wano country, Kaido did not miss this opportunity. Jin, Quinn, and Olga, I'll leave it to you three this time. Olga's ID card shows that she is 18 years old. Although the influence of pure gold makes her look a little young, she has been through almost 10 years of training since the day she left the belly of the Sea King. She is proficient in two-color domineering, and Zoroark's ability is basically mastered in her hands, which is enough for going out to fight. Now is the battle of the Great World, but unlike Whitebeard and Big, the base camp is stable, and now Wano country is also developing, so the beast pirates have to choose to split up. Take half of the elite in Wano country, and the outside manpower is ready. This is the goal this time, to plant our flag on all these islands. The target of this operation was circled on the sea chart. Kaido is not a fool. This operation has avoided the range of action of Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin. The main target is those newcomers and the remnants of the Golden Lion. Ziraura, you should take Setsuna with you. We have Shayna in the country. Yes, sir. Kaido and Arceus are both in the country. The departure of the Cotters will not have much impact. After all, they are the strongest force in the pirate group. However, some people still need to stay to help. In the end, Shayna stayed. As for why Kaido didn't go, Yamato has been through more than a year of physical training. The next stage of training is underway, and he can't spare his hands for the time being. Don't force yourself when you encounter an opponent you can't beat. It's no big deal to retreat first. I'll take you back then. Before they set off, Kaido gave a final explanation. His thinking has not changed much. Ordinary members can be consumables, but Cotters can't. So when they are not opponents, he still requires Cotters to focus on themselves. Yu reading. Everyone knows that it is impossible for all those who go out to come back. This is a war, and war will inevitably be accompanied by casualties. However, in the face of military exploits and the benefits brought, these pirates are still eager to fight. In the open sea, residents in other territories of the beasts pirates also began their usual war investments, and pirate ships began to gather at corresponding locations. And Kurozumi Orokai continued his acting career. Lord Odin, half of Kaido's men have left. This is an opportunity. His tone was extremely enthusiastic, as if he really wanted to drive Kaido out. What about Kaido? He is still the same as usual, no change. Orokai, you should know that Kaido is the main problem. As the only insider, Shimotsuki Yasui said seriously. If Kaido cannot be completely eradicated, even if he is driven away by the opportunity, he can still gather people to make a comeback. Don't you know this? How much casualties will the people have to pay by then? In Shimotsuki Yasui's view, Kojiki Odin has lost face. Since he has lost face, he must deal with everything at once. Now he is still that serious, completely different from him who ate the failed taste SLE. Yes, I am too naive. I will get more information about Kaido. Orokai left here again, but his mouth was full of pride. He knew Kojiki Odin and Shimotsuki Yasui very well. It can be said that he said this on purpose. Fight, I am the final master of Wano country, Odin, Kaido, I will definitely return the humiliation you brought to me. White Pigeon chapter 540, his name has spread throughout the sky and the sea. The pirates of the beasts have been in a state of carnival. As the news in the newspaper spread throughout the areas they occupied, these pirates started their own banquets one after another, the purpose of which was to celebrate Kaido's big victory. Although the newspaper did not give a clear victory or defeat, before that, Whitebeard was almost assumed to be the strongest pirate. The fight between Kaido, a young man, and Whitebeard was no different from victory in their eyes. And the impact of such a victory is more than that. For example, on an island near the Red Earth continent, the fruit of the beasts is negotiating with other merchants over the prices of some products. Prices are not fixed. According to economic changes, the price of an item will rise or fall according to the situation. But merchants have a common problem. When the raw materials rise, they will use this as an excuse to raise the selling price of the goods, but when the price of the goods falls, they will be selectively blind and will never restore the price to its original state. Not all the raw materials of the fruit of the beasts come from the territory of the beasts. After becoming famous, they also developed some noble products among the low-end and mid-end products. These products greatly satisfy the vanity of some people. And the raw materials of these goods are the ones that fluctuate in price. Originally, they would not communicate with the other party when raising the price. Different fields in the same industry have more or less their own connections. Generally, they would help each other and form a united front. But in this world, even legal merchants have some connections with the underground world around the world. Due to the problems of the island environment, the transportation and sales of some commodities can only rely on the underground world. If you want to become bigger and stronger, you can't bypass them. They still remember that you raised the freight rate and cost Bei Xiao to go it alone. Before, they were testing a price that Bei Xiao could accept. They can't do everything by themselves. The cost is too high, and the human resources are not enough. But today, they have changed. Mr. Tizero, those people are relenting. They all agreed to the price we proposed. Tanaka came out of the wall behind Tizero with a stack of documents. Those businessmen have signed their names and are waiting for Tizero to sign. Some people even took the initiative to lower their prices. I don't know why they suddenly changed their faces. Haven't you read today's newspaper yet? No, is there any new news, Mr. Tesoro? Of course, the beasts won. No, it's not accurate to say that, but it doesn't matter. Wait, many troublesome contracts will be resolved soon. The forces that can carry out their own business operations around the world have private armed forces, and many people even keep some pirates to fight against their peers. Among these people, the backing of the beast fruit is almost the strongest except for the world government and the navy. Kaido and Whitebeard's battle also further expanded their influence. Similar situations are not only reflected in the beast fruit, but also some people who want to establish more cooperation think so, such as the Don Quixote family. The strength Kaido showed meant that he had a chance to further improve the success of his plan. Treble, is there still no trace of the stone that the beasts are looking for? No, Dover, that thing is too hard to find, but we did find the trace of a good fruit. Then get it first, and do it slowly. Fishman Island, the speed of receiving news here is slower than the outside world. No matter how powerful the news bird is, it will not dive. It will only bring new news when the ship passes by Fishman Island. Now the situation has changed a little. Through the Beast Fruit Fishman Mining Branch, Neptune and Otohim have a new information channel. When those people get off work, someone will bring the newspaper back to the Ryugu Kingdom. Kaido and Newgate, how could this happen? Among the many people who saw the newspaper, Neptune was the most entangled person. On the one hand, he had a good personal relationship with Whitebeard and was considered a good friend. This was also the reason why Whitebeard lent him the flag. Relying on the pirate flag of the Whitebeard pirates, Fishman Island did solve a lot of problems. However, this pirate flag failed to fundamentally solve the problem. Judging from the development of Fishman Island, the help of the beast fruit was greater. If these two people really broke up completely, choosing Whitebeard would affect the development of Fishman Island. As a king, he knew that this was wrong, but choosing beasts would be unfair to Whitebeard's friendship, so Neptune was in a dilemma. Neptune, let's talk about it when there is a real problem. Otohim, you mean? Aren't they still not completely broken up now? The relationship between pirates is usually very complicated. It is not that a battle means a complete breakup between the two sides. Beasts and Big Mom will also have conflicts and frictions, but fighting does not affect their continued business. Interests are eternal. If the benefits are sufficient, even if they are hostile, they can keep in touch temporarily. She and Neptune are not decisive enough in facing such things. Before facing new choices, she thinks that this issue should be put aside temporarily. Moreover, Whitebeard did not interfere much with what the islands using his flag did privately. As long as they did not hang two flags at the same time, theoretically there would not be too much conflict. From the surface, it was not the beasts' pirates that dominated the mining industry, but the beasts' fruit. This matter was temporarily shelved, and the residents of Fishman Island were still live the same as before. On the other side of the 10,000-meter deep sea, 10,000 meter high in the sky, newspapers were also brought up from the top of the western sky. The people of Sky Island were not as excited as the people of Qinghai, but Gan Fol, the former god of Sky Island and the current administrator of the natives of Sky Island, looked at the pirate flag hanging at the entrance and felt a lot. Whether it was the Grand Line or the ordinary four seas, whether it was 10,000 meters high in the sky or the quiet deep sea, whether it was the hinterland of the member countries or the turbulent non-member countries, this war made the name of the beast resound throughout the world. Compared with the Sea Emperor raised by Morgans at the beginning, this natural disaster-like combat power brought people a more terrifying feeling. Few people felt that they could withstand the aftermath of the battle between these two monsters. Compared with the strong men of the older generation, such a rising star is more eye-catching, and as a witness of the incident, Kaido also started his new round of banquet carnival on Ghost Island. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 541, Kaido's Heart. Drink, guys. Have a good time. All the wine stored in a Nagashima was moved out, and most people were drunk, only a few were still on duty at their positions. Although pirates are keen on banquets, there are always some people who can't drink because of their physical condition and work. In various divisions of Wano country, the people in the Rabbit Bowl Quarry have the least alcohol intake, after all, they are responsible for the guards here. And Kaido has no such scruples. His monster physique has long reached the point of being immune to alcohol. He gets drunk just because he wants to get drunk. If necessary, he can sober up in a few seconds. As for Yamato's plan to get drunk, it has failed. Someone was indeed drunk, but it was not Kaido, but herself. Kaido's way of raising children has always been free-range, and even with the help of Arceus, it has only changed slightly. In the past, if she died, it was all because of her inability. Now, if she can't be raised to death, it doesn't matter. Yamato inherited Kaido's physique and martial arts talent, but in terms of playing tricks, 10 of her can't compare to Kaido alone. Originally, she wanted to force Kaido to drink, but after Kaido's few words of teasing, she refused to admit defeat and started drinking. There are many kinds of alcohol in the pirate world, and there are naturally strong liquors, but this kind of alcohol is generally not used at banquets. The number of normal people is still much larger than that of monsters. If strong liquor is served directly, no one will be there in half an hour. Most people drink fruit wine. Yamato has never drunk much alcohol before. The taste of fruit wine deceived her. When the alcohol came up, it was too late. Kaido's face was just a little drunk, but Yamato fell down. At present, her alcohol tolerance is pretty good. After getting drunk, she just sleeps and doesn't act like Kaido. Hehe, it's too early to get me drunk, who's next? Kaido is now in a happy state after drinking, which is relatively safe, but few ordinary members dare to compete with Kaido in drinking, most of them are in the crowd to make trouble. But soon Kaido was thrown a newspaper in the face. There was no one else who could do such a thing in a Nagashima except Arceus. This is not an ordinary world after all. It's okay to drink a little at this age, but it's still a bit inappropriate to be drunk like this, but Kaido has a very good reason for this. This girl has grown up, and she must know how much she can drink. Kaido took off the bounty on his face and explained the reason for doing so. Of course, he would not admit that he did this because he saw Yamato wanted to get him drunk. And this is a very good reason, even irrefutable, but it always makes people feel weird when it is put here. What was thrown in his face was nothing else but the newly delivered bounty order. Morgans almost died suddenly, which made his newspaper faster than the Navy's bounty order. There is still a complex process for setting the bounty of the bounty order, but outsiders can't figure out the rules of setting the bounty. In the end, Kaido's bounty was fixed at 4.27 billion Baileys, and Whitebeard was also raised to 4.6 billion Baileys. Their bounties still have a lot of room for growth compared to the original timeline. Kaido's current bounty has even exceeded Charlotte Linlin. The reason why Whitebeard is still higher than Kaido is that in the eyes of the world government, Whitebeard's destructive power is much greater than Kaido, and a pirate doing business is easier to approach than Whitebeard. Since this war was just a duel between Whitebeard and Kaido, the other members did not get any performance. However, the strength of the captain will lead to higher bounties for the members of his cadres, so the disaster-level cadres have been uniformly raised by 200 million Baileys. Quinn, who did almost nothing, still ranks third in the Beast's pirates with a high bounty. The banquet is still going on, but Arceus left here with the drunk Yamato in advance. Familiar ceiling, Yamato woke up in her bed. The banquet was over at this time. Although pirates like to hold banquets, they will not hold them endlessly. There are still many things to do after the celebration. Yamato, who experienced the first drunkenness in his life, felt a little dizzy, and then shook his head, and then saw Arceus standing here at some point. Godfather? Shouldn't we hold another banquet now? Two news. The first news is that Kaido gave you 3 days off. Really? Has father changed his nature? Hearing that Kaido gave her 3 days off, her first thought was unbelievable. Don't worry, the other news is now it was exactly the 3rd day. What? You had a drinking contest with Kaido, and you were drunk for 3 days. At first, she only drank fruit wine, but as the drinking contest gradually accumulated, the wine she drank became more and more complicated. In general, it was red wine, white wine, and beer mixed together to drink until she was full, and ice cubes were added to the wine. That is to say, she and Kaido have similar physiques, otherwise, at this age and drinking this way, gastric bleeding is only a minor problem. That is to say. Yes, you only have half a day left in your vacation. Now do you understand what the term drinking and delaying things means? In Arceus's view, tobacco, alcohol, and drugs are not good things, and the latter is even worse. It is a business that no beast will touch. It is okay to have a little contact with alcohol, but you must not become an alcoholic like Kaido. As she gets older, some things are not useful just by talking, so he let Yamato experience the consequences of drunkenness firsthand. I understand. There was only disappointment on her face. At this time, she had a strong resentment towards alcohol. Her precious vacation was delayed because of this reason. At the same time, she also had a deeper impression of Kaido's monster physique. Before, she basically drank a cup and Kaido drank a jar, but even so, she couldn't beat Kaido. But when she was upset about this, a special sound suddenly came from her ears. Crack crack. It was very subtle at first, but it kept getting bigger. When Yamato looked in the direction of the sound, the original large egg had a big crack at this time. Godfather, it seems to be hatching. The birth of new life always makes people curious. Unlike the Pokémon that were created directly in the past, and unlike the tearful lizard that was studied on the small sky island, this time this egg has been taken care of by her, and the feeling it brings is naturally different. Well, the estimated hatching time is about now. Go ahead. It's a great little guy. Before he could finish, Yamato had already run to the side of the giant egg. Not long after, a green arm had broken the outer eggshell. Chapter 542, Desert Tyrant's Cub. Breaking the shell is the first test for oviparous animals. Congenital weakness or eggshells that are too hard may lead to failure of breaking the shell, but this giant egg is not produced naturally, but from Arceus creation, so its body is very healthy. That arm is just a beginning. It seems that there are some scales on the arm, but that is an illusion caused by the mucus remaining in the eggshell reflecting under the light of the diamond bed. As it breaks the eggshell, the overall image becomes more and more perfect. Although the exposed gray-green skin is tender, it reflects the texture of rock. Both arms have broken out of the shell, and soon its head also pushes the upper eggshell out, and its body structure is completely exposed at this time. Although the lower body is still in the eggshell, from the current structure, its arms are slightly short, and it is a problem whether it can touch its head. There is a long blunt horn on the top of its head, which is almost the same length as its arm. The basic initial state of the desert tyrant Banjira, Yukara, according to the more formal name now, its name has been updated to young Kira's. Yo! The newly born Yukara felt something touching its head, and then a pair of red eyes opened, and the image of Yamato appeared in its vision. This voice made it feel familiar, as if she had been communicating with it every day before it was hatched. Yuki. Although the afternoon sun was not dazzling, Yukara still felt a little uncomfortable. This is the racial characteristic of Yukara. They are not adapted to the light outside when they are just born. Wild Banjira will even deliberately choose a mountain when laying eggs, and then dig a hole under the mountain. On the one hand, this way can protect Yukara, and on the other hand, this mountain is the nutrition needed for Yukara's growth. At the same time, this is also the way the Yukara family cultivates their offspring. It will eat the soil while moving towards the ground where its loved ones are. If it does not eat all the soil and go to the ground, it will not be able to see its parents. Every time a Yukara grows up to become a Banjira, it means that a mountain disappears from this world. This is a true soil-eating race, and the soil eaten is the energy they need for evolution. In a sense, every Yukara is a natural foodie. Arceus only shapes its life, but does not cultivate its personality. This is completely random. And this Yukara was communicated with by Yamato using the power of Changpan during pregnancy, which can be regarded as an alternative prenatal education, so this Yukara is somewhat socially anxious by nature. It is not the social phobia that Zai picked up in Shirogane Mountain, but a social savvy. When it was born, it naturally saw its creator. It waved excitedly at Arceus, and then rolled down from the diamond bed. This also allowed it to completely break free from its eggshell and reveal its lower body. The two legs are also short, but relatively strong. The abdomen is different from other areas. It has a special red scale armor to protect its weak abdomen, and also reveals its special tail. However, it didn't care about this. After getting up, it started eating its eggshell. In just a few bites, the hard eggshell was eaten clean. After that, it rubbed its belly, not looking full at all, and then it set its eyes on the bed where it lived when it was still an eggshell. Yukara eats soil, but not only soil. Only soil cannot form a mountain. There are countless minerals and rocks in a mountain, so these minerals are also in its diet. At this time, it didn't care about Yamato and Arceus behind it at all. It just held the diamond bed and started chewing it. Although the bed was a bit hard for it, it was still chewing the big piece of diamond bit by bit like chewing hard candy. Father, it's eating diamonds. She had seen those special Pokemon that feed on rocks and metals in the mining field, but she didn't expect that a baby that had just hatched from an egg could do such a thing. Not only that, it's a big belly. The regular Yukara needs to eat a mountain to evolve into Banjara. These minerals are its source of nutrition and the source of their strength. This is also the reason why Arceus created Yukara and let it evolve slowly. Like the previous Boscadora, the unique rare minerals in the pirate world can make Yukara grow better, and there is also a big difference in size. The ordinary Yukara is only 0.6 meters tall even before evolution, but this Yukara is nearly 2 meters tall when it is born, which is no different from the current Yamato. The premise of its creation is also based on the war monster. When it grows up, it will be a large monster that is not inferior to the king of Enmu. Compared with Banjara, it will be closer to its prototype Godzilla. But accordingly, a mountain cannot provide such a monster with what it needs to grow. If it wants to grow up smoothly, it probably has to eat an island. Eat an island. Yes, and this is your next task, Yamato. Its cultivation is handed over to you. Feeding it is also one of your tasks, otherwise you can only send it outside. No, I want to raise it, but... This appetite makes her feel a little embarrassed. Although Diancie can make diamonds, she can't just let it eat diamonds. According to Arceus, Yujira's growth requires many different minerals, and the land of Wano country obviously cannot be wasted like this. Don't worry about this. We have already considered the rest of the problems. Your father is willing to help with this. Yamato was not happy to hear this, but had an ominous premonition. Godfather, what do you mean? As long as you can satisfy him, he will move an island of suitable size to feed Yukara. If you want to raise it well, you should challenge your father. What should we do before that? Passive, as long as the matter is related to Kaido, Yamato's intelligence will be directly raised to the same level as Kaido. She saw how Kaido and Whitebeard fought. That day she understood why Kaido kept saying that he was playing with her. She didn't know what would satisfy Kaido, so she couldn't let Yukara starve before that. As long as you don't disappoint him, you don't have to worry about Yukara's food. This aspect has naturally been dealt with. Arceus prepared a theological diet for Yukara, a large amount of tree fruits and tree fruit branches accompanied by sea stone fragments and Arceus steel powder, which can be said to be a perfect nutritional diet. Chapter 543, The Secret Power of Arceus. It is impossible to leave Yukara completely to Yamato to raise. Only when Yukara absorbs enough energy can he successfully cocoon and evolve into Shakira, and then break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, becoming the real desert tyrant. This world is indeed dominated by the sea, but people still have to live on land. Not everyone can live smoothly in the water like fish people. This is a special motivation for Yamato. There is hope to have the motivation to work hard, which can also make her more diligent. While talking, the two Jigglypuffs have worked together to bring a large bucket of a mixture of stones and wood, which is also mixed with various metal powders. Judging from the movement of the wooden barrel falling to the ground, this bucket of special food is very sufficient, and even Jigglypuff wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although they are not big, their round bodies contain very terrifying power. Looking at the food that has just been brought over, Yukara quickly threw away the diamond bed. Although the candy tastes good, it will be greasy to eat only that kind of thing. If people outside saw this, they would probably bite their back teeth with jealousy. Although the price of diamonds was artificially hyped up, these diamonds are still priceless here. Originally, such a large diamond bed was enough for them to be jealous, but someone actually used this priceless treasure as food. In their opinion, this is a waste of natural resources, but among all beasts, diamonds are the least valuable thing. With Diancie, as long as there is carbon in the world, diamonds are inexhaustible. It is obvious that Kira can't finish eating it for a while, and Arceus also talked to Yamato about other things. The time of Kaido and Whitebeard's battle was very good. It happened to be Yamato's birthday in 1509. According to Kaido's theory, there is no better gift than a close live broadcast of the world's top battle. But it can't be changed. The birthday celebration was cancelled due to an accident this year. Although there is no intention to rehold it, Arceus prepared a brand new gift for her, a seemingly ordinary waste bag. Godfather, is there anything special about this bag? It looks like a very ordinary shoulder bag, pure white, with a cloud-like texture, because it is a cloud. There are ever-changing clouds in the pirate world, especially in Sky Island, where clouds have long been integrated into the lives of Sky Islanders. The shoulder bag strap is woven with rope clouds and iron clouds, and has a very strong toughness, but the most special thing is in fact, it is the bag body, which is made from the clouds of Sky Island. After living on Sky Island for so many years, the people of Sky Island have already developed a unique cloud craft, but the special thing about this bag is its internal space. The clouds of Sky Island can store things. The guardian of the ball trial, Mori no Daigo, hid various weapons in the amazing clouds processed by Yunbei, but the size of ordinary cloud storage is related to its own volume. But there is a unique skill in Pokemon, Secret Power. In battle, it will play different skills according to different venues, but in life, it can build a secret base, and can create a unique space in the woods or rocks, which is a good skill for building a secret residence. There are many Pokemon that can learn this skill, but the secret power used by Arceus is different from those ordinary Pokemon. The package space he created has exceeded the limit of the object itself. In a popular way, Yamato's shoulder bag is a space equipment created using the clouds of Sky Island. Because the clouds of Sky Island and the land of Qinghai are special materials of the same nature, and their own ductility is very special, plus Arceus' own power, he created such a space equipment. It looks like an ordinary shoulder bag, but in fact, it is a whole room inside. With the characteristics of Sky Island Cloud, it is not difficult to fit yourself in it. Yamato has already put half of his body in. Due to the special nature of Sky Island Cloud, they can float in the sky even if they carry heavy objects, and can even go in for a random trip. This is an experiment. Yamato is the first to get the internal test product. If she has no problem using it, this cloud backpack will also be mass-produced and distributed to key personnel. He has no plan to popularize this black technology made by Arceus himself. As for the Pokeball, although it is also unscientific equipment, he has no intention of letting it appear. Although Pokeball has been popularized in the world of Pokemon, it is also an item similar to a restraining tool. Some tree fruits can make Pokeballs, but the original version of that tree fruit is controlled by the beasts themselves. If this thing is really made one day, it will most likely be destroyed. Do you like it? I like it. By the way, foster father, does your father know about this thing? Don't think about it. When he comes to you, his observation haki is full. Unless your observation haki can surpass him, don't think about it. As soon as Yamato said this, he heard what the other party meant. He probably wanted to get in here to avoid Kaido's pursuit, but this kind of thing is simply unrealistic. Okay, you play with Yukara first. It's probably almost full. I still have something to do. Got it, foster father, goodbye. Then Arceus left here. He was going to arrange the news revealed by Morgans. Previously, Morgans used some special information to exchange for the qualification to take photos on the spot. Kaido and Whitebeard fought for 5 days and 5 nights, which means that Zeraora carried him in the sky for 5 days and 5 nights. Although these people's ability to endure hunger is far beyond that of ordinary people, it is no problem to do nothing for 5 days, but letting a big cotter do this kind of thing, Morgans has brought certain benefits to the beasts. According to the news he brought back from the newspaper branch in Nanhai, a disease, an insect pest is breaking out in the local area, and the biggest impact of this disaster is on a local flower. This flower itself is not very precious, but it is the main source of a local honey. And this honey is also the top product in the honey industry. Now the local area is suppressing the news, but it can be predicted that the outbreak of the disaster is inevitable. In the next few years, the production of this nectar will be greatly reduced, which means that there will be a large number of vacancies in this market. This is one of the news that Morgans exchanged for reporting. This is a disaster for local beekeepers, but it is a new opportunity for Beishao fruit. Now he is going to cultivate a batch of new bees and take advantage of this gap to occupy that part of the market. They will not copy the same thing, but will use a brand new honey to attract customers. There are many loyal users of that nectar, but in this case, most people will still choose substitutes. Chapter 544, The Only Two Victims. It just so happens that there is a problem with the cultivation of tree fruits recently. Although Beishao has planted tree fruits before, pollination and the like mainly rely on local bees. Bees do not actively pollinate, but only indirectly complete this work in the process of foraging. The flowers of the fruit trees bring more nutritional value, which means that bees can meet their needs with less work. As the scale of the fruit trees expands, the fishing behavior of these bees becomes insufficient, and then the new situation over there, these bees also usher in the opportunity for their own transformation. There are many Pokemon in the Pokemon world that start with 3, such as the 3 bees that Arceus has transformed in the mountains and forests. Although there are more than one kind of bee Pokemon, the 3 bees with a more complete hive mind are more suitable for collecting honey than the more powerful Beedrill. As the name suggests, the 3 bees are also Pokemon that are combined into 3 like Magnetron and Diglett, but unlike Magnetron, the 3 bees are not combined into 3 after evolution, but are special Pokemon with 3 minds at birth. Compared with regular bees, they look more like Lego toys, composed of hexagonal bodies. Under Arceus's control, the 3 bees combine to form the body of the 3 bees. Although the 3 bees share the same body from now on, compared with the short lifespan of ordinary worker bees, these 3 bees have a more distant future. The queen bee in their hive was also transformed into a queen bee. The original queen bee is the new queen, these transformed 3 bees have no resistance. This is the difference between the 3 bees and the Beedrill group. The Beedrill, as the final evolution, has more people. Although there is a queen in the group, they also command other Beedrills. But the queen bee is different. 3 bees usually form a group of 100, and there is only one queen bee in a group. Her orders are absolute for the 3 bees. Moreover, the queen bee is only female, and there is no Kentaro corresponding to it like the big milk tank. So far, no Pokemon paired with the queen bee has been found. Compared with the appearance of Lego toys, the queen bee is more like a bee, but it has also lost the cuteness of the 3 bees. The red eyes and white pupils are a bit scary. The special lower body breeds a body structure similar to a honeycomb, which can breed new 3 bees through this, but most of the 3 bees still live in the nests they built, because the queen bee can only raise 6 at most. Go ahead. The areas marked with this sign are where you can collect honey. But don't hurt ordinary people or existing bees. Under Arceus's order, a large number of 3 bees flew to the fruit planting area under the command of the queen bee. Although Morgan's news was a certain amount of advance, there was still some honey in reserve. Although the production will definitely decrease this year due to special circumstances, it will take some time for the incident to ferment. This time is the time for the 3 bees to produce honey, and then the beast fruit will be ready to occupy the market. Cholai Daowen Farm is still the residence of Setsuna and Ziraura, but there are more other fur tribes here. My Lord Duke, this is a letter from Yangjasi Khan to you. Popo held a fax from Zhou. Although he was rescued from the North Sea by Setsuna and Ziraura, he had no intention of staying in Zhou. Although Setsuna also slipped out of Zhou when she was still young, she had family in Zhou, so she would go back to visit them from time to time. However, Popo's only relative was Jipo, and now Jipo was following Pedro to venture out to the sea, so he felt it was meaningless to stay in Zhou. In order to let this successor take over earlier, Yang Jizi Khan used the prestige of the elderly to send some young fur tribes to follow her, as a team to help her with things. Popo was naturally selected because he was familiar with them all the way. No, take it and burn it. I know from the envelope that they are urging me to take over. Setsuna was writing in her diary without raising her head. Popo seemed to see the words February 11, 1510 in his peripheral vision, but when he came to his senses, he saw Setsuna's murderous eyes. Popo, what are you reading? She hated peeking at the diary. Although Popo was just looking at it privately, if he did it on purpose, he might be tied to a pillar and used as a target. Sorry. I'll take the letter now. After saying that, Popo took the envelope and ran to other places, and then bumped into Ziraura. Popo? What happened? Don't be so impatient all the time. Yes, I'm sorry, the Duke asked me to throw this thing away. I didn't mean to say you made a mistake, forget it, you have a personality, take your time. Seeing that Popo wanted to apologize again, Ziraura directly changed the subject. He was already familiar with the characteristics of this bear's fur. Maybe because he was a white bear, he was particularly afraid of heat and had a very poor psychological endurance. A letter from Yangjasi Khan? Give it to me, so as not to miss anything important. As Ziraura said, he took the letter and read the general content, but he was indeed not as good as Setsuna in this regard. She guessed it was not wrong at all. There were only 2 sentences in the whole letter. I want to retire. Come back soon to take over. Okay, go do your thing, and remember not to provoke those 3 bees. Now there are more milk tanks here, and many fruit trees are planted, so the 3 bees have been here for a while. The honey of the 3 bees also attracted the fur of Popo, the bear. The bear's genes made him unable to restrain his impulse for honey, so he became the first person to be attacked by the 3 bees. If Quinn got a negative number in the reputation of the good and bad stars at the beginning, now Popo is a negative number in the 3 bees, but he is also wronged, because he did this while sleepwalking. Not only was he stung for nothing, but he didn't taste what honey tastes like. Yes, I know. Popo then went to find Perona and the bear-wearing bear. There was a lot of honey there. For their own people, a little honey was nothing. The output was enough to supply the internal reputation of the beasts and the Big Mom pirates and then sell it to the outside. Popo is the only person who has been attacked by the 3 bees so far, the other one is Quinn, but he did it on purpose, in order to test whether the other party has strong enough bee venom, and the result made him dissatisfied. The 3 bees are not poisonous, even if they are stung, it is just an ordinary swelling, which is far less practical than continuing to study the stinky mud. He has not yet been able to sort out all the mysterious combinations in the body of the Alola stinky mud. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 545, The Addition of the Grass-Headed God, Quinn's Substitute Guard. The local residents quickly got used to the existence of the 3 bees. Although they look a little weird, with the precedent of Pokémon such as Miltank, they are no longer surprised by these creatures. Do not steal honey, do not actively attack. In their case, they were ordered by Arceus first, so they were relatively friendly to humans. Moreover, they were born just a few months ago, and Wano country already had their tablets and small shrines. Today, there are 2 largest religious organizations in Wano country, one is the Arceus cult led by Misu, and the other is the Arceus shrine created by the locals of Wano country. As for the original gods, under the influence of pragmatism, only some old-fashioned people still remember them. Large shrines have their own torii, but the local culture of Wano country makes gods overflow here. In general, anything here can be a god. Those who are good at people are gods, and those who hurt people for no reason are demons. This also affects the worship mode here. Some gods only have a statue on the roadside. What they believe in is also related to their own industry. Those who are good at herding worship the big milk can and Kentaro, those who like to pick wool worship the sheep, and the swordsmiths worship Boscodora. In daily life, the shell of Boscodora will fall off regularly, and it has become one of the rarest materials in Wano country. Seastone, ferrite, Boscodora alloy, Arceus steel, these are the most popular materials for Wano country swordsmiths today. The first 2 can be purchased through registration. The beasts did not ban their circulation in the country, but the amount purchased, what to do, the amount of loss and the final product must be registered, otherwise it is a criminal act. The latter can only rely on rewards, which has become a dream metal in their eyes. Patients who worship Pokémon such as Jigglypuff and Almost Doll, and Linghao residents who worship the Great Charcoal Car, such people are common, but Pokémon has not yet entered all industries. So many people hope that Pokémon related to their own industries will appear, which almost means the rise of the industry. The appearance of the 3 bees has raised the status of domestic beekeepers a lot. Of course, there are also some people who are very friendly to all Pokémon, such as Kentaro's family. Go back early, Squirtle. Squirtle, Squirtle. A Squirtle left here with a rice ball in his arms. The weather in each area of Wano country is different. It is still snowing heavily in Linghao now, but Kuri has already started spring plowing. Although Kentaro became the station master of the exchange station here for his achievement of finding the human fruit Daniado form, his family still has a lot of farmland. Since the crops planted this time are relatively short of water, he went to find a Squirtle for help. This Squirtle was someone he knew when he was a teenager. Now he has a family and a 2-year-old child, but there is no trace of time left on the Squirtle. Most Pokemon are like this. Most of them have a long lifespan, but Squirtle is more obvious in this regard. Even Guaidud has smoothed his edges and corners a lot in daily training, but Squirtle has maintained his childish appearance, so Kentaro has further felt the baptism of time. For this reason, Squirtle is the god of longevity worshipped by the most people. Yuichi, this is Miltank, a good friend of Daddy. Holding his child, Kentaro once again came to the place where Miltank usually rested in the sun, introducing the Pokemon here to his child like an old friend. Compared to the quiet and peaceful Daowen farm, Yamato is working hard for Yukara's future. Although Kaido's training effect is the best, he needs Yamato to adapt to more fighting methods, so he left a small goal for Yamato first. Whether it is conspiracy or frontal attack, as long as a disaster-level Cotter can be defeated, she will be rewarded for completing her trial in advance, that is, moving back an island for Yukara to eat. Zeraora, Jin, Olga, Quinn, Shayna, these are the 5 choices she faces. Other individuals can also exert this combat power in the explosive state, such as Setsuna, Manderfesh, and Greenangia, but that is a very special situation. These 5 people are people who can exert disaster combat power under normal circumstances, so the problem of choosing 1 out of 5 is placed in front of Yamato. She excluded Shayna and Zeraora first. Although they were the most friendly to her because of Arceus, she knew that Arceus must have agreed to Kaido's actions. With Arceus' instructions, Shayna and Zeraora were the least likely to let him go. Jin and Olga's abilities were particularly difficult to deal with. Although Olga had no flying ability, Yamato's observation Haki was not yet able to fight against Olga's illusion. Illusions were not her only skill, but they were what she was best at. Moreover, the skills of the evil system were very complex, which led to Olga's own skills being very varied. Even without Elizabeth's assistance, she was not so easy to deal with. Yamato did not have the speed of Borsellino now. As for Jin, he was also very powerful. He would occasionally leave Wano country with Kaido's orders, but it would not take long for him to return here smoothly and resume his responsibility as the general's official hanger. By elimination, the only option left was Quinn. Although his bounty was the most exaggerated, he was the weakest one in terms of combat power. In this way, Quinn became Yamato's first target. In the battle, Yamato can let Yukara assist him, but other Pokemon cannot. This is also specially prepared to hone Yukara's combat power. In addition to eating dirt, its growth still requires some fighting. The wild Yukara fights against wild beasts and Pokemon in the mountains, and now it is naturally Quinn. Kaido has already told him that if he is defeated by Yamato, he will prepare a 1-month special training for him. If he is found to be letting him win, he will not have bananas and rice cakes for half a year. The supply of red bean soup completely eliminated the possibility of him letting the opponent down to please him. In order to prevent himself from entering hell and to protect his stomach, he had to let Yamato down. So on this day, Yamato understood for the first time what a disgusting opponent was, and also understood that Quinn could hold the position of the 3 disasters with his own abilities. Facing a fixed turret that used alternative tactics of defending poison, Yamato's strength was greatly affected. She wanted to fight Quinn head-on, but for the sake of safety, Quinn hid very tightly. Under the interference of parasitic seeds, guards, and plague bombs, her battle was very helpless. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 546, Powerful Domineering comes from the torture of teammates. Thunderous Bagua. Yamato raised Aegean and hit Quinn on the head. Although the stick hit the bullseye, Quinn's expression did not change at all. The hit Quinn did not even use domineering, but dissipated directly under the stick. Damn it! Uncle Quinn, can't you fight me head-on? No, Miss Yamato, Lord Arceus and Brother Kaido want me to fight with all my strength, and this is my way of fighting. The enemy will not give you the opportunity to choose the way of fighting. After the dissipated clone, Quinn's body appeared there. The 4 large leaves behind him in the form of were shining with the light of the sun. That was his photosynthesis absorbing the sunlight in the sky to restore his physical strength. At this time, Quinn also inherited the consistent characteristics of the animal type ability user. As long as I can't be killed in one blow, I can slowly grind you to death. Although he and Yamato belong to the same animal type, and Yamato is a higher level mythical beast, no matter how strong the attack is, it will not be effective if it can't hit the main body. Under photosynthesis, Quinn's physical strength consumed by making a substitute was quickly restored. Ah! I hate this kind of fighting style. Yukara, have you rested well? Yuki. She still has Yukara's assistance now, and then Yukara's short hands slide wildly on the ground, a lot of dust floats into the sky, and then under the influence of Yukara's own power, a small piece of the sky is covered, which is the range of their battle. Although it is not yet an adult, it can't wave its hands and feet like Banjira to stir up a huge sandstorm with its characteristics, but it can also actively release sandstorms. Ordinary sandstorms are indiscriminate range attacks, but Yukara's sandstorms don't do this because it doesn't make sense. It was already a stretch for it to release a sandstorm just a few months after it was born. The damage caused by the blowing sand had no effect on Quinn at all, and it couldn't even reduce Quinn's health by 1. All it had to do was block the sunlight in the sky and reduce Quinn's recovery speed. But because of the lack of physical strength, it would have to rest again soon. Yukara's existence was equivalent to a special auxiliary pet. Quinn couldn't actively attack it, otherwise Yukara would have left the stage long ago. The blocked sunlight interrupted Quinn's photosynthesis, but Quinn didn't rush to take back the weather. He had much more combat experience than Yamato, and his heart was much more insidious and cunning. He had many ways to deal with different situations. I saw the tip of Quinn's tail suddenly cracked, and several special small shells were fired again. The moment the shells touched the ground, a lot of jets were emitted. Hearing the familiar sound, Yamato hurriedly dodged backwards. She had experienced Quinn's special weapons before. After all, it was a fight between his own people. Quinn did not choose those models that were specifically designed to torture people. He released anesthetic or direct injury plague bombs, but as soon as Yamato landed, several plants entangled his ankles. This time it's parasitic seeds, Miss Yamato, I have more than one way to recover my physical strength. Ultimate absorption, parasitic seeds, photosynthesis, drugs. He has many ways to recover physical strength, and there are different ways to use them. Ultimate absorption is used for strong attacks, photosynthesis is used under normal conditions, and parasitic seeds are used to set traps. Because they are seeds themselves, parasitic seeds have extremely special delayed effects. On a complex battlefield, he can inadvertently leave a large number of seeds. Then he used his defense to block Yamato's Washi Bing Fang, and his left arm made bursts of mechanical sounds. Queen of Power. Quinn's modified left arm quickly extended. Parasitic seeds can not only take away the opponent's physical strength, but also have the function of restricting the enemy's actions. The flying hook just grabbed Yamato. Yamato did not choose to dodge, but let Quinn catch him. After Quinn pulled Yamato closer, he noticed something unusual. The physical strength brought by the parasitic seeds suddenly disappeared, and then his mechanical hand became slightly stiff, as if some parts inside were frozen. Yamato's body was covered with frost at this time. The parasitic seeds were removed under the influence of this cold air, and Yamato actually broke his mechanical hand apart and took the opportunity to jump up. This strange power. His mechanical hand will automatically lock in this situation, and a normal person will definitely not be able to break free. He couldn't help but sigh at Yamato's monster physique. Kaido's blood and super real rookie physique helped her too much. Uncle Quinn, now is not the time to be distracted. Ice Wolf Bagua. There is no thunderous sound, but it is entangled with deadly cold air. Thunder Bagua is the basis. This is her own move evolved according to her own ability. Quinn had just used the skill Hold On. Theoretically, if he used it now, it would most likely fail. She had a method to remove the parasitic seeds before, but in order to prevent Quinn from using it again, the stand-in chose to let the other party catch her. Her plan was successful, which was a big breakthrough for her because she had successfully hit Quinn's body. But the next moment, Quinn's braid suddenly released a ball of unknown powder towards her face, and then was caught by Quinn's other hand again. No way! This time she inhaled the powder, and her body suddenly felt weak. The feedback from her hand just hit Quinn's head firmly. She didn't expect that this attack had no effect. It did hit, and it hurts, but Miss Yamato, you seem to have forgotten that I can also be domineering. Quinn's face turned black, which was the effect of domineering defense. This result has already announced her defeat, so she was thrown directly into the sand pit beside her by Quinn, and then the antidote was sprayed over. Uncle Quinn, is your armament haki so strong? Ah. Maybe. After all, there are always things that people have to do. Seeing that Yamato admired his armament haki, he did not show any sign of happiness, and his expression became very vicissitudes. That's it for today. Let's continue in a few days. Quinn lit a cigar and left. At that moment, the faces of Kaido, Jin, Shana, and Setsuna, several big cotters of the beast pirates, appeared in his mind one after another. The domineering of ordinary people comes from the life and death fight on the battlefield, but Quinn is different. His domineering is largely attributed to his own people. In order to counter the beating of his own people, he still came to this step. He is not the strongest, but he is sure that no one who masters the advanced domineering method is more unlucky than himself. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 547, Acquisition of Luck. Quinn returned to his laboratory alone. It is not so easy for Yamato to threaten him now. This kind of battle is an extra training for him. Yuki. It's okay, it's okay. Sooner or later, I will defeat Uncle Quinn. If I can't even defeat him, let alone defeat that perverted dad. Kaido has always been like a mountain pressing on her head, and it is also the goal she has always wanted to surpass. Yuki. Did they come so quickly today? Yukara just pointed in another direction. Salisha, Speed, and Mizuka were pulling a cart towards here. There were sea stone residues in it. That was Yukara's dinner. Through the game of force, the three of them naturally became Yamato's followers, helping her deal with some problems in her life, but these problems were generally not related to fighting. Yamato is not fighting the enemy in the outside world now, and they are not needed in a Nagashima at all. The three are currently very satisfied with their positions. Yamato is easy to get along with and has no heirs. Although Kaido means that these three are just subordinates, for her, these are all default partners. Sir, we are here. Lakey. A Jigglypuff also jumped down from behind. Strictly speaking, there is no difference in the appearance of these Jigglypuffs. Only those who get along with them day and night can tell the difference from their ears. But Yamato is different. She can clearly distinguish each Jigglypuff. This Jigglypuff is the leader of the Jigglypuffs in Wano country today. It was the one that blocked the gun for Yamato back then. Following behind the Jigglypuffs is the exclusive medical team of the Pokémon Center. After each battle, they have to do a physical examination to ensure that there are no hidden injuries in the body. Minor injuries on the body when you are young are nothing, but as you get older, those accumulated hidden injuries may erupt. The old Whitebeard is an example. Salisha, Speed, and Mizuka are feeding Yukara and touching the horns on its head. Yukara does not dislike the three of them and has even become familiar with them during this period. But besides Yamato, its favorite is Diancie. To it, Diancie is a treasure bag that can turn out candy at any time. Lakey. I know, I'm fine. Uncle Quinn knows the limits. Don't be so careful. Seeing that Yamato did not accept the inspection honestly, Jigglypuff showed a warning look, but this expression looked a little cute. Then she got some different news from Jigglypuff, such as Arceus left Wano again, and Kaido was doing something mysterious. Hearing this, Yamato suddenly had an ominous premonition. Anyway, no matter what Kaido was doing, what he planned was probably not good for him. Nothing particularly complicated happened on the sea in the past few months, and the aftermath of the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard was basically over. The end here means that the three sea emperors will cease fighting again, and everything has basically returned to the way it was before. In terms of territory, Charlotte Linlin took advantage of Whitebeard's fatigue to seize a lot of territory at the beginning. Due to his poor condition, Whitebeard did not immediately start a full-scale war after arriving in the vicinity. He only attacked tentatively and then began to recover his condition. Later, Charlotte Linlin also understood one thing. It was not that Whitebeard had grown old and weak, but that the little brother she took care of had grown up and even became much stronger than her. In the end, the Big Mom pirates gave up those islands again. During the time they occupied them, they had plundered enough things. Charlotte Linlin's mood has also recovered a lot. After all, Kaido owes her a big favor. Facing the changing sea, Charlotte Linlin decided to continue to have children to expand her family. The Whitebeard pirates have encountered a lot of troubles recently. After the battle with Kaido, there are obviously more people coming to challenge. Many people think that Whitebeard has become weaker, and these people naturally got the fate of sinking in the sea. Even if Whitebeard is really old and weak, it is not something that people like them can deal with. Teach, you are seriously injured this time. It's okay, Dad's reputation can't be slandered by them. On Whitebeard's ship, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach still stayed here. He had no idea of changing his party. It is well known that Kaido is an animal-type maniac, and he has set his own ambitious goals long ago. It took so many years to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates. He has no intention of changing his party. As long as the dark fruit does not appear, he will be Whitebeard's good son. In the first half of the Grand Line, the impact of the war was minimal. At most, there were more newcomers. On an ordinary island, Tesoro came here with Bakura, Tanaka, and some of his men. Stella took this year's new plan to Onigashima for him to report. Now it is very safe. He came here because he found some new information. Mr. Sakaki, we are here. The pirates walked recklessly on the street, and there were also many people wearing masks. Obviously, this is a trading point in the underground market. In such a place, Tesoro usually does not use his real name, but uses the code name of the beast. As for Bakura and Tanaka, it doesn't matter. They don't need to pay attention to their identities like Tesoro. Okay, as usual, let's go buy some necessities first. The large-scale gathering of the underground world must be related to the auction. At this time, Tesoro came here because he received a message about the devil fruit. Now there is still some time before the auction starts. Before that, Tesoro has to store some luck. During this time, Bakura discovered something. If the other party took the initiative to share her luck, the luck brought by the lucky fruit would be even stronger. Then they came to the casino and put up their own signs. 1 million Baileys to buy luck, only once per person. There were already many people who had lost all their property at the entrance of the casino. After Tesoro put up his own sign, he immediately attracted many gamblers. At first they just waited and watched, but when they saw Bakura just shook hands with a person and took out a stack of Baileys, they suddenly went crazy. As for where these people who lost all their luck came from, unless they had a devil fruit like Bakura, or the chosen one, they couldn't win in the casino. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 548, Thanked Over for the upcoming friendly assistance. 9 out of 10 bets are lost, and the remaining one is deliberately let you win in order to let you taste the sweetness. But there are always people who don't believe in evil, thinking that they can get out in time, and finally they get deeper and deeper into it, and even lose everything. Those people who were thrown out at the door were people who had already gambled red-eyed. Seeing Tesoro, the money-giving boy, a bunch of people immediately surrounded him. In this case, let alone selling their luck, they dared to sell their lives. Many people rushed back to the casino excitedly after getting the money. They thought they could make a comeback. Occasionally, there would be a sober person who took the money and ran away somewhere, but that had nothing to do with Tesoro. To some extent, the devil fruit is fair. The money they got now is ostensibly provided by Tesoro, but it is actually their own. There are many kinds of luck, and wealth is one of them. After getting 1 million Baileys, they will also encounter the bad luck of losing 1 million Baileys. However, this is a trade fair in the underground world, and not everyone is willing to abide by the rules. Tesoro's behavior has attracted some lawless people. Soon a pirate set his sights on this place, and a machete directly chopped the table in front of them in half, and then stared at Tesoro viciously. "Boy, are you the one who bought the luck?" The people around him immediately ran to the side. There are still some differences between gamblers and desperados. At least these gamblers are not wanted by the world government. "Of course, sir, are you going to sell your luck too?" "Yes, but I think your price is not reasonable." As he said this, he glanced at the boxes at Tesoro's feet. From the performance here, those suitcases were filled with Bailey. "Then I'll take all these." After picking up the 2 suitcases, he directly put the knife on Tesoro's neck. The consequence of doing this was that he was surrounded by Tesoro's brothers, with the black muzzle of the gun pointed at his head. "Sir, that's 200 million Baileys, are you sure?" "Nonsense, if you don't want to die, let them put down their guns, I'm..." No, I'm not interested in who you are. I mean, if you want, you can take the money, but you still have to go through the process." "But I have to confirm, have you really thought it through?" Tesoro had a weird smile on his face, like a demon who wanted to trade with people. It was the first time that the pirate saw a weirdo like Tesoro, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart, but under the temptation of money, he still made the decision to rob. How can 200 million be enough in this case? Bakura, give this gentleman another 100 million. Seeing that he didn't stop, Tezulo signaled Bakura to bring him another box of Baileys. Looking at the box handed over by the young girl, he did not resist the temptation, but did not release the weapon on Tezulo's neck. Instead, he stretched out the arm holding the cash box. His hand was big enough to hold 3 boxes, and he did not feel any threat from Bakura. But in the process, his hand came into contact with Bakura, and Bakura's other finger was shaking. Not far away, a vine suddenly rose from the ground, and a carriage passed by. The horse's leg happened to be tripped by the vine, and the goods on the carriage were scattered to the side, just hitting a strong man next to it. The wine glass in his hand slipped because of this, and when he hurriedly sorted out his clothes, the pistol on his waist accidentally fired and hit another person. Damn it, who is it? The man who was hit cursed, but the voice was extremely shrill. The pirate looked over and couldn't help laughing when he saw the owner of the voice. He didn't expect such a strong man to make such a sound. Other people ignored the source of the laughter because of fear or panic, so he became the only one who laughed, and also attracted the man's anger. He didn't pursue the person who fired the gun, but followed the laughter to find here. The ground suddenly squirmed, and a big rock hand stretched out and grabbed the man in his hand, and killed him without even saying a word. That was Pica from the Don Quixote family, because the organizer of this auction was also the Don Quixote family. Relying on his own abilities, Doflamingo has been doing a booming business in the Grand Line during this period. He is the ability user of the stone fruit, which can assimilate with the rocks he touches, and as long as the material can be classified as rock, the ability user can control it, and even change the terrain and the appearance of buildings. His voice was his biggest taboo, and anyone who laughed at him in this regard would cause his anger. After doing all that, Pica left here as if no one was around, and the pistol that accidentally fired was thrown behind his mind. Tezulo silently picked up the scattered Baileys on the ground and said to the people next to him, "Does anyone else want to try? If you want, you can give 1 billion Baileys, as long as you can afford the price." Those who sold their luck before have re-entered the casino, and the rest of the people saw the pirate who was inexplicably killed by someone and gave up the idea of selling their luck. But it's just an ordinary transaction and there is no danger. When it comes to 1 million Baileys, Bakura only takes away a little bit of luck, and the unlucky day is over. But to deal with such unruly people, she directly drained all the luck of the other party, and then launched the finger wave skill. Under the influence of metaphysics, she finally killed the other party with the hand of Sika. The luck of acquisition was almost enough, so Tesoro packed up the stall and left here. He would use some of his luck to earn back the money he spent in the casino, which was also the second step of his action. When the auction started, Tesoro had completed his preparations, and then the ultimate goal of today, the golden gold fruit. In the original timeline, Tesoro led a group of thugs into the auction house to snatch the golden gold fruit, but this time he followed the normal auction process. Gold is still the hard currency on the sea. Although Tesoro had obtained the ability given by Arceus last year, it did not prevent him from taking this fruit. He had seen the description of this fruit in Quinn's illustrations, and he liked the ability of this fruit very much. Even if he had changed, he still liked money very much. In his opinion, the ability of this fruit was tailor-made. With this fruit, future plans would go smoothly, so he came here. Doflamingo, who also had the devil fruit illustration, naturally knew the power of this fruit. He had no intention of selling it, but just wanted to use it as a gimmick to attract more customers. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 549, Golden Fruit. In the venue behind the auction, a strange smile had a slash across it. That was the symbol of the Don Quixote family and the pirate flag of the Don Quixote pirates. Compared to other people's pirate flags, this symbol was much simpler. It wasn't long before Doflamingo entered the Grand Line, but his previous layout in the North Sea played a role. As a local snake in the underground world of the North Sea, Doflamingo quickly gained a place in the underground world of the Grand Line. Whether it was his own strength or his relationship, Doflamingo showed a completely different side from the newcomers. After Rocinante was killed by him, the undercover of the Don Quixote family disappeared, and the crane that had been following behind him like a ghost also disappeared. This allowed Doflamingo to gain a foothold and not have to lead people to move every day. At the same time, he also began to expand the power of Moxia, no longer just a few family members like Bahai. His success in occupying a place in the underground market of the Grand Line has a lot to do with the beasts. The efforts of the 2 devil fruits at the beginning allowed him to achieve a little bit of results. The beasts are a source in the underground world of the Grand Line. In addition to the things they sell themselves, there are many black market merchants who purchase goods from here. Doflamingo got a certain amount of goods through this relationship. And when those people saw that such a person who had just entered the Grand Line could actually take out such a thing, they mistakenly thought that he had a certain relationship with the beasts, so he stood firm faster. Coupled with the secrets he knew, in just a few months, the word Joker had been heard by many people. But his foundation was still a little lacking, unlike the auction in the Sabayati archipelago, which had already made a name for itself and had a fixed big shot like Celestial Dragon. Ordinary goods were not bad, but not enough to attract some people to come here, so he threw out the gimmick of the gold fruit. This fruit is undoubtedly very powerful, and Doflamingo certainly won't let it go. At this time, on the ship of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo was chatting with Treble. Treble, who should I give this fruit to later? In the original timeline, Doflamingo did not come to the auction in person because he wanted to develop his own industry, but this time it was different. He got in touch with the beasts because of the devil fruit, making the development of his business smoother. So he had time to come here in person with the family cotters. This fruit must be given to his own people who are trustworthy. The people he trusted the most were undoubtedly the 4 people who had served him as their leader from the beginning, so he divided his subordinates into camps according to the suits of the playing cards. Treble was the leader of the club army, Sika led the spade army, and Diamante was in charge of the diamond army. As for the heart army, the original Virgo is now undercover in the navy, and has successfully entered the G5 branch to start planning for Doflamingo in advance. The 2nd generation Heart Corazon was killed because of betrayal. He has always left the position of the 3rd generation Heart to Law. He didn't know that Law had known the truth of many things and had been looking for him to the outside world, claiming that he was his own brother, with the purpose of letting Law voluntarily perform the immortality surgery for him. Now, except for Virgo who is undercover in the navy, the other leaders have their own fruit abilities, including children like Baby 5 who also have their own fruits. Although there are still candidates, they have to think about it. Lao G's style is not suitable for it, and he himself is probably not very interested. Senior or the sisters of Derringer Monet and Sugar seem to be okay, but they have joined for a short time. Nana Dover, this matter still needs your decision. Phew, let's talk about it later, let's go, so as not to have any accidents at that time. No, Dover, Diamante and Pica are over there. But he still followed Doflamingo to that side, but invisibly, a large flag was inserted on their backs. Time passed slowly, and the auction of the Don Quixote family finally opened. With the start of the auction, the noisy pirates below also temporarily quieted down. Everyone stopped talking, and most of their eyes were staring at the center of the auction. Some people here have special ideas, but even if they want to use abnormal means, they have to wait for the auction to start, so they are all waiting now. In the center of the auction table, a young girl with light green hair slowly walked out. She was Monet, a new member who joined the Don Quixote family last year. Because of her appearance, Doflamingo handed the matter to her. Then Monet walked to the auction table and said with a smile, "I guess all the guests can't wait, right? Now the auction officially begins. Because there are many items in this auction, please bid as soon as possible. The starting price of each item is 10 million Baileys, and each bid must not be less than 1 million Baileys. Now the auction begins." One by one, the items were brought to the stage, but Tesoro had no interest in them. His only goal was the finale of the golden gold fruit. "Bakera, it's time to start." Seeing the finale of the golden gold fruit being taken out, Tesoro handed the auction to Bakera. The luck he had gained before was used here. In order to highlight the high level of the auction and to make it easier to manipulate, the bidding method of this auction is electronic bidding. There is no need to shout, just press the button next to the chair. In this way, through several arranged agents, the golden gold fruit will eventually fall into the hands of their own people. But as Lucala activated his ability and pressed the button, a strange thing happened. The system suddenly seemed to be disordered, causing all the buttons in the hands of the people arranged by Doflamingo to fail. And the order Monet received was to let the auction proceed normally no matter what. The name of Joker could not be broken at this time, so the fruit was smoothly handed over to Tesoro. But Monet had already informed Diamante and others privately, and explained his meaning with a code. The Don Quixote family was very familiar with the code. Before, Rocinante could express his meaning by knocking on the stone, and Monet used the same method. Apart from this, she did nothing, and even smiled as Tezzero left here. But as soon as Tezzero and his companions left, a group of people rushed towards Tezzero, trying to snatch the golden fruit from his hand. At this time, a green shell and sharp spikes appeared on Tezzero's arm. White Pigeon. Chapter 550, The Flying Insect Beast from Next Door. A burst of white light flashed on the spikes, and several white lights shot out from Tezzero's arms. The sharp spikes directly pierced through the chests of several people. Don't do it without saying a word. If my clothes are damaged, it will be difficult for me to explain to Stella when I go back. At this time, Tezzero's face had changed. The huge blue compound eyes replaced the original eyes, the green armor wrapped the whole body, 2 giant needles extended from the forearm, and the hand part became the shape of a bug man. In general, the bug fruit mythical beast type, flash beedrill form. Although it was a direct ability, he became a special individual. After combining with the power of beedrill, he underwent certain changes and became the first heterochromatic Pokemon ability user. Abandoning the original yellow and black bee color, replaced by a new green body, the current state is his form, and the general appearance is similar to the flying insect beast in the next digital world. Heterochromatic Pokemon are usually no different from ordinary Pokemon. In most cases, they are just different colors. Very few Pokemon may have some special abilities at the same time as the color change, such as the red Gyarados has a higher IQ, while the yellow-clad Beedrill next to Perona has no special abilities. Tezzero's heterochromatic Beedrill is a random mutation obtained after the ability is given, and the effect is a more violent bee venom. According to Quinn's research, there is an unknown component in the bee venom produced by Tezzero's ability, which can damage the coagulation factor in the human body. If pierced by his bee needle, it will inevitably bleed to death without a special antidote. The white light just now was the missile needle he released, which is one of his long-range attack methods. Although he is only the CEO of the beast fruit, he has never given up his physical training. After the incident in the Sabayati archipelago, he has become more and more aware of the importance of strength. His talent is not bad. According to the life trajectory of the original timeline, his childhood was an ordinary slum child. He was a street gangster from the age of 12 to 16. He worked hard to earn money from the age of 16 to 19. His physical fitness can only be said to be ordinary. From then on, until the age of 26, he lived as a slave in Marijoa. 3 years after he escaped by taking advantage of the tiger incident, Tezzero took the opportunity to snatch the golden fruit and began to develop with his own people. He was famous at the age of 32, and the fruit had awakened at the age of 41, becoming the Golden Emperor who controlled a large amount of economy. His main training time was from 29 to 41 years old, and this period of time has made him miss the golden period of development, but he still trained the fruit to the state of awakening. Whether it is domineering or fruit, as long as one can train an ability to the extreme, he can become a strong person. The training of the golden fruit is a certification of his talent. Although Tezzero's first half of his life did not change, his life trajectory has become completely different after the age of 19. The moment Stella died, his heart was dead. Although he is still alive, he is a walking corpse without a heart. In this world, the power of the heart is particularly important. Negative people will only become more decadent, such as Moria who has become a fat house. Crocodile is the same, but prison life obviously woke him up. Now Stella is alive and well, which also makes him have more expectations for the future. If he wants to protect Stella, he can't always rely on the power of others, so in this timeline, Tezzero has received more systematic training. Although there are many things on hand, and he also works part-time in his own entertainment industry, it is much better than the original time. Now he has assistants and a world-class team to analyze the direction of the company. He only needs to take the helm and come forward on key matters, without having to do everything himself. Systematic training with hope and future is much more promising than the decadent slave time. Now Tezzero is not a top strong man, but he is not a weak man either. Ordinary people can't do anything to him, especially after getting the ability given by Arceus. However, after Tezzero solved this group of people, an accident occurred. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds came from the side, but it was different from the regular gunfire. It was the sound of paper fireworks, and a lot of paper-like things flew in the sky. Bakura, do you have enough physical strength? It's okay to use it a few more times. After obtaining the finger-swinging skill, she also started physical training. Now the number of times she can use her ability has increased, and the release time has also been reduced a lot. As she spoke, Locala began to wave her fingers. This was the wonderful use of the lucky fruit Ruga's finger-swinging skill. The original random skill of the finger-swinging skill would produce the most advantageous skill at the moment with the help of the lucky fruit. This use could even indirectly judge the situation. After she shook her fingers more than a dozen times, a barrier suddenly appeared above their heads, and those things like paper tapes began to fall at high speed. These were not paper tapes at all, but caltrops. Many people around were injured by these caltrops. In the blink of an eye, there was no one else around except Tizero. They were either killed by those things or fled to a safer place far away. After all the caltrops disappeared, Bakula's defense also dissipated, and then a meteor hammer-like thing suddenly flew from a distance. Although Tizero bounced it away with a wave of his hand, the feedback force on his arm showed that the enemy this time was different from the previous one. Hand over the fruit. The person who came was Diamante. He rushed here after receiving the information sent by Monet. For the sake of reputation, he chose to clear the field first. Those caltrops were his work, because he was a flag bearer who ate the flying fruit, and he could turn any object he touched into a light and floating form like cloth and silk, but the material of the object would not change. Those paper fireworks were made of caltrops made of high-density metal, and this effect could be achieved after the ability was released in the air. That meteor the hammer is the same principle, and his purpose is also very simple, to leave the gold fruit. He cleared the area because he didn't want too many people to see the situation here. Although the Don Quixote family is not so famous now, few of their cotters are familiar with it. This is just to prevent trouble before it happens. Fruit? Take it if you want. Tizelo threw a golden peach, but after seeing it, Diamante's face became uglier. The fruit was still the same fruit, but there was an obvious gap on it, which meant that the gold fruit had been eaten. Asshole! Sword snake sword! Seeing that the gold fruit was eaten, Diamante continued to attack Tizelo without saying a word. White dove!